あWelcome. Nice shadow. Welcome in. Hello. Tired. Have a good lurk. I hate that. Let's listen to some podcasts so I don't get sleepy. Alright. Let's see. With the K, there should be new stuff to listen to. Should be fun. Let's see what a good topic is. I don't know. The drawing section? Yes, drawing stuff. Yeah. I'm gonna try to like finish this commission today, and then we can make some sorrow after. Yeah. Okay, let's wait. Why do you ask there? Huh? I just shouldn't add like 30 seconds ago, so you don't get ad. But now I get another ad. The fuck? Huh? Who the fuck's that? Bruh. Where's the ad setting? Why is it like that? Redraw ad. Disable pre-roll fuck. Why still there? Why is still at? Fuck. Okay, let's watch some VOD. Let's watch some VOD then. Music up. Got the key. Okay. 2 hours stream VOD. Should be fun.
Alrighty, chat. Let's get started.
Let me put this in the.
My hair's a little bit messed up today. Welcome to another Healthy Gamer GG stream. My name is Alo Kanoja. Just a reminder. Uh-oh. Do we have lag? Okay, we'll deal with it. Just a reminder that although I'm a psychiatrist, nothing we discuss on stream today is intended to be taken as medical advice. Everything is for educational and entertainment purposes only. If y'all have a medical concern or question, please go see a licensed professional. That's very true, especially about what we're going to talk about today, because we are going to talk about suicide, and specifically in men. And I'm going to try to clarify a couple of things that I said. I wish I could say they were taken out of context, but honestly, I think there was some amount of fair context there. And then we're also going to do something. So we're and then we're going to talk about that, because I did this thing where I showed up on the internet. And I was recently on a podcast called Diary of a CEO. This podcast has gotten a lot of views. People started posting clips about it, and then my favorite thing happened on the internet. People started reacting to it. And so I'm new to this kind of thing. But now what I'm going to do, because I understand this is how things happen, is I'm going to react to some of the reactions. And what I'd love to do is clarify a little bit about what I was saying.
Okay.
But then also continue to talk about this, because I think this is like really important to understand. And I think some people on the internet seem to, I don't want to say that they misinterpreted what I was going to say, because I think technically that's not what happened. I think they made some assumptions about things that I was saying, which I don't think are correct. And so I'd like to talk a little bit about that. And then what I'd really like to do is I'm going to show y'all like a bucket of research about why I believe what I believe, what this means for you, and then hopefully at the end, I will share with y'all what I think we should do in some way about male suicide. I haven't really fleshed that part out yet, but I feel like ranting a little bit, so we'll see where it goes.
This.
So a couple of other things just to keep in mind. So sometimes when I talk about things, so today I'm going to be talking a little bit about my clinical experiences.
Oh, God.
A couple of other things to keep in mind. Sometimes when I talk about clinical experiences, they will include things that are clinically relevant, which is kind of like my way of saying, I guess this is like a trigger warning, because I'm going to be like sharing some of my clinical experiences working with people who are suicidal, working with people who have been traumatized or abused, things like that. As always, and if you guys don't know this, whenever I talk about these things, everything that I talk about is chimerical, which means that like, if I say like, I saw a patient who was XYZ, like I change all that stuff out to protect privacy, but the essence of the story is true, and it's usually like multiple people that this applies this to, okay? So there's a couple of quick disclaimers. So a couple of other simple things. So one is that if you are someone who's struggling with suicide, I strongly, strongly, strongly urge you to seek mental health help from a professional. If you're actually in danger today, please go seek emergency services. Call 911 in the United States. Depending on what country you're in, it's like 112 or all kinds of other things. And hopefully, if you don't feel like doing that quite yet, I will make an argument by the end of wherever we end up today as to why that is a good idea and the right move. Okay? So let's start with the reactions. Okay, so Dr. K did something silly. Okay? I did something silly, and that silly thing was I opened my mouth. And then the rest of the general internet was paying attention for once. And let's see what happened. Oh. Okay, looks like you guys do not have a audio input here. Let me see if I can add one real quick. Can Dr. K add a tech support check? Audio output capture.
Wait, it's kind of the volume kind of small.
Let's call it this. And then default device.
Is it?
Okay, can y'all, let's see if this works.
I'll put it a bit.
Okay, there we go.
Bigger,
all right, so
louder.
For some reason, this video seems pretty quiet to me. So y'all may have to turn up the volume a little bit. It's jacked up all the way over here. Okay, but let's just listen to it. All right. So the number one thing that correlates with male suicide is not depression. And this is super scary. There's one study I saw recently that suggests that 50% of men who kill themselves have no history or evidence of mental illness. And this, I believe the statistic in my clinical practice because I know what depression looks like. I know what bipolar disorder looks like. And half the men that I've worked with, at least, are not actually mentally ill. See, mental illness means a pathology of the mind, which means that the mind is malfunctioning. Most of the suicidal men that I work with, they're not, their mind isn't malfunctioning.
This YouTube videos is kind of quiet.
They're looking at things and objectively realizing that there's no way out of this situation. So they turn to suicide. So I know it's kind of like a very controversial statement, but I think that's what my clinical practice has shown, and there's some research to even back that up. Okay. So I think there's a lot of things here. Okay, so this is what I said. We'll show you the papers in a little bit.
Let's just start working.
And I think some people are getting caught up in this word objective, so just a quick kind of disclaimer. So like, so this is challenging when you're speaking about stuff on the internet. Is that like everything, so if I'm giving a talk about male suicide, there's enough space in the talk to add the nuance, add the complexity, add the disclaimers. And then sometimes when you do something like go on a podcast, you are by necessity forced to simplify things because like you're making another point. Like, so in this video, I'm not talking about male suicide is the primary point. I'm using it as a statistic to talk about in context with a larger conversation. So just to give y'all like a quick heads up, like the whole interview was like 2.5 hours. I think it got edited down to like 1 hour and 8 minutes. And I'm not saying that they did a bad job or anything like that. That's just how things go, right? Like I may have scratched my balls somewhere in the middle of the interview and they chose to edit that out. Thank you all very much from Diary of a CEO. I think they did a great job with editing. I'm not saying that I got taken out of context or anything like that. But now let's look at some of the reactions, right? So why live if your life is stupid? Well, why not take a huge risk? What do you have to lose? That's how you should teach depressed men to think. Fuck it, bro. Go all in. You're already dead. It's all upside from here. So I think that this is like one example of one of the responses, right? Is like, if someone's life sucks, what do you have to lose? Why do you not take a huge risk? I don't know why this person put depressed in quotes. I'm confused about what that means. But I think it's like some people kind of feel this way, right? So this is like kind of good. It's like kind of positive. Right? Like, I guess, I'm not sure. And then, hold on, let me see if I can, God, I can't stand myself talk. I've had 3 friends who committed suicide, all of them men. 2 were married, 1 had a 4-year-old daughter. All of them had lots of close friends. 1 was highly paid service. Lives worth living is bullshit intended to pander to a social media audience.
I should have cut this.
So when I first saw this tweet, I got a little bit upset, and I was like, oh my God, this person doesn't understand what I'm saying. I think that,
welcome in, how is
let's remember, like, this is X or Twitter, right? And this is the internet.
Stuff.
And what happens, like,
sometimes,
I wasn't trying to pander to a social media audience.
League of Legends.
I thought the way that what was in my head is I'm trying to raise awareness about a mental health issue that I think is troubling.
Watching some
if I was pandering to a social media audience, I think I would have said it in an accent,
Yeah.
And so my first reaction was that, like, okay, this person is like, I think the person probably comes from a good place, and let's remember, like,
I finished 3 commission yesterday, so I
don't know, maybe
only have to finish this one today.
Called the internet, where a lot of content creators this is what we do,
so
right?
So
I think that this is
I'll
like
try to finish
a helpful comment.
only 1 commission today.
And
then we're gonna play games.
Which even then, I can't really blame them for, right? Because what are they reacting to? They're reacting to a 50-second clip of a 1 hour and 8 minute video that was edited from a 2 hour and 30 minute interview. So this is what we have to remember about
Long
the internet
times
and
ago.
Twitter and X and all of these
Back
platforms.
in high school,
These
it's
are
a
not
long
places
times
for
ago.
nuanced discussion. These are places for reactionary content.
I think this Mascot
So in regards to male suicidal patients,
right
a
now
therapist who believes their minds are not
is,
malfunctioning and their
I
lives are
haven't
not worth
done
living would not be
much with
beneficial,
this,
as the therapist
like,
does not attempt to correct or improve their
this
situation.
angle.
Now, this
so
is where I say this
I'm
person,
just trying to figure out how
I disagree
to
100%.
cut it.
So there are a couple
properly.
of very, very, very important things to consider here. So let's start with this, okay? I want y'all to really think about, or actually, we'll get to this in a second. So then, Asmongold decided
If you to go, if you need to get rest.
The number one thing
So
is,
people are mad about this.
Holy fuck!
People are pissed off.
Ah, fuck! It's so loud. God damn. Oh man, the VOD is more, but it's like quiet. But then the clip within the VOD is so loud. Holy shit! I had to read. It's bad. I'm sorry. Already. No worry. Rest well. Same with the raid. I'll take care of the raiders. Maybe. Maybe.
And
Oh,
it's like,
so loud.
obviously,
It's so
he's
loud.
not saying that they should kill themselves. He's talking about it from their perspective, right? It's like, I haven't seen the context, but like, tell me, am I wrong? That's clearly why. It's like, from their perspective, they think that their life isn't going to get
my
any
ears
better. So like,
so-
they logically come to
so
this
loud.
conclusion, rather than come to this conclusion through a manifestation of some sort of actual pathology of the mind, like he says. But people don't understand that, and they're getting pissed off at him, right? This is crazy. Why live your life is stupid. Well, why not take a huge risk? What do you have to lose? Well, that's again what you have to teach people, right? And that's clearly what the point is. Life's not worth living is bullshit intended to pander to social media audience. No, like, bro.
or correct or improve their situation. That's absolutely what we do. And this is where I want y'all to really understand this. This is what I think is so important to understand. So here is a person. Okay?
Okay, it's
Now,
good now.
let's look at their life.
Maybe a
They
bit-
have
It's smaller.
there are some subjective aspects to life.
Okay, keep working.
And this is like, this is rife with all kinds of problems.
Should
subjective,
I
objective.
cut this?
Let's say that there are objective problems with their life.
Maybe just cut on top and try to
So,
merge
actually,
it in
forget about
here
subjective
with this
problems. I'm gonna
joint and
change this a
then
little bit.
glue this
So
part.
let's say they have a
Maybe you don't have to
malfunctioning mind.
glue it.
So if someone
Actually.
is suffering and says, my life sucks, okay? And you have a malfunction of the mind. So in the case of clinical depression, one of the key things about mood disorders, like a depressive episode, is that while oftentimes depressive episodes are triggered by negative circumstances, the whole point of the pathology is that this person objectively has lots to live for. So I'm thinking about, so I worked on a particular psychiatric unit called Blake 11 at Massachusetts General Hospital. I was an intern there, and I would have patients who came in and they were married. They had kids who loved them. They had careers. They would go skiing in the wintertime. They even had dogs. So someone comes in and says, I'm suicidal. My family would be better off without me. My kids, like, I know they say they love me, but like they don't realize how shit of a dad they've got. This is what I would call a malfunction of the mind. So this is a situation where you look at it objectively and you say, like, and even then, like, you could say, argue what is objective, what is subjective. And this is where, when I say objective, like, basically what I'm referring
Do we
to
even
is
have
we
to
can look
cut
at
it?
research on quality of life.
Do it?
And we can take like 1,000 human beings and we can say, okay, what is the quality of life of these people? And then like we can say, these people have a good quality of life. These people have a bad quality of life. We have like research on quality of life. Okay. We can say this person has a malfunctioning mind. Now let's take the case of someone else. Let's say that I am 36 years old. I am a virgin. I have no job. I live at home. I've never had a romantic relationship. I have nothing to look forward to, in the sense of like, I'm not going on vacation. I'm not striving for promotion. So when I say like no future, I don't mean like in an abstract philosophical sense. I mean like literally, if you sit down and you talk to this person, you ask them, what are you looking forward to over the next year? And they have nothing. They can't think of a single thing that they're looking forward to. Okay? Now, we have to be super careful here. Because if we say The reason that this person is suicidal is because of these things, which are, I would call them objective aspects of their life. We'll get a little bit into the nuance. Versus the objective aspects of this person's life are, okay, this person's life suck. Where is the root of the problem here? Now, this gets complicated, and like I said, we'll get into this because this leads to cognitive biases and emotional changes and all that kind of stuff.
Hello.
We have to be super careful. Because if we assume that this person's problem is all in their head and they have a malfunction of their mind, and actually they're wrong. We know your life better than you do. You have a lot to live for. You're just too fucking stupid to understand it. You just need to dig deeper and try harder. These people try way harder than most of us will ever try. Honestly, this is my experience and my understanding of it. Fucking to be 36 years old and wake up one day and like pull yourself out of bed because I'm fucking happily married and like I've got a 2-year-old. I'm tired, but my life is good. I have a reason to get out of bed. What is way harder is to get out of bed when you have no reason to get out of bed. So this is where, like, you know, and we'll get to some of this. Like, why not take a huge... What do you have to lose? What you have to lose is effort.
Maybe on this case, it's better if I do
36 years old and you haven't done anything with your life. What do you have to lose?
Other than this
you have
one.
More effort with no gain to lose. That is a huge cost. You have futility in your life. This is what the experiences of these people are. Right? So this is where I don't say like, oh, hey, you're mentally ill. You just, your fucking brain, you don't realize that there's so much to live for. When I say, like, I look at these people's lives and I think they objectively look, and this is what I mean by objective. So you call this objective or subjective. I'll give you all a simple example. Right? So this person walks into my office, is 36 years old, and they have had nothing of consequence in their life that they can remember. Maybe they did somewhere, but generally speaking, they kind of dropped out of college. They just started playing a bunch of fucking video games, watching pornography, you know, like, developing parasocial relationships with VTubers.
Oh, shit.
And, like, this is what their life is. Now, if you ask this person, like, what do you have to look forward to? What has your experience of life been like? Just think about this. If you've lived the majority of your 20s and half of your 30s and you have had nothing to look forward to, why would you logically assume, if you've been trying this shit for like 36 years, why would you logically assume that things are going to get magically better in 2 years or 3 years or 4 years or 5 years? Why would you logically assume that? Right? So human beings are really good at pattern recognition. I'm not saying that their lives are not worth fighting for, and I'm not saying, and we'll get to that because I'm against suicide. But what I'm saying is, like, when I say that their lives are objectively shit, like, this is, you know, they say that. And this, by the way, was something that was taught to me, which is, like, I'll just share this example with y'all. So I was working at Massachusetts General Hospital, and I was working in the emergency room. There's a brilliant nurse practitioner there. And then she would, like, see patients, and she would come to me, and then, you know, we'd, like, talk about it. I'd say, like, okay, what's going on with this person?
Working on this
and
angle
then she'd say, like, there's 6 diagnoses
take a lot
in the
more
chart.
work than working like
Conduct
the
disorder,
front view.
polysubstance use. And if you guys know mental health and you're a mental health professional, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Polysubstance use disorder, conduct disorder, PTSD, bipolar disorder, maybe major depressive disorder. Forget the fact that those are mutually exclusive in ADHD. Those are the 6 diagnoses. But she says, I ask her, what's the problem with this kid? She says he has SLS. What is SLS? Shit life syndrome. This is a kid that grew up in a traumatic household, was through, like, the group home and orphanage system, abuse, substance use, no good role models, no prospects, got into trouble at school, got put into this IEP. These kids they just never had a chance in life. You can slap as many diagnoses as you want on top of them, which is usually what ends up happening, and then they get medicated to all hell. But the problem is that they've just never, like, you know, there's so many community, social, lack of role models, lack of love, lack of support, lack of modeling, lack of emotional mirroring, all this kind of stuff. So, first thing, we have to be super careful. Because if we assume that this is a malfunction of the mind, then what we try to do is fix the malfunction of the mind, and we ignore all of this stuff. This, I think, is potentially one of the biggest mistakes that we're making. Okay? So let's take a look at a couple other comments. Okay. Every man has a life worth living. Doom porn deserves scorn and rebuke. So this, I think, is also where we have to like take a step back and we have to decide a couple of things. Okay? So someone says every man has a life worth living. Now, so one of the things that we try very hard as therapists is to do something called empathize. What does that mean? That means that when someone walks into your office and they say, "This is my life," we do our best to meet them where they're at. We do our best to understand as therapists, and maybe this is wrong, but this is, I think, is fair, that this person has lived their life every single day. And I have not lived their life every single day. And that the experiences of my life don't necessarily translate over to them. So if someone says every person's life has value, I agree. But the reason that I agree is because of my life. Because I see that my life has value. Every day I've lived with some value. I've thought that I didn't have value, and now I believe that it has value. I agree that all lives have value. But my point is that when someone walks into your office and they say, "This is my experience of the world," I think it is the height of arrogance to say, "You are wrong and I am right," because I haven't actually lived a day in their shoes. And I'll tell you, we did this for decades to women. Because women showed up and said, "Hey, I'm getting sexually assaulted." And we said, "Ha ha ha, no you're not. That is impossible. If you got sexually assaulted, you are asking for it." This is literally the kinds of responses we had. So what was this 2017 Me Too movement about? It was about believe women. Hey, I have a crazy idea. When someone says something about their life, how about we meet them where they're at? We're not saying they're 100% right. And there may be cases, I'm not going to get into the Me Too movement and sexual assault and all that kind of stuff. They're absolutely, like, at least in depression and suicidality, there are cognitive distortions and stuff like that. But a good starting point, which I think is like basics of medicine, is like listen to your patients. Hear what they have to say. Try to understand them. This is the foundation of therapy. Is the better that I understand someone else's experience, the more that I will be able to help them. And the whole problem, I've heard so many horror stories of people going in and telling their therapist, like, "Hey, my life sucks." And the therapist is like, "No, it doesn't. You just need to see things this way. You just need to do things this way." And that can actually be helpful for some people. Okay? There's variability there.
This part can be in the back.
But this is like exactly, in a sense, what I think the problem is. So here's my take. Okay, so first of all, let's take a look at a couple of these. I think they're subjectively determining their life isn't worth living, and there are only a few decisions away from feeling otherwise. And this person is kind of saying, okay, like, what do you mean by objectively realizing? What do you mean? These are great. I would love to know more about what qualifies as not worth living. I'm not sure I get enforcing your client's suicidal tendencies as best medical or ethical practice. I agree, which is why I don't do it. Right? So let me be very clear. I am 100% against suicide. And people may even say, like, okay, but what about the situations where someone has a, like, debilitating medical degenerative illness like ALS? And, like, even in those cases, at best, I'm a question mark. So if I had a patient who walked into my office tomorrow and said, "Hey, I have ALS, I want to kill myself," I would be like, yeah, I can't help you do that. So I've had those kinds of requests, by the way. So I've had patients, like, the weirdest referral I've ever gotten is someone was like, "Hey, I need a psychiatrist to sign off so that I can go commit medical suicide in Europe." And I was like, I'm not willing to do that. So I'm 100% against suicide. Okay? I've even had people who will be like, "But hey, Dr. K, you believe in reincarnation, right? So doesn't it make it okay because I just get a redo?" And I'm like, "No, bro, I'm still against suicide. Sorry, bro." But here's how I approach those situations. So I think somewhere along the way, and this is like, it's Twitter or X or whatever, right? So acknowledging that someone objectively has a shitty life, and this is, I'll tell you, like, literally what I say, and here's the way I think I choose to approach it. So far, my patients seem to be pretty happy with it, as far as I know. right? And that is like, okay, so if your life is objective shit and you have no hope, this is what I say. I say, I can explain to me why. First of all, help me understand how your life is meaningless and is complete crap. Like, I would love to hear what you're actually talking about. And that's when they say these kinds of things. And this is when I say, I hear you. I still don't think suicide is the right answer. If you're feeling dangerous and you're going to hurt yourself, please let me know. I'm going to do everything I can in my power to stop that. And here is why. Because at this point, hundreds of people I have worked with who have been suicidal. 100 people have walked through the door just like you have. And 97 out of 100 over time have been arguably as hopeless as you have, and their lives have been better, have gotten better. I hear you that your life is objective shit. Let me help you build a life that is worth living. Now, this is very important to understand. This is not me saying, hey, your brain is malfunctioning. You just don't realize that your life is worth living. This is me saying, hey, I'm going to meet you where you're at. If you think your life sucks, let's do something about it. Right? And this is where, like, in a sense, I can't blame these people, right? Because there wasn't context to this clip, this 50-second clip. Right? So I absolutely try to correct or improve their situation. But this also has, I don't enforce it. Quite the opposite. The other thing that I'll kind of say to them is, hey, like, look, I understand that you have no hope right now. What I would love to do is carry the hope for both of us. I have hope for you. You're telling me that your life is absolute crap right now. I hear that. Not just right now. You told me that it's been absolute crap for the last 10 years. I think it's completely reasonable for you to be hopeless. I can't imagine living 10 years of your life and waking up and finding hope. I can't imagine how logically I would be able to do that. I totally get where you're coming from. But I have hope for you. And if you're okay with it, I will carry the hope for you and me for 3 months. You don't have to, all I want you to do is show up, try, and get some help. Like, I know you've tried a ton. I know you've worked really, really hard. I can see that you've tried so many different things. I don't think you're at fault. But what I would like to do is help you, because I think the biggest problem in your life is that you haven't received the help that you needed. It's not your fault. You've tried. You've given it a shot, so let me help. And the reason that I choose to hope is because 97 out of 100 people who walk into my office get better. Right? So here's where I'm coming from. And I'm not willing to give up on you yet. And then some of them will say, but what about the 3? You said 97. What if I'm in one of the 3? And this is where we get to the cognitive bias. Oh, that's so interesting. Why would you assume that you would fall into the 3 instead of the 97? Huh. How did your mind jump there? That's so interesting. I wonder if there are other situations in your life where you assume that your things are not going to work out for you. Where did you learn that? How did you discover that if, I don't even know what the right analogy is. It's like, if everyone is mining up gold, you dig in the earth and you're the one guy who finds shit. That's an interesting perspective. Help me understand that. And then we'll eventually get to the question of, if you believe that you are in the 3% who will fail, what do you think that does for your prospects of success? There's this thing called the nocebo effect, where if you believe you're going to screw up, if you go into a job interview and you think you're going to screw it up, the belief that you are going to screw it up increases your chances of screwing it up. And then we get to self-perpetuating cycles, and we can open the door, and that's when the therapy happens. Why do you immediately jump to the 3? And even then, when they say the 3, and this is where I say, yeah, like, it's not that those people are uncurable. Let's understand this, right? Let's be nuanced. Let's be specific. It doesn't mean that they can't be helped. It just means that my dumbass was not sufficient to help them. Because, shockingly, I'm just a regular psychiatrist. Right? I'm no miracle worker. I am flawed. I can't help all of my patients because as a psychiatrist, we don't have all this shit figured out. And on some days, I don't get 8 hours of sleep and maybe my neurons are not wiring. That doesn't mean that they are hopeless. Why do you assume that that means they are hopeless instead of I am flawed? So even for those 3 patients who I care about deeply, I just recognize I was not the person to help them. So 100% against suicide. Absolutely. And we have to be super careful. Because if we assume that the reason that people are suicidal is because they are mentally ill, as opposed to they are not mentally ill and there are actually things in their life that are driving them towards suicide, what that means is we will focus on treating something that may not be the problem. So this is something I've learned as a doctor. Misdiagnosis is the biggest mistake you can make. I think I'm fixing thing A and the problem is B. And right now, what we're seeing is a large increase in suicidal tendencies. In men, for sure, but also in women. Like proper, true 21st century equality people, we are seeing equalization of mental illness, which is not a good thing. It's a bad thing because everything is going up. So now let's take a look at another reaction. Okay.
How should I do this
Like a
now?
fulfillment issue. Yeah, it sounds like if you're in an area, so like for instance, I believe that people can get to a point to where their life is not worth living. But in order for you to think that your life is not worth living, I think you have to have like some kind of mental illness going on. Except for, like I said, in some circumstances, like if you've got extreme failing health, such that you're just like in pain all the time. Like I said, there are some exceptions that I can understand, but for the most part, I don't think. I think it means life's not worth living is a conclusion people arrive at after a lot of thought rather than a malfunctioning brain. I disagree. I don't think that's the case. Something is fucked in your brain then, because there's just not, humans acclimate, a healthy brain acclimates to an unbelievable amount of stuff. Like even, I've said this before on stream, I think I said this yesterday, even people who are like handicapped, like you can lose both your legs, you can become quadriplegic, you can have shut in or locked in syndrome, and even these people's happiness.
And you ask someone, would you rather lose both your hands or die? People will say, I would rather die than lose both of my hands. But then if someone has an accident where they lose both of their hands, heaven forbid, then what you discover is they're like, are you glad you're alive today? They're like, yeah, I discovered that I can still have fun. I think there are a couple of huge disconnections here with some of the things that Destiny's saying. Based on my understanding as a clinician, I don't blame the guy because, he's not a doctor, which doesn't mean that he can't have valid viewpoints. He's actually exceptional at assimilating information without a professional background. I think it's something I respect about him a lot. He's right about some of this stuff. And also, let's look at some more data.
I can just do the top, the bottom, and then have the middle, and then just glue them to both of them, and then just stretch it.
This is a study
That's
called
the easiest thing I can
Suicide
do.
in the Absence of Mental Disorder, a review of psychological autopsy studies across countries. Okay. So, we conducted
That's
a
the
systematic
easiest thing
review
I
of, what is PA? Psychological autopsy studies from 2000 onwards, okay? Up to 66.7% of suicide cases remain without diagnosis in those that only examined Axis 1 disorders. So 14 studies looked at Axis 1 disorders, which means more acute mental illness, not personality disorders. And 66.7% of cases remained without a diagnosis. Approximately 37.1% of suicide cases had no psychiatric condition in research papers that assess personality and Axis 1. So if we start looking at personality disorders like narcissism or sociopathy or things like that, borderline personality disorder, then the number of undiagnosed people drops to 37%. Okay? And then Stephen does a great job of this. He says later on, I don't know exactly where he says it, but he says like, I believe that there are going to be studies which will show no evidence of mental illness, but I think that is a case of undiagnosed mental illness that is really there and causing them to malfunction, okay? So it's like, when we look at this study, does this mean that this person was not mentally ill or that they were mentally ill and we just didn't pick it up, okay? So let's just look at another paper. So I think when I was talking about the actual study I was referencing was this one. So this is from the American Journal of Preventive Medicine. I think this is a group out of UCLA as like the primary authors here. Okay, so these are like real research articles. Okay, most male suicide decedents had no known mental health conditions. Most. Okay. And more frequently, those without known mental health conditions died by firearm, and many tested positive for alcohol. Adolescents, young adult males, and middle-aged males without known mental health conditions more often had relationship problems,
let's just draw
arguments,
two lines
and or a
first, then figure
crisis
out
as a
the
precipitating circumstance
stuff later.
than those with known mental health conditions. So this is really important to understand, because what this study suggests is that it's not just that we're missing stuff, it is that we can look at these cases, and what we can find is that prior to suicide, these people had relationship problems, arguments, and or some kind of crisis in their life. Okay? Now I'm going to show you all a paper that counters this, sort of, okay? So, let me see if... Okay, so this is a paper on the epidemiology of suicide and from a psychiatric perspective. I think this really looks at a lot of World Health Organization data. Yeah. The majority of suicides worldwide are related to psychiatric diseases. Okay, so here is another paper that was published in 2018, which concludes that across the globe, like most of these things seem to be related to psychiatric illness. So we have some papers saying, okay, this is very little, like 2/3 are not psychiatrically ill. We have some papers that say the majority are not psychiatrically ill and they had relationship problems. And then we have some papers saying that, okay, like suicide, like mental illness is a huge risk factor for suicide and maybe associated with suicide. All that stuff is fair, right? So how do we interpret this stuff? So this is where we've got to be super careful. So I want y'all to really understand the way that we interpret these. And I think Destiny did a great job of kind of analyzing this, right? So when we look at a scientific paper and we say, okay, the evidence suggests we do not see any history of mental illness in somewhere between 37 and 66% of people who commit suicide, men who commit suicide. Now, we have to be super careful because what a lot of people will default to is say, okay, this is undiagnosed mental illness, but that's not actually what the data shows, right? So this is where we can say like, okay,
why is it color so dark? Wait.
Fairies are responsible for curing cancer.
Wrong
and then I look at a study that shows there's no evidence of fairies in 66% of cases.
Damn.
And then I say, well, I think that fairies are interested, are an important part of curing cancer.
Maybe, yeah.
And in those 66% of studies, we just didn't detect the fairies. So we have to be super careful there because what we're actually doing is we are taking a piece of data and we are interpreting it based on our belief system, as opposed to looking what the actual data says. The actual data says there's no evidence of mental illness in somewhere between 37 and 66% of people. Now, to counter that point, just like Destiny points out, we know that the rates of mental illness are undiagnosed, or they're high rates of undiagnosed mental illness. We don't really know what those are, but whatever our estimates of mental illness are, they're certainly worse. So there's a very good argument to make that these people are mentally ill. On balance, I do not think that the rates of mental illness, like undiagnosed mental illness, are super, super high. I tried to find statistics on it. The numbers are somewhere between 40 and 100%, which means that if we're diagnosing 20% of people with depression, what that means is that the real number is somewhere between 30 and 40%. It's not like we're we're not missing like, 9 out of 10 people. We're missing maybe 1 out of 2. And that's sort of a generous estimate. So even if we assume that we're missing 1 out of 2 and we double the rates of detection, right? We're still like talking about a large chunk of the population, somewhere between 20 and 40% of the population that doesn't have a mental illness that's committing suicide. And the other reason that I believe that is because of studies like this, where I kind of showed y'all that if we look at this, like, if we look at suicide, we can see that there are other precipitating factors that aren't mental illness, which is why people kill themselves. There's data around this, right? So it's not just, so I think here's kind of where I am with this. It is a valid, it is a shocking statistic that in the most alarming studies, 66.7% of people who kill themselves do not have mental illness. That is an alarming statistic. I don't think that the number is actually that high. I think that we're missing a fair amount of mental illness, for sure. No question. Now, how much? I don't know. Now we get to a core problem, which is that this is not just like Dr. K saying this, right? So this is also where I should say that my clinical experience about this has been scary, because I've worked with these people who I don't think are mentally ill. They just look at their life and they're like, I can't do this anymore. This is not a sustainable way to live life. And then you may say, then why not change it? Because they've tried and failed. They're not willing to make the change. They're unable to make the change. They are powerless to make the change. This is why you believe that you're going to check out, right? And that's where I think we need to help them, which is what I do in my job. But we've got to be super careful going back to this basic issue, okay? So when someone comes in and says, my life is shit, what are we saying, right? What's the right move? Do we say to this person comes in, and I have suicidal ideation. Do we assume that 1% of people are malfunction of the mind? Or do we say, okay, like, we're going to not be paternalistic therapists. We are going to listen to you. We are going to acknowledge that you know your life better than we do. And if someone shows up and says, all lives have value, like, I think that's great. Like, I think it's great that you believe that. Now what I want you to do is, if you're someone who believes this, and what would it take for you? What would you have to go through to change this belief? What would your experience of life have to be? How bad would your life have to be to change your mind that every man has a life worth living? What kind of shit would you have to go through to throw you off of that? And now what we really need to understand is that this is the experience of people who are suicidal. Instead of assuming that they're weak or broken, let's assume for a moment that their lives are objectively incredibly hard, that their lives are nothing like the lives that we live. Because this is what I've seen. And I'm not the only one. So, there's another just
these
quick,
emails that I wrote to my friends a couple years ago, and I remember I showed them to one of my colleagues, and I was like, you know, I was thinking about talking about some of this stuff publicly, and I was like, you know, but I'm not ready to yet, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to lose my job, you know, at Harvard, an academic position. And he was like, oh no, if you talk about this, you're not going to just lose your academic position, you're going to lose all of your positions. And so I was like, oh, interesting. So
yeah, gotta make strategic moves. I know.
So Abba Atlas also is an awesome content creator. We had a conversation on men's issues like years ago, and like that's what the climate was back then. And thankfully, I think the climate is better now. Like, so, you know, it's challenging stuff. And I think this is the reason, right? So the moment that you start saying stuff like this, people will start interpreting all kinds of weird things. Not weird things. I think they're reasonable. But it's like, you know, so this is where let's understand like the dialogue here, because this is important. It's not that if I acknowledge that my client or patient has a life that is not worth living, that doesn't mean I tell them to go kill themselves. In fact, quite the opposite. I'm just going to say this again. It's to say, hey, bro, I understand that you have a life that you think is not worth living. I would like to help you deal with these objective problems. Instead of just assuming that you have a bunch of cognitive bias, which is making you misunderstand what's going on, what I would like to help you do is find a romantic relationship, build a career.
Oh shit, wrong layers.
Build a body that you are not embarrassed about. Right? These are the actual goals. And in order to accomplish these three things, in my experience as a clinician, that's when we get to this. Because this stuff interferes with this in a way that they don't understand. Right? And this is where, am I being paternalistic? No, I mean, I think there's actually like a skill set of things that people who are in this situation have never had the benefit of learning. And due to issues like trauma and stuff like that, they have so many like They have so many things going against them, they
Oh,
just
it's-
have no
I
ability to
picked this
start, because that's not
opposite.
how... I
Okay.
mean, human beings don't really pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Almost never. Sometimes it happens. But generally speaking, what we know is, like, humans who are successful because they get other humans to help them. And at the beginning of at the top of the list is like parenting. Healthy parenting is such a huge advantage in life. And what is healthy parenting? Healthy parenting is help. The most important help that you will ever receive in your life is from your parents. And if you did not get that help, you have such a disadvantage. But that doesn't mean that the problem is in your head. That means that you may actually have a life that is quite crappy. That doesn't mean that you should kill yourself. It just means we need to do a better job of helping you. So let's look at some other papers. Okay. This one we'll skip for now. So this is kind of interesting. So a couple years ago, we had someone come up with this concept of diseases of despair. So what we did is we looked at, let me see if this is the paper. No, we'll get to this. Let me find this. I want to find the one with the diagram. Do you have the diagram? No, you don't have the diagram. Do you have the diagram? Where's the diagram? Here we go. This paper. So, we started to realize something. We saw some disturbing trends, okay? So, for example, deaths from diseases of despair in Britain, comparing suicide, alcohol-related, and drug-related mortality for birth cohorts in Scotland, England, Wales, and selected cities. So a couple of people noticed something, and they noticed something kind of scary. Okay, so I'll show you. So this is a trends in the diagnosis of diseases of despair in the United States between 2009 and 2018. Y'all ready? Ready to get wrecked? We'll talk about what diseases of despair are. 515,830 participants received a despair diagnosis, 58% male, median 36 years. From 2009 to 2018, the prevalence of alcohol-related, substance-related, and suicide-related diagnoses respectively increased by 37%, 94%, and 170%. Ages 55 to 74 had the largest increase in alcohol, substance-related diagnoses. Hey, let's try to be a little bit kinder to the boomers. Can we do that, please? Can we? I know some of them are not nice to us, but can we please be kind to the boomers? And here's y'all ready? Y'all ready? Internet generation, Gen Alpha, Gen Z, ages less than 18 had the largest increase in suicide-related diagnoses, 287%. The odds ratio for men is 1.49, which means that 1.5 times as likely, or 50% more likely. Okay? And then there's some stuff about the Affordable Care Act. So, like, this is scary, right? And this, by the way, is related to diagnosis. This is not a study looking at people who kill themselves who don't have a diagnosis. But what does this mean? Diseases of despair. So here's the other, like, crazy thing, which if you look at this research, like, here's what you begin to see. We're going to talk about addiction and suicide for a hot second. So in my experience, there are two routes to addiction. Number one, you have an addiction. Number two, you are slow playing suicidality. So now it sounds kind of crazy, but let's understand this. See, when you're suicidal, you've given up on life. Life isn't worth living. So what do you do? Right? In the worst cases that we want to try to prevent, you kill yourself. But you don't have to kill yourself fast. The other thing you can do is get an addiction. And as I've worked with more and more people with addiction, what I've started to realize is this is a slow suicide. My life is empty. I have nothing to look forward to. So what am I going to do today? Let me go ahead and fuck the world and fuck my future and fuck everything around me. I'm going to get high. I'm going to jerk off. I'm going to watch porn. I'm going to play video games because life has nothing to offer. So I'm just going to indulge in this dopaminergic spurt. Addiction diagnoses, I think I want to say 30% ballpark. Honestly, the number's probably higher. These people have given up on life, and they're just extracting whatever they can from this biological sack while they're alive. Honestly, that's been my experience. And this is what the diseases of despair tell us. So a group of clinicians realized something really interesting.
How should I
Which is
shape
that
this
there's
shit?
a group of people who seem to be despairing in life. These are people who, it's not quite depression. So this is not like a neurochemistry imbalance in the brain that is triggering all this. There are groups of people. So if you look at research in the UK, fishing villages in the UK are notorious for this. The economy sucks. These are oftentimes young men who are given these attitudes of independence and being like, what makes a good man? A good man provides. And when the economic situation that you live in allows you to no longer provide, you can no longer be a good man. And what do? You turn to alcohol and other kinds of things. That's why they look at, if you look at the diseases of despair, there's a reason why they look at these particular diagnoses. They're not looking at like generalized anxiety disorder or OCD. There is a different kind of construct, which is when people genuinely have a life that is crappy
Wait a minute.
with very little opportunity,
It's bigger
we
than
see
this.
a certain psychiatric manifestation. Okay? So I'm going to just run through like a sample example of like what this conceptual model of diseases of despair. This is a fantastic article, by the way. So let's look at where this starts. Like, so here's the key thing to understand. Mental health outcomes is at the end. This is the terminal event. This is not the cause. This is the outcome. Okay? So we have proximal life stressors like social rejection, loss of status, economic hardship, loss of purpose, life events, low resourced environment, lack of stable employment, social network. This is the actual start. Protestant work ethic, I guess, is associated with it. Self-reliance and independence, masculine culture. Oh,
let's
fuck
try with
me.
this one.
You're telling me that on the flowchart of mental illness is masculine culture and societal expectations? Fuck me. Historical events, childhood adversity, economic challenges, suicide contagion in media. And then we get to the person. This is stuff that is completely outside of our control. Thoughts: no one cares about me or will help me. The system/others have betrayed me. Nothing will ever get better. I should be able to fix this. Other people don't understand me. I'm broken. I'm helpless. I'm weak. I'm a bad person. Okay? Now, this is where we can say, okay, doesn't this mean that this person is mentally ill? Sadly, I don't know. Sadly, I think the reason that a lot of people believe this is because they're conditioned to believe this, because they've been taught this in some way. Now, oftentimes they qualify as a mental illness, but like, it's really sad, but this is not a malfunction of the brain. This is programming. Is it mental illness because it impairs their function? Absolutely. But when you have a child who's raised in traumatic circumstances, childhood adversity, abuse of parents, this is the way that they see the world, and they're not wrong. This is what happens when you get traumatized.
There's a
You develop
pivot
survival
like this.
mechanisms which become maladaptive later. We have a whole guide
Maybe
coming out
it's
in maybe
working.
like a month or two.
Let's have
about
some
this.
reverse.
Right, and so then there's
reflection line
emotions,
here.
and then we get to some of this stuff toward belongingness, perceived burdensomeness, which is really scary, okay? So I want y'all to understand these two. We'll go into more detail in a second. So
At one
when we look at theories of
line.
suicidality,
Yeah.
what we find is that there are a couple of really damning things that really lead towards suicidality. And mental illness is absolutely a huge risk factor, but what researchers have actually done is they've tunneled down and looked at the people. Forget about the diagnosis for a second. What
some
actually
highlight
happens in this
here.
person's life? And what they discover is there are two things. One is perceived burdensomeness, and the second is thwarted belongingness. Now, what do these mean?
Okay. Is it working?
This means that,
Okay. Our rule.
first of all, I'm a burden to those
a
around
thing
me.
like this.
Right, this is perceived burdensomeness. It's not clear how,
Yeah.
I don't know how you objectively measure burden. But these people go through life, or at some point they start to believe that like I'm more of a burden than a help. I don't contribute anything. I'm just
FBI, open up!
Yeah,
and
I'll
the
try
other
to
one
run
that's
this
really
like
devastating, which I think we see a
this,
lot of now, this
maybe.
one I think is getting worse, is thwarted belongingness.
Welcome.
This is where people
I want to
try to
come in.
belong. I come to a group of people and I say, hey, can I hang out with you? And everyone says, ew, no.
gate.
And this is like,
I saw you
this is where
as
you're like, hey,
the
I'm a human being. I'm trying to connect with y'all. And people are
Tiefling
like,
camp, I think. Yeah.
and in a sense, this is reasonable.
How is
right?
it?
Because no,
How-
I mean,
how-
I'll
how
hear
is
this a
fun,
lot, especially in
I
terms of
think.
gender dynamics. And
That
and
game is
everyone's
really
like,
good.
I'm not responsible for fixing this other person's problem.
I'm
It is
working
not
on
my
another
responsibility to be this person's
Mascot.
friend. It is not my
It's a bit
responsibility to
tricky,
include this person. It is their
this one.
responsibility to fix themselves, find their own things. I am not responsible for another human being.
Little
This
bit
is the
tricky.
value system that we live in today, in the West at least. And that's reasonable, right? Like, I'm not responsible for some random person on the street. But then we're still left with the problem of if you're not responsible,
Yeah, but
and
I didn't
I'm
want
not
to get what
responsible,
save it, bro.
and this person isn't responsible, and this
do
person
read
isn't
catch
responsible,
up.
then who is responsible? So what I see is a group of people, and this is happening a lot with men, it's happening with women too.
Use this style. Yeah.
I see it more in minority women and frankly women who are
Man, not
Don't
front view is so
adhere
hard.
or don't have the biology
It
to
takes so
adhere
much
to
longer
standard
to
beauty
do.
standards. Some of the loneliest
You guys
women.
do this one as well.
And what happens is like
Yeah,
these people don't know how to connect,
here,
right? Oftentimes from a young age
shadow.
they're bullied. Technology enters the picture. We don't know how to like we don't have social spaces anymore.
Okay.
We're spending all of our time on Discord. And then like once you're 29 years old and you've never been in a relationship and you don't quite know how to dress, when people look at you, what do they see? They see a creep. A creep is the most devastating label you can get. Because what does it mean to be a creep? Does it mean that you did something wrong? No. Does it mean that you're bad in some way? Like, did you actually do
Reflect
something? Are
light
you a
here.
thief? No. Are you harmful? No. You're a creep. What does that mean? It means that I don't want to spend time with you, but I don't have a very clear reason. That's why we use the word creep, right? So if someone is like a rapist, that makes sense. They're a rapist. That's why I don't want to spend. If someone's a thief, we understand. If someone is a League of Legends player, we understand why no one wants to spend time with them. Okay? But creep is like a word that we apply to this, and like what a damning diagnosis, because what do you do about that? Like, you don't have social skills, now you get ostracized, now how are you supposed to get them? And this is where we have another huge problem. So if we look at, show you another quick paper, I jumped ahead.
Oh, it's pure black shit.
There's another problem here.
So, further in here.
This is a paper called Masculinity and Help Seeking Among Men with Depression, a qualitative study. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so like the other problem that we have is that as men, we don't know how to ask for help.
Yes.
And that's because we're raised with these masculine norms of independence. Okay?
How
And
should
as
I
we get raised with these
fucking
norms
render
of
the
independence.
face now?
Sorry for the wall comment.
I'll
I'll take a dig at a couple other games before we're done, okay? So we as men are not taught how to ask for help. And so there's like data that shows that women
listening to
are taught how to ask for help. We'll
Nah.
show that a little bit later.
Listening to
This was
a
a second
podcast
So I think
of
another
Dr.
huge
K.
problem that we have is if you're a man today, like you're sort of taught that you're supposed to be independent, right? And this is where a lot of people will say like, oh, but like men, you know, when we talk about these societal norms, there's like a trend to say like, no, like I'm not like that, right? So we say like, okay, men should be allowed to, a man expressing your emotions is absolutely okay. Like men should be allowed to express their emotions. Really? Which ones? Men can cry? Oh, interesting. What if I have other emotions? What if I feel angry? Am I allowed to express that as a man? And this is where I think Destiny kind of reacts to this too. And it's a really common thing. So we as men are conditioned to express anger and feel anger. It's the only thing, okay? We kind of like, we talked about this on Diary of CEO a little bit, and I think Destiny reacted to it. But basically, I was kind of pointing out that, you know, if you're getting bullied, what are you supposed to do as a dude? You're supposed to fight back, right? And like, what we're supposed to do is get pissed. And you guys can watch any movie that has a male protagonist. I will guarantee you, I guess I can't guarantee, 99% confidence, I don't even watch movies anymore, that at some point the man will get angry in a righteous and positive way. And this will be a turning point in the movie. Right? You can watch a movie like Taken, where, spoiler alert, it's about someone whose daughter gets abducted. And what does the man do? The man does what he's supposed to do, which is get pissed. And everyone is like, this is what a man should be. I want a dad like Liam Neeson. You can look at anything. And then like, now we have this like very, very contrived vulnerability of like, oh yeah, like it's okay for a man to cry, but they're so manly when they cry. Like they have such big muscles when they cry. Right? They don't show like the snot and the vomit and the dejection and the self-hatred and the self-loathing. They don't show the crying for hours and hours and hours. It's like 5 minutes, and then there's a pat on the back, and then there's like positive anger, and then we're gonna go fix our lives. Let's go be men about it, and then we're gonna have big dicks at the end of all that. So what happens, and this is such a common experience that I see
the line,
in relationships, is that women are conditioned that it's okay to cry. And by the way, women get fucked by not being able to express anger as well. Okay? So it's not like just because men have these challenges does not mean that women don't have challenges. And in fact, when it comes to anger, women especially are punished for it. So we're punished less as men. It's the only tool we're taught. But if you're a woman and you get angry, especially in some place like the workplace, you will be judged so harshly. Okay? But this is what happens. We're only taught to express anger. And then what happens is we've started to demonize anger in men. Right? It's testosterone. They're fundamentally violent. These creatures cannot be trusted. All men are bad. Men cannot be trusted. And what is it that triggers these? It's expressions of anger. So we're allowed to like sort of express our emotions, but they have to be the right emotions. And in this way, now we have entered the lot of women. Because for the last 200 years, this has been true of women. Women are allowed to only express a slice of emotions, and men are only allowed to express a slice of emotions. And so like this is the kind of thing where we have to be independent. We express anger, we get ostracized, there's a sense of thwarted belongingness. And then what we end up with is we get called creeps, and then the worst thing is that we don't know how to ask for help. We're not taught how to ask for help. In fact, we're taught the opposite. And so then what ends up happening is that we don't know where to go. But we certainly know that there's one group of people on the internet who understands our plight. Right? Because the rest of the internet says, oh yeah, you're a man, you're privileged, everything's Gucci for you. You don't understand how good you have it. Stupid me. I didn't understand how good I had it. Right? And sometimes that's true. Sometimes you do have deeply narcissistic people who have no idea how good they have it. Maybe I'm one of them. Who knows? And so the one refuge that they have is the alpha males, the red pillars, and the incels. And everyone's like, oh my God, this is toxic masculinity. These people have nowhere else to go. They tried to join you, and you kicked them out. So what do? Anytime you ostracize a group of people, they're going to form their own community. And so if you guys have a problem with toxic masculinity, like, how about you be nicer to dudes so that you don't have to shut them all out, and then they're going to congregate, and then it'll get radicalized, because that's what happens when you shut people out. And then the other problem is these people don't know how to ask for help. And so instead, the other real challenge here, and I don't blame people for disliking them, because the way in which they approach other people is so fucking toxic. Right? They're like, oh, women are blah, 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 blah. And like, I deserve this, and I'm entitled to this. And like, they exhibit behaviors and use dialogue that is so damn polemic, polarizing, antagonizing. And then once they piss us off, we're trying to be nice to them, and then they start opening. It's like opening up this can of worms where there's like litany of like red pill, whatever the fuck.
Thank you.
Nice
emote, by the way.
Value and other kinds of pseudoscience mating bullshit that these people have never read scientific paper.
Making the mascot
right?
is
Maybe they have
in this angle is a bit
ideas.
tricky, and with this unique face or style as well.
Which like the original person was like, this
usually
is not
cat,
correct.
dog, and like all the stuff mascot is super fast to do.
And then
This
they
one, it
say
take a
things that make
lot
us not want to
longer.
help them.
A lot longer.
It's so hard. And we're not taught how to
How
ask
should
for
I-
help.
How should I
Right?
even
Like, how
like
do you ask for help?
render the face when there's gonna be
You can
shadow
say,
on these
you can point out
things
what your
as
deficiency
well?
is. You can point out that you are striving for something, and then you can ask for help. Right? So this is stuff that I
So that's
literally
just
teach my
ended this.
patients.
Yeah.
Hey, I noticed that
When
I'm not
I
very
first
good at
started
making
streaming,
friends.
bitrates suck
I
as
would
well.
love to
It still
be like
suck,
a better
but it's
human being and a member of a
it's,
community and
usable.
contribute to like the people around me. Can
Yeah.
you please help me strengthen my relationships? That's the thing. Point out a flaw that you have. Pick a goal that you want to strive towards, and then ask for help. Hey, I noticed a deficiency. This is where I want to go. Can you help me? 1, 2, 3. This is the best way to ask for help. I don't know that scientifically. I haven't looked at like meta-analysis on different methods of help seeking. Right, but we're not taught this. So someone struggles like they don't know what to do. They get judged as a creep. They have fewer economic opportunities. And we're going to get... I have other ones. Hold on. I have more papers. I'm not done with the papers. Give me a second. Okay. I'm going to pause here. So I'm going to ask y'all. Okay? What do y'all want from me? We've got 45 minutes left. So if y'all want, I will talk to you about my take on the pathogenesis and how to approach suicidality in men. It's not that I dislike women. It's that there are gender-specific things. I'm actually actively working on 2 lectures right now. One is ADHD for women. Second is autism
as
in women.
well.
So I think
It
there are
should be like
gender-specific
fucking
manifestations
2
of
a.m.
mental
for
illness
you
which
while
need
you
to be
stream.
addressed. It just takes me a little bit longer to do
is
the
it?
stuff on women because I'm not a woman, which means that I have to do like more research because I don't want to be paternalistic. Right? So I have to just, it takes me twice as long to prepare a lecture for women as it does to prepare a lecture for men because I have 41 years of experience being a dude. Okay. Do you guys have any questions about what I've talked about so far?
Trying to find a good way to cut this thing, but in the face as well.
Yeah, so I'm
It's
working
gonna
on it,
look
Rosalie.
weird.
Then be a woman. I'm working on that too. Okay.
God. Oh man, and then if I add glow later on, this will look weird, extra
so-
weird. Fuck. And this star.
Okay. So, all right. Do you guys want to talk more about male suicidality? Do y'all have questions or like what? I mean, I see feet pics and OnlyFans. I have no idea how to interpret that, but that's not going to happen today because we're talking about the importance of male suicide. Okay, so I am the prize, chat. Okay. Okay, so we're going to talk about... All right, so we're going to talk more about male suicide, okay? I don't know who to ask for help. Okay, great. I mean, not great, but we're going to address that, all right? Okay. All right, let's start by looking at a paper. This is a fantastic
And the head
paper.
angle will be
Exploring the
pretty
psychology of suicidal
bad.
ideation, a theory-driven network analysis. So let's understand why people kill themselves. So, if we look at theoretical models for suicidal behavior, this is something that we're going to be talking about. I'm going to show you all the actual model, and then I'll talk you all through it, okay? So thwarted belongingness is I'm trying to connect with other people, and I'm alone. And perceived burdenness, I'm a burden. And then capability of suicide, and then desire for suicide, and then this is kind of the Venn diagram, and if you fit all these things, this is when you're at high risk. So the other thing to kind of think about is if we look at how someone ends up committing suicide, what we see is that it's way more complicated than a mental illness.
Has some shading.
So we have what's called pre-motivational phase, the background factors and triggering events. So this is the way that you were raised, the way that you see the world. And then we have motivation and volition. So let's understand the difference between motivation and volition. Motivation is what I want, right? It is my drive. Volition is my actions. And so what we tend to see is that over time, what'll happen for people who are suicidal, and I'm going to sort of refer to men sometimes and just suicidal people sometimes. The different papers are looking at different things. Okay? So what tends to happen is we have a sense of entrapment. So I'll give you all kind of like, and I think it's internal entrapment. Hold on, let me make sure I have this right. Internal entrapment. INT is fatter. Yes. Okay. So what tends to happen is we start off with like kind of this unfortunate situation, which we'll get into. Then what happens is we feel trapped. And more often we feel trapped by our internal circumstances more so than our external circumstances. And we'll talk a little bit about what it means to be trapped. What it means to be trapped is basically that your internal environment is not something that you can get away from. So every day becomes suffering, every day becomes hopeless, every day there is a negative space within you that you cannot act to change. This is a very common experience. It's a very powerful variable, is this experience of like, I can't change the way that I feel. And then what happens is we have something called volitional factors. So this is what we focus on a lot as clinicians. So we focus on things like access to suicidal means. So we try to remove guns from the household. We try to like make it hard for people to commit suicide because oftentimes suicidal behavior is impulsive. So it's very common. I want to say like 90% of people decide to kill themselves within 1 hour of doing it. I could be wrong on the specific statistics there. I think 50% make a decision within 5 minutes, and then like it's 80 to 90% or within 1 hour. So the sort of idea that we have from the media that everyone like puts their affairs in order is probably not correct. There's some awesome research by Matt Nock, also Maltzberger. These are two excellent suicide researchers. Strongly recommend you check out their work. So what we kind of see from this theory of suicide is that it's kind of like this stretch of like stuff that kind of gets put together. And as we talk about men, let's like, I'm going to focus on men for a little bit because I think it's relevant. Let's understand how this happens. So how does a man become suicidal? So if we look at diseases of despair, what we start to realize is I'm a dude. And as a good man, I'm supposed to do certain things. I'm supposed to be independent. Right? I'm supposed to be self-sufficient. I'm supposed to be capable. I'm supposed to be strong. Right? This is what it means to be a man. I'm supposed to take care of others. There's also another really interesting variable here. I'm supposed to be able to tolerate pain. So this is a really interesting gender-specific suicidal manifestation. So people have been asking themselves for a while, why do men kill themselves at 4 times? Why do, for every one woman who kills herself, 4 men kill themselves?
Render the body.
So one of the interesting hypotheses
to match the
is that as men, we are taught to tolerate pain. And if you ask people what keeps you from killing yourself, oftentimes people will say, I'm afraid of the pain. So if you look at a protective factor against suicide, it's pain. So since I'm such a wuss and I'm afraid of pain, I'm not going to kill myself. But literally there are studies that explore this, right? I don't know how conclusively they show it. That basically as men get better and better at tolerating punishment, right? Because it's always like, you know, if your family gets attacked by a tiger, it's not women and children to the front, it's men to the front, right? Like literally, like when it comes to military conscription and stuff like that, it's like we send men into war to die. Like we're expected to do this. We're expected to experience pain and suffering and whatever. I'm not going to get into the biological, evolutionary whatever of that and whether that's good or bad or I don't know. It's beyond my area of expertise. But what we do know is that men are taught to take punishment. And since we're good at taking punishment, we're like it's easier for us to kill ourselves because we're not afraid of the pain. It's like the pain of death ain't nothing compared to the pain of life. Okay? So now this creates other kinds of problems. So we also have a couple of other things. One is that we are alexithymic. Okay? And this means that we are unaware of our internal emotional state. And then the other thing that we've got going for us is a combination of these two things. Since we don't manage our emotions, we don't ask for help, we don't do any of that stuff, then we've got this pile of emotions.
Maybe mid.
And we also tend to use substances and addictions.
Then we add glow here.
This is what men do, right? Remember this? The diseases of despair? Let's take a look. 37, 94% alcohol-related and substance use-related diagnoses. 55% were the largest increase in alcohol and substance-related diagnoses. Holy Jesus. 172% increase in substance-related diagnoses between the ages of 55 and 74. That's because the boomers... this is
Maybe I'll keep
ageism,
the
so I'm
glow
going
like
to
this.
rephrase, but in a more factual way, I was about to say...
Maybe merge it down, make it
don't believe in emotions.
easier.
So practically what
glow
that is
a bit,
that
but not as much.
the boomer generation was not taught EQ skills, even at the level that we're taught today. So they struggle more with emotions than we do because it was like, you think they're bad with us about emotional validation? You should see their parents. Their parents were way worse than they are. Like, the boomer generation has done an awesome job in many ways. I know it's like, oh my God, this is going to get me canceled. But, like, they had it rough too. They had some things that were really good, like unprecedented economic growth. Okay? But they struggle too. All right? And for the record, I don't think it helps to crap on any group of people. Like, it just doesn't help us be more compassionate. Like, we're all in this together. The nicer we are to the boomers, hopefully the nicer they'll be to us. We should all be nice to each other. We're all in this together. Like, life is not a zero-sum game where in order for me to win, you have to lose. It's like a fucking game of Dota where if you int and run down mid, you ruin things for yourself and you ruin things for your teammate. Like, we're in this together. Okay? So what does this create? So this creates, like, a problem. Because if you're a dude and you have a good life, then things are actually pretty good. Because you may not need the help as much. You have some advantages of a patriarchal society. I, as a medical student, got mistaken as a doctor. My female colleagues, when they were doctors, got mistaken for nurses. Like, there are some advantages to being a man. But what I tend to find is that these advantages are really, like, capitalized on by men who have good lives. So men who have the opportunity for higher education. Fuck-ups, like myself. Like, if my parents were poor, I would not be here today. The only reason that I'm here today is when I failed out of college, I had someone who was there to pay my rent. I had someone who could send me to India and study yoga and meditation. I had someone to help me financially support myself through medical school. And if they hadn't helped support me through medical school and my wife helped support me through medical school, then I would be so racked up in loans that I would have never been able to start Healthy Gamer. Right? So, like, I am born a privilege. And I'm grateful for that. And I think those of us that are born for privilege should try to do something good in the world in what capacity we have. And I would love it if other people who are privileged didn't wait till they were dead to do their charity. Right? Like, we need your help now, for those of y'all that are very, very capable of helping. And I get that it's like an awesome charitable donation to, in your will, leave your money to good organizations. Like, I'm grateful for that. But, like, you know, if you really want to be nice, can you do it while you're alive? Because in the 30 years that you're still going to be here, like, people need help too. Anyway. The challenge is that if you have a bad life, it's very hard for men to recover. And that's because we're supposed to be independent. So, no help. Okay? We don't know what we're feeling emotionally. And so without emotional awareness and emotional healing, these emotions negatively impact us. So for example, when I feel ashamed.
Oh, I missed the...
What is the purpose of shame? The purpose of shame is to enact corrective behavior.
Earth shape.
So if I feel ashamed for not having money, so I have very little money.
Earth shape.
Right? So this is the kind of thing where, like, what I'm supposed to do is, like, work hard and get a job and pull yourself up by bootstraps, son. Come on, boy. Bootstrap time. Let's go. Come on.
Earth shape.
But this only works if I live in an environment that
Oh my
has
God, so
economic
cute.
opportunity.
Thank you.
And this is why we see diseases of despair, like, literally, like, in, like, Wales
But
and
it's a
Scotland
bit
and places
hard
like this.
to do.
Because in these situations, like, you can pull yourself up by your
The
bootstraps as
mouth
much as you
and
want
the
to.
texture and the
no
body angle is
nowhere to
a
go.
bit
Like, these are like fishing
different
villages
from
that
others
no longer have
that I
fishing.
did.
It's like a
I happen to
huge
feel
problem.
on this angle as well, but this one, the texture and,
And so then
stuff
we
is
don't
a
know,
bit
like, we
different.
don't talk to people. We don't know how to ask for
bit
help.
different.
And then what we end up doing is self-medicating. Right? And this is where we sort of end up with, like, slow suicide, which is addiction.
It should take like
And what do I base that
like,
on? I'm kind of clustering it into diseases of despair. If you look at the research on diseases of despair, what you discover
take like
is that there is a common
2.5
element
hours to
substance
do,
use
maybe.
and suicide. That's why we cluster them,
Hopefully-
because there's a shared root.
This might take longer. There's more Toko
Okay.
that I haven't counted yet.
And then what ends up happening is, like, we're kind of stuck. So now what happens is that I'm here, and then I have, remember this? This is my
It should take like
objective
3 hours maybe to do
versus mind malfunction.
photos.
I can't find one of the papers I was looking for. Maybe it's this one. This isn't the one I'm looking for. I will find it. So here's what we kind of know. So now what we've got, Now we get back to this thing, right? So now we have a human being whose objective life is not very good. So they have very little in the way of relationships. They have very little in the way of prospects. They have very little in the way of romance. Right? And so one person may have, like, one of these three. Like, so people will have some amount of this. And then what happens is this over time creates cognitive distortions. Absolutely. And this leads to mental illness. Okay? So if we kind of go look at our diseases of despair diagram. Right? So then we get to this region. So this is like the circumstances, and then we start to see all these problems within us. And then this results in mental illness, substance use disorders, depression, suicidal ideation. Okay. Now, this is where, you know, when Destiny says, like, yeah, I think at some point, like, even if their lives are objectively bad, they become mentally ill. And he's not wrong. I personally don't agree with that, but I think it's a completely defensible position. Now, the challenge is that when things become mental illness, the antidote is therapy.
Okay. The evil Toko,
Or
I can
medical
do it
treatment, which I'm in
within
favor of.
Live2d.
But here's what I
Plus
honestly...
4 achieve apart.
So if you're a therapist who's alive...
Helmet. Okay.
And this is the reason I started Healthy Gamer.
Let's
So people would come
render
into
the
my
whole things and then we add some Toko.
and they'd say, like, I'm depressed. And I'd say, why are you depressed? They're like, I've got no job, I've got no girlfriend, I play video games all day. And I was like, you know what, bro? That sounds like a pretty depressing life, right? I would be depressed too. And then the more that I started helping people, the more that I started to realize that we as therapists are here to try to help people with their cognitive biases, the malfunctions of their mind, but so many of their problems are outside of the office. So many of their problems are actually bad things in their life, not malfunctions up here. And so what it feels like to me as a therapist, I'll just give you all an analogy. So, like, you know, there's like the king or the queen, and the king or the queen has like the queen's guard or the king's guard. So you have these like elite soldiers, small number, 20 of them, and we're here to protect the king. We're the last line of defense. And what it feels like to be a
You do
therapist
this
today
one
is to be the
first.
king's guard and have no other soldiers ahead of you. There are huge macro level forces of people who are unemployed or underemployed, inflation, people, 50% of people under the age of 30 are living at home. We have toxic workplaces. We have all kinds of like problems. We've got social media and video games and pornography, and there's all this tide of crap that we can't hold at bay. These are the macro forces, which there are plenty of research studies about. If you guys want to see them, I can show them to you later. And then what we are as therapists, so we're like the king's guard. We're like the last line of defense. It's like if you're suicidal today, we're going to send you to the emergency room and we're going to do really intensive stuff. But we as a society are not fixing all of the stuff that got you here. And so therapy is incredibly important. We do a noble job, but holy shit, are we outgunned. We are so outgunned. I trained for 8 years to become a psychiatrist. Right? That's like King's Guard material right there. 8 years of training. But when I look at the majority of people who walk into my office, more economic opportunity, having other humans in your life. Like, I can help you with your cognitive distortions. I cannot make up for the deficiency of hugs from the last 10 years of your life.
Ah, shit.
A loneliness
no hug.
epidemic
My mom hugged me. That's good.
is going on right
Good
now.
enough, maybe.
Something is wrong with our society. As we become
think I
more
have-
and more independent, we
beside my mom,
stop
I think I
taking
have, like,
responsibility for each other as human
One
beings.
hug.
I can't fix that as a psychiatrist. I can
In
do a
the
lot. I can
past,
help you with your cognitive distortions. I'm going to treat whatever malfunctions you are, and we do an awesome
know.
job. We're all fucking burned out, by the way.
18, 20 years?
But if you really look at some of these things, and I can't find the paper, but there's one really good diagram that really illustrates how there are these macroeconomic forces that then cascade down into an individual. And then this person enters the office. And we can do a lot,
fuck,
but like
easy. I
really
should
what
hit
we're
something.
seeing is a very
Oh,
tight
fuck.
correlation between the worsening
shit.
of
I
economic
got easy.
conditions and the worsening of mental illness.
Oh, God.
Because when a human being doesn't have a
Let's
life
try to
that's
pull
worth
through
living, it's
and
easy
finish
to
this
become
one before
suicidal.
I cook something.
And so what should you do about it?
Yeah.
So the first thing, get therapy. Seek help. Right? So I say this as someone who made a video that went viral about why therapy sucks for men. I still think y'all should get therapy. I'm a therapist. I think it's great. I'm an advocate for it. And
Well,
it is insufficient.
maybe I should
But
eat.
that's where we're going to start. Okay?
My head is
So here's why. A couple of things.
spinning.
So if you are a man who is
Oh,
suicidal
boy.
today, the reason that I think you should not give up is because chances are you have not received the help that you need. And the life that you're living today is basically you're playing an MMORPG, but offline and by yourself. This is content that was designed as a 40-man raid, but you're not connected to the internet. And of course you're going into fucking Blackwing Lair or whatever, Ragnaros, right? And I'm my like level 60 rogue. Let's go to Ragnaros. And then Ragnaros two-shots me. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then I'm like, you know what? I'm going to be resilient.
Maybe I should
So
cook some
I
rice.
respawn, I repair my fucking gear, I go and
No.
grind,
And then
right? Because I
it
can't
should
clear
be
instances,
cooked
so I
within
like grind on boars.
30
There's no
minutes.
auction house. So I
And
grind
then
on
I can
boars for
cook
like
some
15
food.
hours, and I sell them for some measly amount of silver.
Oh,
and
God,
then I repair my
laziness.
gear, and then I go in to fight Ragnaros again,
This
and I
feeling
wipe.
is weird.
This is what it's like to be depressed. Everything you do is harder. People don't understand that if you're not depressed. The things that we take for granted is people who are mentally well. Like, try to play WoW by yourself and see how far you get. That's what it's like to be depressed. So I'm not disputing that your lives are bad, but what I think consistently helps is help. And this is where it's incredibly challenging because some people will say, I've been, and I've had these people too. They'll be like, I've seen 6 therapists, 6 psychiatrists, nothing helps. So we're going to talk about that for a second. We're going to talk about help. Okay? Where's my fucking paper? Not this one. Here we go. So this is where I think there's a big challenge in therapy right now. So let's take a look at men's social relationships and mental health, okay? Most sex differences studies focus on two broad types of support. Emotional support, which includes emotional sustenance and empathy, for example. Someone being available to listen or offer sympathy during a time of crisis. Now, hold on, don't read anymore. So, if you're a dude in the audience today, or you know someone who's suicidal, has some suicidal ideation, right? Go get help, for real. Go to the emergency room, get some help. And I were to offer you, hello, I'm here to talk to you about your problems. We're going to talk about how you feel bad. We're going to talk about your feelings. And I'm going to say, oh my God, that's so hard for you. That must be so hard for you. Oh my God. That must be so hard for you. That must be so hard for you. That's not what the men who come to my practice want. They love it, but that's not what they want. If I try to give it to them, they reject it. I squeeze it in little bits. What do they want? Hey, I want to do something about my life. I want to fix my problems, right? Because remember, some of these people aren't mentally ill. Their brain isn't malfunctioning, and they have objective problems, and they want, can y'all guess? They want instrumental support, which includes practical assistance or tangible help from others. For example, help that requires physical effort or financial aid. So this isn't, I'm not giving them loans, and I'm not helping them move. But what I tend to find is if you look at a lot of men's frustration with therapy, what they're really looking for is something called instrumental support.
Oh, not
and this
bad.
is not what the majority of our therapy is. This is not what the majority of therapists are trained on. We're trained in emotional support. But what we find is that like instrumental support is like really, really effective for men. So like when a dude, like literally I had my psychotherapy teacher, right? So I had a didactic 16 weeks of here's what psychotherapy is. And a psychoanalyst comes in and says, and maybe I'm doing them, they taught me a lot of good stuff, right? So they're not bad people. They're brilliant. But they're like, when a patient walks in and says, can you help me get a girlfriend? What are you supposed to say? And I was like, I don't know, maybe. And he's like, the right thing to say is, what makes you want a girlfriend? What's it like to not have a girlfriend? Those are all useful questions. But something that's happened in therapy is we've stopped accepting responsibility for the outcomes of our patients. We'll accept outcomes in terms of mental health measures. So we'll say like, okay, PHQ-9 score, GAD-7 score, we're going to reduce your anxiety, we're going to reduce your depression. That's going to be great. But as a profession, we've basically said like, we're not going to help you get a girlfriend, get a boyfriend. We're not going to help you get promoted. We're not going to help you be a millionaire. We can't do that. Which I also disagree with. Like, I think if there's anyone on the planet that can help you do that, it's actually going to be a therapist. Because we've got an awesome skill set. And what we see is like therapists who work with their clients do get those kinds of outcomes, but we become afraid to try to help people with instrumental support. So try to find a therapist, and I'd say you need to see 3, okay? Because it's about fit. And then recognize like, hey, I need help like accomplishing some of my goals, and this is what I would say to a therapist. I want to like accomplish certain things in life, and I want to better understand what are the things inside me that prevent me from doing what I want. Can you please help me with this? Right? And throw in a please. It's part of what helps in terms of asking for help. So step number 1, don't kill yourself. Step number 2, get emergency services if you need them. Step number 3, find a therapist. Because this is still the best evidence-based approach. When we look at the swaths of humanity, we still know that there is one intervention that works pretty well, which is psychiatric help. So we're going to do that. And there's a lot more that we're going to do. Next thing that you need to do is work on alexithymia. Alexithymia is the inability to tell what your internal emotional state is. And here's why. So if we look at a lot of the behaviors that create the circumstances that make you not want to live your life, a lot of those are due to emotions. So you may not think that they are due to emotions, but this is what happens. We have negative emotions. Negative emotions are supposed to prompt us towards action. So emotions are a source of information, and they're a source of motivation. They give us energy, and they give us info, okay? There's a whole segment on this on the trauma guide where we kind of explain this. So if y'all are interested in what or if you like what I say, definitely check that out. So the problem, though, is that as men, we're taught to suppress our emotions, and on top of that, we engage in behaviors that further suppress our emotions. So if you think about the most powerful motivators for behavior, they're actually emotions, right? Any movie you look at, some guy gets bullied and it's like, never again, like, I'm gonna get swollen, I'm gonna get big, like this shame is gonna strike, like I'm gonna be the best, and I'm gonna be the, right? This is what happens in all of our movies, right? Mean Girls, we see that too. We're like, Lindsay Lohan is like, I feel lots of emotion, I'm gonna become the winner because of it. So negative emotion is a powerful source of information and a powerful source of motivation. But the problem is that it hurts. And so as we look at our lives and we think there's no way that I can actually fix this, I try to suppress it. The problem is when I suppress it, it doesn't go away. I just suppress it. And we also know that suppressing your emotions is a large source of willpower drain. So if you are suppressing your emotions and you don't feel them, you may not even be doing it consciously, you're actually like cutting your willpower bar in half, right? I don't know if y'all play Elden Ring, but like in Elden Ring, there's this one particular attack that reduces your max health bar. So even if you heal, you can only go up so much. And this is what suppressing our emotions does for us. And so then what happens is not only are we losing access to this powerful motivational fuel, but it is costing us a lot to suppress this stuff. So what we really need to do is get in touch with our emotions and process those fuckers. Let's process them. What does it mean to process them? That means to make it go away forever. Right? So think about that. This is what we try to do. We're like, I don't like my emotions. Yeah, I know you don't like them. That's because they suck. And we want to make them go away from forever. But the way that we're going to do that is by processing and healing, not drinking. Drinking doesn't make them go away forever. It just makes them go away for a little while, and they come back worse. So if you look at literally studies on alcohol, what we know is that they make you feel better from a mood perspective temporarily, and they make you feel worse over time. And then we get stuck in these addictive patterns where I'm going to do this thing today because it makes me feel good today, and then I'm screwing over tomorrow me. And then screwing over the next me and the next, and then you get stuck in this cycle. How do you break the cycle? By confronting your emotions. You gotta let that shit out, baby. Let's go. And this is where we need companionship. We need support, right? So there's one of the papers that I showed today talks about male support and how it's like really good. Like bros need bros. We don't have a space for each other anymore. And women are struggling from this too. I don't know where women hang out anymore. And so step number 1 is get help. Step number 2 is manage your emotions. And then the cool thing is step number 3 is like instrumental support. See, once you do number 1 and number 2, then you are actually in a place to fix your life. Because the problem is that we try to jump straight to step number 3. But when we're jumping straight to step number 3, we're like handicapped. We have so many debuffs that attempts that we make to fix our lives, like we're driving with a leaky gas tank. And then we make a critical mistake, which is that I tried 100% and it didn't work. Which is not, you're not wrong there. And by the way, this is when we get back to these kinds of comments, right? Right? So like, this is where, what does it mean when someone is like objectively hopeless? Like, what do we mean by that? What I'm talking about here is that these people try and try and try and try and try and they don't get anywhere. So then and I think it's reasonable, right? So if we were like an alien species, and we saw someone perform an experiment where they tried to improve their life 6,000 times, and it didn't work, what do you think is the objective conclusion? Improving my life is impossible, right? That's like a reasonable scientific conclusion. Now, their study is flawed. I don't think that's actually correct in some way, but I think it's a reasonable, objective interpretation. It can be changed. But that doesn't mean that they're malfunctioning. That just means that the way that they've been playing the game of life is going to result in those kinds of results. And so then comes the instrumental support. And what I've actually found is that, like, as a therapist, doing a lot of instrumental support, especially for my male patients, is very helpful. It's part of the reason we created a coaching program. Right? So I recently heard, anyway, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but we recently approached by someone, like a group of people anyway, who, I can't talk about it, so never mind. So the point is, like, we created like this coaching program because I noticed that there was a deficiency of instrumental support, right? And at the time I was at McLean Hospital, which is a great hospital, like arguably best psychiatric hospital in the country, in the United States, probably one of the top 5 in the world. And so, like, the chief of psychiatry there, the CEO, is like, hey, you should really check out this cool thing we have here called the Institute of Coaching. And I was like, this is cool. Right? So they started an institute that's all about coaching, which was started by a therapist who specializes in positive psychology, works with a lot of corporations. And so there's instrumental support. And the whole thing is that if you want to put together your life, this is what it takes. It takes these 3 things. The first thing is to not die. Bluntly. Right? In the great words of Randy Marsh, I didn't hear no bell. The only time you lose at life is when you ring the bell. This, I believe, 100%. I didn't hear no bell. As long as you stick around, there's a chance. And the biggest thing that people miss is help. So start by staying alive. Secondly, getting professional help. Third, focus on your emotions. And fourth, get instrumental help. Actually start fixing your life. Take a problem that you have, something that you want to change. And this is where literally all of the content that I've made for the last 4 years, 5 years.
Okay.
If you'll
Taco
ask,
time.
how do I do that?
Oh wait, before that,
That's what
let's
I've
add
been
some
saying for
glow
5
in
years.
here.
This is how.
Hopefully it don't
Recognize
mess
that
up
anything you
anything.
try to do in life, there is going to be this internal thing that holds you back. The way that you perceive the world is going to change, is altered. Right? I'll show you all just a simple example of this. So one of the things that we taught recently in one of our members' lectures,
Okay. Oh no.
right? So lives not worth living is bullshit intended to pander to a social media audience. Now, if we look at this person is assuming that I'm doing this to pander to a social media audience. This doesn't come from me. This comes from their mind, right? And I'm not saying it's an unreasonable conclusion. I'm not criticizing the conclusion. I'm just pointing out that this is a direct quote, and this is what their mind adds to the equation. So one of the craziest things that y'all need to understand is if you're trying to fix your life, you need to pay extra attention to
Mom call.
what your mind adds
Yeah,
to
let's
the
keep
equation.
going. Okay. Add some glow
And I see
here
this
and there.
all the time. These are the cognitive distortions we're talking about. If you ask someone out and they say, I'm not looking to date right now, you say, I got rejected, which is sort of true. But is it your fault? Or is it possible they just weren't looking to date? And this is what I see time and time again, is that the world that we live in is shaped by our perception, shaped by our interpretation. And then we also try to fix things, not recognizing that, number one. And secondly, not recognizing what's in here.
Now we add
Right? And this is
Taco.
where, like, y'all know what I'm talking about. Like, we had an awesome interview
Let's erase
when we were
this
starting out with this
sketch.
guy, I think, named Crucive. I hope he's doing okay. He's a voice actor. And so we talked a little bit about how he liked this rubber band mechanic, which is that anytime, it's kind of like he's tied to a tree with a rubber band. And the further he gets away from the tree, the more progress he makes, the more elasticity there is in the rubber band, and then he snaps back. So if you have some kind of pattern in your life where like you snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, or something keeps on screwing you up, and no matter how hard you try, something is messing things up, you need to look within yourself because there may be things down there that you're not aware of. You may be self-sabotaging in some way. And that's why we talk about emotional awareness, emotional processing, healing. Therapists are good at that kind of thing. And this is what it takes. It's a combination of, first of all, staying alive. Secondly, getting some help. Thirdly, working on your emotions, especially as men, right? So if I made a lecture
I think
about
my phone
women's
have a
suicide,
problem.
it would be different.
It keep
And
resetting,
why don't I make
and
this
it's
lecture
the
about
batteries
general
ran
suicide?
out
I mean, some
so
of this
fast.
stuff is generally applicable. It's because
I should-
shockingly,
maybe I should get a
I do
new
not
phone.
think that our research papers on
Yeah.
general suicide may apply.
Maybe I should get a
100%
new
to women.
phone.
I think that women deserve their own suicide.
Maybe
The reason that I'm doing one on
let's
autism and one on
try
ADHD
next
instead of
month.
suicide is because I think that's a bigger problem that women struggle with, at least
Maybe.
based on the data that I've seen. And you
Okay.
do these three things, and
taco.
like you will be amazed
Okay.
at how good your life
Setting
can
is
get.
receive.
And I say this
Blush.
as someone who's helped 97 out of 100 people.
Okay, blush.
Like, and they come in and they've been in bad shape, bro. Ladies, all of the above. Men, women, whatever. And most of them can get better. You just need the right kind of help. Questions? So here's a good, great. I have big goals but no talent. This is exactly what I'm talking about. So notice. So someone in chat typed, I have big goals but no talent. What the fuck does that even mean? Right? Like, just notice how reflexive that thought is. Like, it is so... No, 3 people aren't dead. 3 people, I just don't think I helped in a significant clinical way. And I mean, I heard one of them is doing well. The other 2, I'm not sure. But, you know. So, I think this is where, like, you've got to be super careful. Because, like, if y'all look at me and just like, look at the people, like, what does that mean? What does it mean to be talented? Like, I don't know what that means. How do you measure talent? I don't know. So I know we have this concept of talent. And the biggest problem with I have big goals but no talent. So I'll give y'all one very concrete tip. Be very careful about conclusions about your life that your mind gives you that are not actionable. Super careful. See, when the mind doesn't want to do something, what it does is gives you an explanation that allows you to give up. So it says, you need talent to succeed in this world, and you have no talent. The construction of the world that you put together logically concludes to not act. Anytime your mind does that, you need to be super careful, because chances are there's something else controlling things behind the scene.
Okay, blush.
I'm not saying that it's wrong, because it's never wrong. It's just selective.
Okay. Fart. Okay. Need to draw the fart in
So
here.
this is where, like, I hear this all the time, and it's something that I literally look for. I mean, for those of y'all that, you know,
should I
watch
do
my
it?
interviews and stuff, like, you're like, how does this guy do this? It's because I look for these kinds of things. I look for statements that are like,
Artin.
you know, conclusions about the world that make it impossible to act. Like, there's no point in trying, right? If you view the world that way. And if you look at the difference between people who accomplish things and people who don't accomplish things, I'm not saying success. What do I mean by accomplish? Accomplish is to set your mind to a goal and actually achieve it. The biggest difference is some people view the world in ways that allow them to act, and some people view the world in ways that do not allow them to act. Literally. Spend some time reading stuff on the internet. You know, people asking for help. And go line by line and analyze is this actionable? Is this actionable? Is this actionable? Is this actionable? And what you will find is the overwhelming number of people who are stuck have nothing that is actionable. That's how they see their life. But does that mean that their life is not actionable? No, that just means that that's the way that they conceptualize it. Okay. Yeah, so the man who says I can and the man who says I can't are usual. Both the man who says the person who says I can and the person who says I can't are both right. You're right. I completely agree. Right? It's the question is, which one does your mind tell you? Because oftentimes as an individual, you don't think both at the same time. You think one or the other. How to change it? Great question. So you guys can watch the 1,000+, I mean, Jesus, I don't even know, like, right? So if you watch our stuff, we teach you all of these individual cases of how to understand your perception, how to understand your mind, this particular complex in the mind, that particular complex in the mind. Here's how ADHD works. Here's some interesting thing about ADHD. Here's this thing about ADHD and obesity. We've got all this stuff for y'all. So you guys just have to start going through it. Like, I don't know how to tell you. I can't condense everything that I've taught into like 3 minutes. But I'll try. Okay. So the first thing to understand is awareness is key. So here's the thing. See, a lot, and maybe we'll wrap after this. The reason that life is hard to live is because we're blind. Like, just think about this. When you can see and you understand what the problems are, then life becomes easy. It is when we misunderstand what the problems are that life becomes hard. So in Sanskrit, they say that avidya, or ignorance, is the root of our suffering. And then you may say, but I understand what my problems are. They're just impossible to solve. And that's where I would say, I don't think you understand them correctly. Right? Because if you look at someone there are all kinds of people who will, let's say I'm playing League of Legends. And I say, my God, this game is impossible to win. But some diamond player or some pro player will show up and will be like, this game isn't impossible to win. You just don't understand it. Right? So when we go through life, like, there's so many things about our life that we just don't understand. We're not aware of our internal programming. We're not aware of why we wake up on one day and why we sleep late the other day, why we procrastinate today and why we work tomorrow. Just think for a second. Why do you procrastinate today and why do you work tomorrow? Or work today and procrastinate tomorrow? Do you even understand something so simple as why you procrastinate? Well, holy shit, if you don't understand such a fundamental thing about you, imagine how hard your life is. Imagine how easy your life would be if you could understand why you procrastinate. Because once you understand what the drivers to procrastination are, then you can actually do something to disable it. So the biggest problem right now is that we don't understand ourselves. So it's like we're playing the game of life, but we're blind, and the buttons keep changing. So we're trying to figure out, how do I get this character to move? And it's like, you hit this button and today it moves. But then it's like one of these, I don't know, these games where, like, you know, you get like drunk or whatever and then all the controller inputs change. Like, that's what life is like. We're playing one of these games where all the controller inputs keep changing. And you have to figure out which buttons do what, and you can't get yourself to do something. Imagine that you could get yourself to do whatever you wanted. What would your life look like? Right, and now we come full circle, because I've spent a lot of time talking about objective things and all this kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, I think the biggest gain that you can get is just to understand how to control yourself. What could you accomplish if you could just control yourself? And so that's what you should work on. How do you understand how to control yourself? You start by being aware of yourself. Right? You can't figure out what buttons do what until you look at the controller and you see which buttons are even there. Awareness, awareness, awareness. And the problem in our society today is that we are so unaware, literally. We spend so much time listening to stuff, and then I'm walking, and then I'm listening to a podcast in the shower, and then I'm, listening to a podcast when I'm driving, and then when I get home or I'm sitting, when I'm waiting for my friends to show up, I'm playing a game on my cell phone. We don't spend any time with ourselves. We externalize our attention constantly. And so we lose sight of ourselves, and then life becomes hard. So spend a little bit more time with yourself. Gain as much awareness of yourself as
This should be
you can.
good enough.
And if you give up hope, I think it's okay. Like, ideally, don't do it. But just because you don't have hope doesn't mean that things can't get better. This just means that you're unable to feel hope in this moment. And in my overwhelming experience as a mental health professional, people's lives get better. Overwhelming experience. And this is for people who've even been 60. In my life, I've been depressed my whole life.
I drove apart a Live2d helmet.
What you may need is a little bit of help.
Grab it. Alert.
And that's
Check,
just
check,
what
check.
life is
Okay,
like.
only the helmet. With the salute.
Happy Persian
Poco.
New Year, everybody. Cool.
And that should be it.
Oh, what guru, Dr. K? Oh my god.
Oh, we have the reference. Nice.
See, the problem... So gurus are great. Facsimile.
Okay. Next one. Oh, too loud.
Thengai, for my Thengai.
Yeah, I think I'll go and cook rice. I'll be right back. And then we're gonna keep working on this and rigging it. So let's cook the rice. Should take like, I don't know, 5 minutes. Yeah. Cook rice. BRB. Okay. I'll be right back.
here. And then I want to make sure I can see all of the chats. There we go. Okay. All right. So, welcome everybody to another Healthy Gamer GG stream. It's good to see everybody. How's everybody doing today? Let's see, can we pop you out? There we go. Pop out that chat. Pop out that chat, son. Okay. Happy April 1st, everyone. We were thinking about doing something for April Fool's Day, but we decided not to. Or maybe we're doing something and I just don't know. And the joke's on me. Okay, happy Monday, everybody. So today we're going to be talking about a couple of cool things. Welcome to all our first-time chatters. Yeah, Vata's right. Vata gang, let's go. Okay, so we've got some fun stuff for y'all today. I wanted to start off by just touching on this, actually. So someone posted something in our subreddit, and I wanted to just talk about this. Okay, this is not what I want to talk about. This is not what I want to talk about. This is not... Oh, here we go. I don't know if you guys saw this, but NPR had an article. And I just wanted to talk about this for just a hot second. Okay, let me go ahead and go over here. And then... Okay. I don't know if you guys saw this, but... So a new podcast examines the perils of intense meditation. So this is... There's a podcast that is looking at Vipassana retreats. And I just wanted to talk about this for just a hot second. So, see, we have a lot of people think that meditation is like safe, and that's reasonable to think about, right? So we have a lot of studies that show that meditation is effective at doing things like treating mental illness. So, you know, we have studies that show that like mindfulness-based stress reduction is effective at reducing depression and anxiety. So we have all these studies on like mindfulness. And sometimes so people have heard about the transformative powers of meditation, right? So people will say like, oh my God, like meditation changed my life. And even Dr. K will say like, oh my God, meditation changed my life, and it really did. But I want y'all to remember that like, so what meditation does is it helps you reprogram yourself. This is one way to kind of put it. And the challenge, though, is that oftentimes, like, you know, there's intense healing with meditation, there's intense transformation, but you're kind of playing with fire. You're, like, sort of editing the source code. And so if you don't do it properly, it can be very dangerous. We've talked about on stream, we've shared peer-reviewed articles of meditation-induced psychosis, which I've seen before. I've had patients who were, like, acutely mentally ill, like severe depression or even in manic states, that have wanted to go on Vipassana retreats. Because there's this idea that like, okay, if meditation is so helpful and transformative, the sicker I am, the more I can be healed, right? And then on top of that, there's evidence that meditation is helpful for depression and anxiety. So the sicker you are, the more intensive meditation, the more you'll be healed. It doesn't work like that. So when I have patients who are acutely mentally ill, I do not recommend and actually actively advise against doing very intensive meditation retreats, because those intensive meditation retreats are quite challenging. Like especially Vipassana is like quite challenging. It can be good, and it can be transformative, but it's also like quite brutal. So if we think about when people are like acutely mentally ill, and you cut them off
the
from
fucking
other
helmet and the salute.
evidence-based supports for
Let's do
mental
salute
illness,
first.
like
It should be
social
faster.
support, family, even like dietary changes, your pets, all that kind of stuff, it can be very dangerous. So I don't know. I mean, I think this article talks about negative impacts from Vipassana retreats. I think the Vipassana people made a statement that, you know, hundreds of thousands of people have gone through our retreats, and this is a handful of cases and stuff like that. So I don't think that Vipassana, I mean, maybe this is famous last words, but from my understanding of Vipassana, I don't think that it's like a bad thing. I think, though, that there's a very common misconception that meditation is entirely safe. And what we know, like I've had teachers who, for example, told me that I would become like very hypersexual and that I would like start sexually assaulting people if I did this particular kind of meditation. So this kind of meditation is done only under the guidance of a guru and like out in the woods. So when you start like playing with fire and editing the source code and stuff like that, like you can get burned. So just a quick safety reminder that what we know about sort of the effects of meditation, and this is we're going to talk for a second about the research on meditation. So when we do research on meditation, the effects of meditation that we're aware of have to do usually with like 8-week trials. So what happens in the vast majority of these trials is you have like people who are like, will come in. First thing to remember is that a lot of meditation trials exclude people with mental illness, because if someone's mentally ill, it messes up the research. So people are like actively mentally ill. They don't even include people in the trial. So we don't have much data on how meditation helps people with acute mental illness. Second thing is that these interventions are done in a normal environment with, generally speaking, normal people. So people go home, they go to like a meditation class, like every day for like 2 weeks, and then they practice on their own for like 6 weeks or something like that. It's like an hour and a half of class, like for 2 weeks in a row, 10 days. And then you practice on your own and you keep a journal. Like that's what most of these trials are like. But during all these periods of time, people have access to their existing support structures. And then the last thing to remember is that these meditation trials are never done on...
The arm's too short,
not never,
so.
very rarely done on very, very dedicated and intense meditators. So you have some of these trials on, for example, like Tumo meditation. So, Benson Henry in 1982 did a study on Tumo meditation. And what they found in that trial was that people who engage in Tumo meditation, solid practitioners, can change the body temperature of their peripheral digits by 8 degrees Celsius. So they took normal people and like stuck them in a freezer. And they took Tumo meditators and they stuck them in a freezer. And what they found is there was an 8 degrees Celsius difference between the two. So the key thing to remember, though, is that just because intense practitioners of Tumo can raise their body temperature by up to 8 degrees, probably not core temperature, by the way, this is peripheral digits. Core temperature, I think, is like 2 or 3 degrees Celsius. Doesn't mean that you should go out and like sit in a freezer if you're doing your basic mindfulness exercise. So one thing to remember is that all our studies on meditation, and this is also where we sort of look at the flip side, which is that I think meditation is capable of far more than what science has thus far been able to detect. But the reason is because in order to see those kinds of effects, you need very, very dedicated meditators for an extended period of time. And we sometimes do studies on these people, but they tend to be very, very small sample sizes. And so we don't get like 10,000 people. It's like, we're going to find 3 monks who live in the Himalayas and we're going to measure some cardiovascular stuff with them. So the key thing to remember here is that, we're big advocates of meditation here, but we're also big advocates of practicing meditation safely. And like, you can get caught up in the silver bullet of meditation thinking, oh my God, this particular thing is going to fix me. This medication is going to fix me. This psychedelics will fix me. Dr. K will fix me. This particular thing will fix me. And people will do that with meditation too, and then they'll get sorely disappointed or in worst case scenarios burned. Just a quick also safety reminder that, when it comes to these intensive meditation retreats, they really need to be done. Intense means that you need to be as centered as you can. You need to be as grounded as you can. And they're still grueling, especially these Vipassana retreats where you're not allowed to talk to people. And then, some people will even describe it as like torture is what it feels like. And then if you make it to the end, some people feel quite changed by it. Some people don't. So just please be careful, y'all. There's a reason why we don't teach a lot of esoteric practices of meditation. We tend to teach really simple, safe stuff. And remember that if y'all are doing some kind of practice, especially things like Trataka, where you're not closing your eyes and things like that, please talk to a doctor if you have any history of eye problems or you're having weird symptoms or things like that. Never go. So here's the problem is that, normally when you have a meditation teacher, so when I teach patients in my office, it's different because I'm a medical doctor. So if they come to me and they say like, oh, hey, Dr. K, I'm having this weird symptom, I'm like, okay, let's pause. And just to be safe, let's evaluate you for stroke and do a quick cranial nerve exam and test your peripheral sensation and things like that. And like, we're going to just see if your, cranial nerve 12 is intact. So stick out your tongue. So I'm able to do those things when I teach meditation in my office because I can assure, or not assure, but I can have some degree of safety because I know what I'm doing and I'm also a medical doctor. And that's also why you all need to be extra careful, and please talk to medical professionals or mental health professionals if any of the meditation practices that we're giving you don't tend to work very well or make you feel weird. Like, don't engage in them. Part of the other thing that we try to do here is remember that we offer lots of different meditation techniques. So the goal is to find one that is easy and feels good and helps you in a positive way. Okay? Does that make sense? We good? Okay. We are doing something on the Discord. GG, Dr. K got fooled. Okay, well, that's not neither the first nor the last time. So I still remember, what was it? You guys were talking to me about, you know, I'm from Saganda, or what? I don't even remember. But trolling Dr. K is a time-honored art. It's an art form at this point. Something that people will go to, you know, university to study. Let's see if we can troll Dr. K. It's all in good fun. Okay, should we get to stuff, chat? All right. All right, we have a quick win that we want to share with y'all because, you know, wins are good. Thanks, Dr. K. I tried therapy and it worked. Hi, all. I decided to go for therapy after watching some of the videos of Dr. K. I'm glad for that decision. It's been the best decision of my life. My self-esteem is greatly improved. I feel so much better about myself now. My focus on work has also improved. Additionally, I have a great relationship with my therapist now. When I was in college, I used to read about Jungian psychology. I feel so blessed that I can discuss Jungian ideas with him, even though he is not a Jungian analyst. I read books based Jungian psychology, and whenever I don't understand something, I ask him directly, and he offers me his perspective on it. We both have intellectual discussions sometimes. It's like having the best of both worlds. I get to see my life from his perspective and from Jungian ideas. Before visiting my therapist, I had wrong evaluations in my mind, which we discussed in length, and it cleared a lot of my doubts. I will present one instance of my improvement. Before, when people looked at me or in my direction for some reason, I used to think that maybe I look bad or like a cartoon. Now in the same scenario, I feel maybe they're looking at me because they like a particular style of mine. Also, I've started to take care of how I look now. I feel more secured in my identity than before. I didn't have a good childhood and it affected me. Those blind spots have been healed to a great extent now. Also, I would like to all the healthy gamers here for support. I would like to thank, I assume, that I received in response to posts I made in this sub before. My life isn't perfect in any way. I got challenges, and challenges are meant to be faced. My therapist is an inspiration for me. He taught me how to bravely look at life. He's the first therapist I visited, and it worked wonderfully. So I know that frequently when we talk about therapy, people will say they've had bad experiences. Sometimes I'll even, you know, I made a video about how therapy sucks for men. And at the same time, like, you know, there are some weaknesses in the field just like any other field. And to date, it still remains the best evidence-based, reliable intervention to improve your mental health and your life. And I mean, I love being a therapist. It's great. And I'm really happy to hear that we have inspired people to go to therapy. Sometimes I'll talk about the criticisms of therapy, but generally speaking, it's a wonderful field. And I think there's immense benefit to be gained from it. So I think it's super cool when this person talks about how therapy was a success. But that's kind of what we do here. We try to, but this person also mentions that the community was incredibly supportive. They've been watching our videos, so we try to educate. And remember that if you want to move your life in the right direction, it's not a silver bullet. It usually is like a moderate amount of multiple things when woven together will lead to a lot of benefit. See, the biggest mistake that a lot of people make in their life is they think that, oh my God, I have such big problems. And they think that big problems require big solutions. But in my experience, clinical experience this is, most huge problems are actually solved through mild interventions that are combined. So remember that when I look at, let's say, one piece of string, the string cannot support a lot of weight. But when I weave together multiple pieces of string into a rope, when I braid things together, the tensile strength of the rope is greater than the individual tensile strengths of the individual strands put together, right? So there is a synergistic effect of multiple things done in a small amount. So we even see this, for example, in psychotherapy and medication, where the best outcomes are when we tend to combine the two interventions. It doesn't mean that everyone needs medication or everyone needs psychotherapy, but we tend to find that in life, generally speaking, like if you're super, super behind, you don't need to transform. You just need to do a handful of things, a small amount, consistently over time, and that will lead to transformation. So remember, when you're setting your course and you're sailing across the ocean, a 1% change in the direction of your course will wind you up in a completely different place over time. So small changes over a large amount of time is usually what creates change. And in my personal life, you know, we sort of talk about this, failed out of whatever, and then ended up at Harvard, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And the key thing to remember that I think a lot of people don't realize is that that time span was 15 years, right? It was 15 years of, and I gamed the whole time, right? It's not like I ever gave up gaming for, I mean, maybe for a couple months at a time or something like that. So you can live your life and enjoy yourself and take it slow. You don't need gigantic solutions. You just need small solutions and a couple of them together. You'll be amazed. Okay? So thank you very much for sharing that. Alrighty. Okay, let's figure out what do y'all want to do next. I'm going to give you all two choices. Okay? Choices. Oh god. Okay. How do I... Oh god. Docs. Chat. Okay. Alright. So let's see which one y'all want to do first, chat. Okay, we've got two choices that we're going to do first. Alright, so post number 1. Why is this so accurate and how do you make it stop? Needs social interaction, interacts with people, gets overwhelmed, isolates, gets lost in own thoughts, overthinks. So we can talk about this cycle of social anxiety, isolation, and desperation. Or we can talk about the 25-year-old thinker. Has created entire anthologies of imaginary events, completely unaware of surroundings except when driving. Has multiple imaginary girlfriends. Imagines what it'd be like to start a life over with everything he's learned. Inner monologue has become his entire reality. Can't understand new things, just gets caught in analysis paralysis. Just thinks about blah, 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 blah. Barely reads, just thinks. Imagines success to cope instead of actually achieving it. Things are always better in my head. So let's do a quick poll. I'm going to see if I can orchestrate a poll. Which first? Okay. And then I'm going to see, because we're... Okay. Looks like 25-year-old thinker is winning right now. Let me go... Can I do a poll this way? We're going to get to both. Okay. All right. Looks like 25-year-old thinker is winning for now. Okay, so we'll do this first. All right. Fair enough, chat. Fair enough. Thank you very much for the guidance. I much appreciate it. Let me... I think it's time to start using like these Elgato buttons because I'm starting to now realize. Okay, most people want to do 2. Fair enough, chat. Thank you so much. Okay. So, give me a second. Okay. Okay. So let's get started. All right. So here we have the 25-year-old thinker. Okay. No, this one's better. Okay. So we have the 25-year-old thinker. Now let's understand a couple of basic things about the mind. So in some people, their mind is just so, I would say, energetic and out of control. So sometimes our mind, if you really pay attention to yourself, the mind loves to think. And what we find is that these people kind of get trapped in their thoughts, right? So they end up having, how do I change the color? Okay, so they have imaginary events, imaginary girlfriends, right? They're absorbed, they're unaware of their surroundings, imagines, right? So inner monologue becomes their entire reality. So there are a couple of things to understand about why this happens and what to do about it. The first thing that we have to talk a little bit about is this happens because the mind is out of our control. So the mind is an instrument, right? So it's just like any other part of our body. And the goal of the body is that the body and mind should be controlled by you. The body should not control you, you should control the body. Right? And we run into all kinds of problems when people are not in control of their bodies. So like in the worst case scenarios, we get things like incontinence. And so in the same way that we can sometimes lose control of our body, we lose control of our mind. And so if you look at this person, what they end up with is a mind that does whatever it wants to. And we're going to dive into why it does all of these things. Everything is kind of stitched together. But there's one major principle to understand. See, we have to understand what the mind wants. So what does the mind hate more than anything else? What it hates more than anything else is boredom. So if you look at like what the mind, like, you know, I only want to do things that are very engaging. So if we understand, okay, why does the mind hate boredom? So in the absence of stimulus, the mind will run out of energy. See, in order for the mind to gain energy, it must have some kind of stimulus. So very simple thing. Like, let's say I'm walking down the street and I see a fight break out in front of me. Oh my God, this is so much to think about. Or forget about walking down the street. If you look at the internet, what do we see all the time? We see drama. Why? Why does the internet love drama? Right? Someone particular person does something, someone makes a post about it, they said, this person is not actually a saint, they did this to me, and then everyone talks about it, and then they react to it, and all this kind of stuff. Right? This kind of stuff is going on right now with someone, where an article came out that was talking about something bad that they did, and now everyone on the internet is at war. And why? Why does the internet love this? Because our minds love it. Why do they love it? Because there's a stimulus, then I get energy in the mind. And if the mind has energy, it runs, right? So this is what also confuses a lot of people, that a lot of people are really confused. Why is my mind anxious all the time? Why? I don't feel good. That's because the mind will take any kind of energy it can get. And anxiety produces a lot of energy. See, anytime you add tension to the mind, anytime you try to wrestle the mind actually loves it. It gets way stronger because you try to control the anxiety and then you wrestle with it for a while and the anxiety comes roaring back twice as strong and then the mind is going again, right? So the more anxiety we have, the more that the mind activates. We're not chill when the mind is active. So the first thing to look at is what happens to the energy of the mind with all of these things. The energy of the mind increases. See, look, what's happening here? Created entire anthologies of imaginary events. Oh my God, the mind has discovered a way to feed itself. This is like an infinite money glitch for your mental energy. Multiple imaginary girlfriends. Now I can engage with my thoughts. I don't require an external stimulus. I certainly don't require a real girlfriend. Right? Because I can create a stimulus by myself. There's an inner monologue that becomes their entire reality, so they get absorbed in the mind, and then as the energy of the mind increases, they lose control of it, because now it's like a gigantic bull that thinks whatever it wants to, whenever the fuck it wants to, and screw you. So then we run into a couple of problems. So as the energy of the mind increases, there are a couple of other things at play. So as we become thinkers, we start to become worse at life. Right? Because thinking is useful. So when thinking is combined with experience, this is when things go well, right? So let's say I'm playing a game of League of Legends or Valorant or Dota or StarCraft or whatever. SF6. We're going to pick SF6 today. So I can theory craft all I want in Street Fighter 6. It doesn't actually make me good at the game. And if all I do is I play mindlessly, I'm also not going to be good at the game. If I never think about my games, I'm never going to be good. So success in life comes from the combination of thought plus experience. But what happens with the thinker is that they don't have any experience. They just have thoughts, right? Their inner monologue becomes a substitute for reality. So the first thing is that the mind loves this energy because this person is a 25-year-old thinker. They've been a thinker for way longer than just this year. They didn't become a thinker at 25. They've been thinking more and more and more. And if you're a 25-year-old thinker, you'll notice that this pattern probably started in your teenage years. And then as you grew more and more dependent on thinking, you got worse at life because you started using thought as a substitute for experience. Right? So then your actual experience goes down. Your actual performance goes down. And then you end up here. Right? Oh my God, if only I knew everything that I know now then I could start living your life. Are, think for a second. You know everything that you know now. You can still start living your life. Right? You can start living your life at 25. Oh, but I'm behind. And so now we get to a really, really important problem of this, okay? So why do we imagine going back in time? So let's think about this, right? So you have all this knowledge now. Great. So start living. But then the thinker says, no. Why not? Well, because if I start living now, then like, I don't know, I'm behind. And this is where we get to a huge problem with the thinker. Another major, major, major problem, which explains this, and this, and this. Okay? And this. So generally speaking, the more that we think, the less emotionally connected we become. And as we have negative emotions that pile up, right? Because now I've lived a life where I'm not doing anything for 25 years. I'm behind. This leads to negative emotion. Not having girlfriends or boyfriends or whatever, non-binary friends, leads to negative emotion. So not accomplishing anything in life is going to lead to negative emotion. And now this is where we have our imaginary stuff come in. So if we look at studies on things like maladaptive daydreaming, we know that imagination is an emotional coping mechanism.
Oh shit,
So
I have that.
then what ends up happening is we sort of have all these negative emotions, and then we start imagining
Copy.
other things. And while we're imagining how great things could be, we feel a little bit better.
Oh
Because
shit.
in our brain thinks we can't actually improve. We can't start now. It's too late. I'm too far behind. I can't start dating at 25. What ridiculousness is this? I'm just supposed to, I can't, it's too late. I was supposed to start dating when I was 15. And if I started dating when I was 15, then I would have gotten my first long-term relationship in college when I was 19. I would have had sex with at least 5 people by now. And then since I'm 25, I would be able to like engage with other 25-year-olds on the same playing field. But it's too late now. So I'm not going to engage. And this hurts. And then the negative emotions require something like maladaptive daydreaming or imagination to salve our wounds. But it gets worse than this. So there is absolutely a mechanism of... So let's think about what to add, okay? So the first thing is that this pattern increases the energy in the mind to the point where it's probably overwhelming. But your mind is never chill, right? Your mind is never bored. If you look at this, there may be some kind of like existential boredness, but there is not a boredness in the moment, right? So you've gotten so good at your inner monologue and constructing things in your mind that you're not bored. Your mind is occupied. Existentially, you're bored. You're not fucking doing anything all day. So, like, generally speaking, you feel bored. But in your mind, in the absence of these external stimuli, your mind has created this internal stimulus. Okay? So there's always energy in the mind because you figured out your infinite money glitch of thoughts. There's negative emotions. And then your mind copes. And the next thing that we kind of think about is that as our experience decreases, okay, then we become more incapable. And as we become more incapable, we are left with a choice. And this is the real tragedy of this. So I want y'all to think about for a second what it's like to be this person. Okay, if you're not this person. So, see, if you believe that you're already too far behind and that you can't accomplish anything in life, what are you left with? So the thought of not accomplishing anything means that you feel terrible about yourself, yada, 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 and you can't fix the problem. So then your brain looks at this situation and says, okay, it's impossible to get a girlfriend, so what we're going to do instead is we're going to do the best that we can. So we'll create this artificial life that will be like a shadow of the thing, right? We can't get the object itself, but we can get a shadow of it. And that's the best that we can do. So internally, subconsciously, your brain is just doing what you want it to. It's trying to work for you. And if you've decided that you can't actually do anything, then what it's going to do is create imagination of those things. And let's take a quick look at another example of that, okay? So imagine success to cope instead of actually achieving it, right? Has no interest in any career, just wants to think. And this is the most damning of them all. Things are always better in my head. So let's understand that. This is what really keeps people stuck. Because things are better in your head, right? So when you think about, okay, I'm going to go to a party and I'm going to talk to people and like, I'm going to crack some jokes. And you sit down and you think about how all the jokes are going to go and you map them out and you figure everything out. And then you show up at the party and then you're in the middle of telling your joke and you cough a little bit, you choke on your drink, you end up spewing your drink all over this person in front of you and she's pretty cute. And then everyone's like, ew. And then you're like, fuck. And then your brain is like, okay, well, I guess that's never going to work. So why bother? Because it feels good, right? When you're thinking about how everything is going to play out and you're like, oh my God, I'm going to crack this joke and everyone's going to laugh and then someone's going to fall in love with me and then I'm going to make out with someone and then your mind is like, let's go. And then while you're lost in the fantasy, you're lost in this emotional coping mechanism. And then when the reality hits, then you're in big trouble because things don't go the right way in the real world as they do in your head. And so this is really, really devastating. I'm going to just check in with chat for a second. Okay. Hold on. I'm trying to see one chat. All right. So, and then the problem is that this becomes true, right? This is not like theoretical at this point. Now your mind has data because things are always better in your head, clearly, right? Because in the head, you fucking manufacture everything. And the reality of the situation is that the real world kind of is difficult and things don't go that way. And so then you sort of feel like anytime you engage with the real world, you're doomed to failure. And then the whole cycle repeats and you're kind of stuck in your head. The real tragedy about this situation is that the 25-year-old thinker actually works way harder than someone who is successful. This is the real tragedy. They think, oh, I'm lazy, I'm not exerting any effort, and those people out there are so disciplined. They actually work way harder. I know it sounds kind of weird, but let me explain. See, if we turn to physics, this is quite the analogy, but this is what I've seen in my clinical experience. So if we look at friction, there are two coefficients of friction. There's something called the static coefficient of friction and the kinetic coefficient of friction. Which means anytime you start moving something, the process of getting something moving is way harder than keeping it moving. So usually the kinetic coefficient of friction is lower than the static coefficient of friction. So if I'm trying to like push a box across the room, getting the box to start moving is the hardest part, and then it moves on its own. So if we look at life, Acceleration is what takes energy. And this is true in physics as well, right? F equals ma. The force exerted equals mass times acceleration. Velocity doesn't enter the picture at all. Very important to understand. So with the 25-year-old thinker, what do? They start and they stop. Let me try to go do something, and then they stop. And they work themselves up. They push, they push, they push, they push. They overcome that coefficient of static friction, and they get things moving. But their velocity is not very good. And they look at other people who are moving along very fast at high velocity. And they think to themselves, oh my God, I'm moving at 1 kilometer per hour, and this other person is moving at 60 kilometers per hour. There's no way in which I'll catch up. And so then they slam on the brakes, which is also exerting energy. So this is what I've seen as a psychiatrist. The people who move forward in life, it's not about catching up or falling behind or anything like that. It's simply about not quitting. See, I want you all to just think about this for a second. How far are you going to get? If you're driving a car and I slam on the gas and then slam on the brakes and then slam on the gas and then slam on the brakes and then slam on the gas and then slam on the brakes, how far am I going to get? And how much gas am I going to use? Versus someone who starts slow, just gentle pressure on the brakes. I mean, on the on the accelerator, right? You start to pick up a little bit of speed, but you're not pushing very hard. This is the real tragedy of the thinker, is that the thinker actually exerts way more effort, because even doing a small thing requires so much energy. Because the brain is telling you, oh, you're not going to be good at this. It's better in my head. Life ends up sucking. Yada, 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 blah, 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 blah. And this is what I see in the people who are stuck. And this is why I believe, so you guys think like, oh my God, Dr. K believes in everybody.
Good.
He has such a heart of gold that he has faith in us, and I'm so fucking far behind. I don't have faith in you because of whatever positive, whatever the fuck. I have faith in you because of physics. Because if you start accelerating, the same laws of physics apply to you as everybody else in the universe. The same laws of psychology apply to you as everybody else. This is how I'm able to, I feel personally attacked and oh my God, this is me and whatever. Like, why do you guys think I'm actually telepathic? You think, because people are even watching this 30 days from now and they're like, oh my God, this is me. Do you think I'm so amazing that I telepathically read your mind in the future 30 days from now and I have such amazing insight? Oh my God, look at this guy, he's fucking psychic. How is this guy stretching across time and space to read my mind? Oh my God. No, come on, chat. I'm not psychic. It's just the mind and our brains adhere to principles. And if you understand these principles, then you can fix your life. The reason that y'all are stuck, the reason that the 25-year-old thinker is stuck is because they have all kinds of erroneous conclusions and they have a mind that is not working for them. If you have a car without a steering wheel, or the steering wheel turns whatever the fuck way it wants to go, which is literally what happens in a 25-year-old thinker, right? Today it wakes up and we're like, hard right turn, let's go, slam the gas, let's pump the nitro, hard right turn. And then tomorrow you wake up and you're like, let's slam the brakes and hard left turn. You start, you stop, you go one direction, you go the other direction. And then what does the mind conclude? The mind concludes this shit doesn't work. So instead what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna sit on my ass and I'm gonna think about imaginary things. Because when you think imaginary things, then you control the laws of physics. That's the advantage of imagination. Like, you get to control both sides. You get to ask someone out, and they get to say, oh my God, even though I'm dating someone, I need you. I'm so torn because I really love you, but I'm in this relationship. And you're like, oh my God, yeah, that'd be great. You get to control both sides. Like, what the fuck? So it doesn't obey the laws of physics. And we get stuck in this crap. So how do we overcome this? First thing is don't quit. Just don't quit. There's one thing to understand, which is that in this part, your mind is really, really going to dislike it. Because the mind now, think about what it's got. It's got a very refined, it's leveled up its imagination capability. You're level 100 at the imagination skill. And so the mind, anytime you go to reality, this is the whole fucking problem, right? Is you go into reality and things are always better in my head. So there is a very subtle point here But as long as you are expecting
The head
things
angle
to be
won't
as
be
good as in your head,
Pretty
it's never
good
going
on
to work.
this one.
So interestingly enough, what a thinker
Because
needs to
the
do, the
body
first thing they
type
need to do
and
is take
because I'm
the L.
bad.
You have to acknowledge that
I
for
try
some
my
amount
best.
of time, this is going to be bruising. This is going to be rough. Because remember that real progress comes through thinking and experience. And then unless you are practiced, which by the way, and we'll get to practice in a second, unless you are practiced, things aren't going to go well. So I can imagine myself doing a backflip. But if I try to do a backflip, but my body didn't flip the way
it's
I
almost
imagined
3
it.
hours.
So how do you bridge the gap between what you think and what reality is? How can you make reality what you think? Practice. Literally. Practice, 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 practice. And now we see why there is such a gap between thought and reality for these people, because they never experience, they never actually do. So they're never actually practicing. And so it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. The one thing that they need to make their imagination a reality is experience. Experience is the best thing for them because they have none of it. And experience will do a couple of things. The first thing it'll do is it'll actually make you better, and then your performance will closer approximate what goes on in your head. The second thing that'll happen is that as you gain experience, the inputs of information, your axioms will change. See, the reason that you feel so emotionally bad when you're a 25-year-old thinker is you have this idea of what you should be. But this is theory crafting, it's not data. And so the other way to move forward, what is the best way to disabuse someone who is theory crafting in a game? Hey, bro, if you think it fucking works, queue up and show us, right? Get to Grandmaster or Champion or Challenger or Immortal or whatever the fuck, Divine, whatever, Chad mode, Sagandis, whatever rank you want. The proof is in the pudding.
Shape.
And what happens when theory crafters start entering the real world with their theory crafted wonderfulness?
Evil.
They get a reality check. And then they moderate their expectations. And this is the really beautiful thing. See, people who are 25-year-old thinkers think that
First gonna be like animation.
what they really need to do is live up to their expectations. That's not what you need to do. What you need to do is demolish your expectations. Because just think for a second. If you had no expectations, no burden of being behind, no idea of what an imaginary relationship could be, if you could annihilate all of that and you could actually start over, right? You can do that today. You can start over today. But the starting over that you need to do is not going back in time. It's to annihilate all these fucking castles in the sky that you built and actually start living life.
I drift.
And then something beautiful happens. See, once you annihilate your expectations and you're getting your inputs from experience, then the gap between imagination and reality shrinks.
No clapping.
Think about
and we have the hurt.
See, the pain of the world is not the way that the world is. The pain of the world is your imagination about the world, what the world should be, and the reality of what the world is. This is the challenge in the world. See, once we annihilate our expectations and then we see the world as it is, then we can proceed forward. And this is where if you're not careful, you're going to get blackpilled and you're like, what, are you saying that the world is all a piece of shit? No, because that's an expectation that is born of your mind. You'll discover quite the opposite, that the world is actually a pretty decent place. So be careful. So the real tragedy of 25-year-old thinkers is that the very things that they use as solutions to their problems are not the solutions. That's actually what propagates the problem. And even they have some hint of that, right? Because I think over here, there's all this kind of stuff about analysis paralysis. And then like, you know, there's all, they sort of figure out that things are always better in my head, and yet they never leave their head. This creates a huge problem. So, step number 1, start experiencing. Give yourself data instead of theory crafting. Step number 2, stop slamming on the gas and slamming on the brakes. And I will bet you that if you're a 25-year-old thinker, you do this. You know you do this. The frequency of it may decrease, but you do this. You'll get really excited about something. You'll try something, right? Because this is not working. Even with your 250 IQ, you recognize that this is not sustainable, so you try to go out into the real world. And when you do that, you end up quitting, slamming on the, because how hard is it to go into the real world? Very difficult. You have to push that gas a lot. And very easy to slam on the brakes. So don't quit. And the last thing is be careful. This is the hardest one. Be careful about which things feed the mind. So anytime you have a thought or a line of thinking that leads to more thought or line of thinking, that is the wrong way to think. This is literally what we have here. See, they have all the observations. Analysis paralysis. What is analysis paralysis? It is thought that leads to more thought. You think down this way, but that doesn't work, so I'm going to think down this way, and that doesn't work, so I don't actually act. And as long as I don't act, my mind continues to think. You see, it's the infinite money glitch again. The moment that I act, there's resolution. And then I don't get to play with the problem anymore. The game's over. So in your life, cultivate things that lead to a resolution of thought. Not just an annihilation of thought. I'm not saying go get high and get lost in oblivion. Resolution of thought. And then you may discover something, but I don't know how to resolve my thoughts because there is no answer. Oh, interesting. Maybe you should just try something. Just do something. Get more data. Because the data set that you have, you can't solve this equation, right? It's yx equals ab. You don't have enough data, but fucking 25-year-old thinkers will keep on playing around with it. Y equals AB divided by X. YX equals A. YX over A equals B. YX over B equals A. And they keep on like moving around the numbers around and trying to figure out, okay, like YX divided by AB equals 1. Okay, that's interesting, right? And y'all keep on playing around with it and you just don't have enough data. So, and you don't live in the world because you're scared of it and emotions and all the other stuff. So look at the things that lead to resolution of thought. And then do those things. And once you have resolution of thought, followed by resolution of thought, followed by resolution of thought, you will have nothing left to think about and you will be done being a 25-year-old thinker. Questions? Oh, interesting. Okay. You lost me in there somewhere. It happens from time to time. It's more about me than it is about you. Yeah. So someone's asking, can you give us an example of annihilation versus resolution of thought, please? Sure. So I'll give you a simple example. Okay. Let's say I don't know where my keys are. So I can hypothesize about where my keys are as much as I want. I can get so frustrated about where my keys are, and then I can decide to just obliviate my thoughts by queuing up for a video game. And because in that hour that I'm playing the video game, I'm not thinking about where my keys are. But the moment that I stop playing the video game, the thoughts return. So when you change your internal state to get rid of thoughts, the thoughts are just waiting to come back. They don't really go away, they just get put on pause. So resolution of the thought is to find the keys, because then there's no thought left. So most resolution of thought, or not most, some of it comes from action, but some of it also comes from acceptance. So if I'm like, oh my God, like let's say I need to tell my partner that this relationship is not working for me. It's not that I want to break up, but that I'm unhappy in the relationship. Let's say you're faced with this problem. And so what people will do is they'll run through all kinds of scenarios in their head. If I say this, then they could be upset, and then they could be upset, and then how do I say this to them without making them upset? See, that's where the problem is. See, the moment that your mind says, I want this outcome without someone being upset, How do I make $1 million without spending any effort? How do I break the news without hurting their feelings? So if you're really careful, this is what paralyzes us. Anytime our mind is unwilling to accept the consequences of our actions, your mind will be paralyzed. And you can find this very, very, very easily. Just pay attention to your thoughts that are dodging a consequence. You're looking for some kind of perfection. How do I do this without this? Doing this? Oh, that's not hard, but I want to do it without this other. How do I break the news to them without hurting their feelings? I'm not saying going around and being an asshole, but I'm saying that you can't necessarily control the feelings of another person. I'm not saying that you should act without compassion. And so if you pay attention to your mind, all these caveats that you add in your own thinking,
Holy shit.
you literally write down your thoughts. And you'll see this all the time. Then what you have to do is accept that that's a potential consequence. And then you have to decide, okay, if I want to act, this could happen.
Welcome.
All right, so someone, I
You
recently read a book.
Or are you
Joe should
working
really
on
check
this
that. It's a
time?
good book. Teaches you how to talk to people.
Bonus.
If you've got young kids or nieces or nephews, because it also teaches you how to teach them healthy video game habits.
Fuck? 2 days ago.
But really, it's the best guide to communication that I've written so far. And all the
Communication
communication
is I
stuff
draw
works for just
stuff.
about
I
any
do
conversation.
rigging sometime as well.
I wrote this book, and someone asked me the question as it was about to be released. Are you nervous? And I said no. And they were surprised by that. They were like, what if it doesn't do well? I was like, then it doesn't do well. See, if I was worried, the right time to be worried about whether the book does well or not is when I'm writing it.
What's that name?
After it's written, that ship has sailed.
Welcome.
Right, so the moment that I decided to write a book, I opened myself up to the consequence of writing a shitty book.
Commission.
If you want to avoid writing a shitty book 100%, the best way to do it is not write one. Oh, shocking. Look at what we did. We chose not to write one. See, the only way to truly protect yourself from failure is to never try. See, I'm going to tell y'all something pretty wild, okay? I have a 0% loss rate in Street Fighter 6. I have a 0% loss rate in Minecraft. I have a 0% loss rate. I've never lost a game of CSGO. Never. Not a single game. 0% loss rate. And this is what happens when you're the 25-year-old thinker. You're shooting for that perfection. But that's not something you can get. So the moment that you act, you open yourself up to failure. You just accept that. Right? Then you try to do everything that you can to make it as successful as possible. Not everything that you can, everything that you're willing to do. Because I could have made the book better if I was willing to make additional sacrifices, but I made enough sacrifices. So be it. Okay? And so this is, the resolution of thought comes through acceptance. So you just accept. Okay, I'm going to try to say this in as nice of a way that as I can, but feelings may be hurt. Right? So the moment that you started dating someone is the moment that both of y'all opened yourself up to particular feelings being hurt. Right? So once you board the ship, the waves can be choppy. You know, the big irony about my gaming accolades, the real big irony about my gaming accolades is the more time I spend playing a game, the worse my win rate is. So Louis Goas, I don't know how to pronounce that. Thanks, Dr. K. I actually used to think like that a few years ago when I first started watching your content. I still do it today, albeit way less as I keep rolling with the punch and adapting live. I love what you're doing. That's perfect, right? Rolling with the punches is such a great way to put it. You can't stop the punch. The best you can do is roll with it. And 25-year-old thinkers are the ones who are never stepping into the ring because they're afraid that they can't dodge 100% of punches. And that's also why they look for the perfect solution. See, when there's a big gap between your
Is it-
imagination and reality,
Is he died?
all you need to
Is that how
bridge
they?
that gap is
Thank you, thank you. Thank you,
if you can
thank
be
you.
perfect, then the imagination and reality will be one and the same. And if you're striving for perfection, you'll always be stuck in analysis paralysis because I am the perfection. Or you can go the hard yogic meditation Buddhist route and say that all of reality is perfection. You see how they did that? Everything is perfect just the way that it is. The world is what it is. And
To them, rest well.
decrease their expectations creates perfection.
Yeah,
cool.
to them, rest well and
They figured
thanks for
this
the
stuff
raid.
out, as did the 25-year-old thinker. Okay. Okay, this is a good question. Why would we go out and gather more data when our past experiences of going out and data gathering have been mostly bad? What a great question. See, if you've had bad experiences, this is very important about gathering data. Oftentimes the mistake that we make is we're not critical in the way that we gather the data. So sometimes I work with people who are alpha males. And alpha males have this belief, I'm not saying that it's right or wrong, I'm just sort of sharing this perspective, that women are only interested in money or whatever. That they're interested in the man's money or penis or whatever. I don't even know. And so they think that relationships are transactional. So then what happens is they go and they enter the dating world and they view relationships subconsciously and consciously as transactional. Right? So if the girl says, hey, where are you going to take me out? And he's like, if I'm going to pay $300, I better be getting something in return. Right? So you say these kinds of things. You're transparent. You're clear with people. And then one of two things happens. So if the partner that you're dating or the person that you're going on a date with also views relationships as transactional, that's totally fine, right? They understand how things work. They view relationships as the same way. So like, sure, if you're going to pay $300, we'll see what you get. Ha, 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 wink, 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 nudge, 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 eggplant peach, right? And then there are people who don't view relationships as transactional, and they're not interested in engaging a relationship with this person because this person is interested in transactional relationships. So now what you've done is create a selection bias in your data, and you've created a self-fulfilling prophecy. And as you go out and collect more and more data, if you believe that relationships are transactional, you will find only transactional relationships. So a big problem that we have about data gathering is that we believe that the data that we collect is objective, but it's not. There are even studies that show that when you are traumatized today, your hippocampus, which is where your memories live, will go into edit mode and it will change all of your memories in the past. Traumatic experiences today will literally rewire your memories in the past. So one of the things to understand is that the data collection that we have is oftentimes biased, and we know this. So we know, for example, like people who have anxiety tend to interpret ambiguous stimuli as negative. So what happens in anxiety is the way that you color the data makes you more anxious. And you're like, oh, this person doesn't, especially in social anxiety. So neutral stimuli in the mind of someone who's socially anxious will be interpreted in a negative way. So let's say that we want to break social interactions into 33% positive, 33% neutral, and 33% negative. This is what the actual reality is. Someone is unhappy 33% of the time, they're happy with you 33% of the time, and 33% of the time they're neutral. So in the mind of someone who's socially anxious, they interpret this as 66% negative, the majority of negative. So one of the most underdeveloped skills we have is refining our perception. This is why we talk about pratyahara in like the ADHD guide. Like, we're not good at interpreting our data and really seeing the data as what it is. This is why we see this on the internet all the time. Everyone is 100% sure they're correct, and they're sure that the other person who's 100% correct is 100% wrong. And they get really confused. How can someone be so stupid? So you see this a lot in politics. where two sides of a political spectrum will think that the other one is objectively stupid. How can you look at this world and believe what you believe? The only chance is that you're stupid. That's the only thing that explains it. No, it's because we are interpreting the data in different ways. Right? We're working with the same data set, but I'm leaving half of it out and you're leaving half of it out, and then this is how we get this way. So I don't dispute that the data that you've collected makes you view things negatively, and it's not that those bad things didn't happen. I'm not saying they didn't happen. I'm saying that there is a more refined way to collect data. In my experience as a clinician, as people start working on this, generally speaking, they move in a very positive way. So I'd say like 95 to 97% of the time, people will like, this will be positive. And you can change your data collection methods. Okay, let's move on, because we've got more stuff. Okay. All right. So, this is a good one. Let's take a look at the cycle of social anxiety. So needs social interaction, interacts with people, gets overwhelmed, isolates, gets lost in own thoughts, overthinks, and then needs social interaction again. So people look at this and they think, oh my God, this is such a hard cycle to break.
Holy shit. Welcome.
And what we're going to do today is we're going to teach you how to break this cycle. We're going to show you how to break it in many places. So the first thing to understand is that when we look at a cycle, we tend to think that this is very hard to manage.
I don't know.
Right? It's a cycle. It feeds itself.
How is
Here's the cool thing about a cycle.
Percent of
So if I had
3
this cycle-
that's the new game, right? It's like the
Mascot
old
question.
one but remaster. Hope you enjoy it. I played the original one.
Which of these steps
The new one is I haven't tried
do
yet.
I need to stop to break
I
the
have played
cycle?
4 and
What do y'all think?
plan on playing 5
See,
soon.
the cool thing about a cycle,
pretty
people
fun
think that
game.
cycles are really hard to break, but they're very easy to break. Because all
Like,
you
I
need
mean,
to
right
do to
there
break a
is
cycle
mommy, I
with
draw-
six
I draw
steps is break
stuff.
one of the steps.
And do
That's the joy of a cycle.
riggings
Is
sometimes.
that it's vulnerable in many different places.
You know,
See,
you
if I
play
wanna get a car
Persona?
to stop
I
moving-
played a tons of games.
I can just take out any random
I played
piece. I
too
can
many
take out
games.
the axle. I can take
Just
out
like
the steering
off
wheel.
ships
I
or
can
not.
take out the
Not many
accelerator.
people know
I can
about
take
it.
out a piece of the engine.
Yeah.
I can take out all kinds of things. I can remove the
Because
gas
so
tank.
far some new bit and such. Nice.
Right? This is the crazy thing.
If life
Cycles
is a bit tough
feel
for you
overwhelming,
right
but they're actually the easiest
I am
things to break.
sending
So what
big
we're going to do
shark
today is go through
bugs
each
and
of these
big
steps and
shark
teach you how to
bites
break them.
your way.
One at a time. And then the beautiful
Thank
thing is
you.
you don't even have to completely break
Just
one.
doing this
you can do each of these
commission
10%
right now.
and the cycle will get cut down by 75,
Yeah, you
80,
need to go
90%.
rest. Feel free to go.
Okay? So,
Yeah.
there's going to be some weird stuff in here, all right?
Just doing some
one.
boring stuff right now.
Needs social interaction. So,
Maybe I should rig my 2.0
this is going to be very
tomorrow.
strange.
I'm too lazy.
What is the best antidote to needing social
Too
interaction?
lazy.
So a lot of people may think if I need
This is
social
my
interaction, the
2.0
best
by the
antidote
way.
is social interaction. But this,
Rig it
is
a little
not
bit,
true.
but it's really
so I'll
scuffed
explain
right
to y'all
now.
why. So when
Very
you
scuffed.
need social interaction
2.0, yes.
and you go to socially interact,
I do enjoy watching rigging though.
What happens?
Nice. You on already? Yeah, I work
Gets
on
overwhelmed.
it like live on
right?
streams.
So I know it sounds kind of
I
weird.
think everybody know
but the
about it
antidote to
already.
needing social interaction
watch
is
me.
not social interaction.
Yeah.
Because when you approach the social interaction, you are
Gonna
full
take
of
maybe
needs. And let's remember,
another
when someone says
four
need social interaction, they don't say
days to
want
finish the
social
rigging.
interaction or could be better with a little bit
Maybe.
of social interaction.
Not sure.
These people wait until they're hungry for it.
Yeah.
So I want y'all to understand this. See, who do you think is better at getting into a relationship? Someone who has never been in a relationship before and craves a relationship and needs a relationship and oh my god, I need it. I've been alone for so long. It hurts. Or someone who broke up with someone about a year ago has been kind of like on their own and is kind of like, oh, maybe like now is time for me to get back into a relationship. Okay? So as you add needs and emotional desperation to the equation, it actually sabotages your social interaction. So how do we reduce our need for social interaction? I see it in chat. Good job. Someone has been paying attention because we have a video about it. Solitude. Now, this may be confusing as all hell. You're like, what, bruh? But I'm isolated all the time. So we're going to teach y'all a couple of crazy things. So solitude is enjoying or appreciating being with yourself. Now, this is not the same. You may say, but I'm alone all the time. I'm alone all the time. I'm lonely. I'm alone. Isn't that the same? No. Solitude and loneliness, even though the objective situation is the same, the subjective experience is quite different. So even if you're someone who is alone all day, let's say you're awake for 16 hours of the day, even engaging in 2 hours of solitude will change the way that you view your life. Because instead of 16 hours of loneliness, now you have 14 hours of loneliness. So what is solitude? It is to be with oneself. And there are studies on this, that solitude is protective against loneliness.
Okay.
Right? So spending time with yourself. When you're in solitude, you're not alone, you're with yourself.
Okay.
And then people may get super confused. Then don't worry, that's why we're going to get to the other 5 parts of the thing. But if y'all really want to know, like, what is an antidote, it is this. So as you spend time with yourself, as you acknowledge, okay, instead of being alone for 16 hours of the day, let's remove the possibility of social interaction from 4 hours of the day. I'm going to wake up today, I'll worry about socialization after noon. But between 8 a.m. and noon, I'm going to be by myself. I'm going to focus on my shit. I'm going to enjoy being by myself. I need to do this, this, and this. I'm going to take care of that stuff. So when you do that, the first thing that you do is you reduce your need for social interaction from 16 hours to 12 hours. That in turn makes it easier for you to engage with other people because you're not quite as desperate, you're not quite as starved. Crazy, I know. The second principle that we're going to talk about is one of active challenges and passive challenges, which we'll get to a little bit later, but I want to touch on it here. See, when a human being chooses to do something, it hurts less. When a human being is forced into doing something, it hurts way more. So if you literally look at studies on anxiety, what we know is that the degree of anxiety that you experience is the ratio of active challenges to passive challenges. Or this is also feeling overwhelmed. So we're kind of jumping ahead a little bit to this. And we'll talk about how to do this a little bit later. But this is a very important principle to understand. See, when we feel... So passive challenges are challenges that are thrown our way. And active challenges are challenges that we choose.
Okay.
So if you look at people who are overwhelmed, they're like, oh my God, this thing is going wrong, and this thing is going wrong, and this thing is going wrong. And they think that the solution to their problems is to fix those problems. And since they're so overwhelmed, they don't have the bandwidth to take anything on. They can't choose a challenge. They can't choose a direction for growth. And literally what we know is that the more that you're getting bodied by RNG negative events in your life, the more passive challenges you are, the more you'll be overwhelmed. On the flip side, you may have noticed that there are some people who have a lot of shit going on, right? Maybe they have families and maybe they're working hard and they're doing extracurriculars and they're learning how to whatever. And then like bad shit happens in their life and it's stressful, but they handle it. And we're like, how are these superhuman beings able to do this? On top of raising kids and having a career, they also have breast cancer. Like, what the fuck? How do they do this? Because some of us are just getting bodied by random shit in life. And it is because of this. See, quitting and getting fired is the same. At the end of the day, there's no job.
Yes.
But this feels very different.
Yes.
Very, 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 very different. See, need social isolation, interaction. You're alone. Here you're alone too. But this is the same difference as quitting and being fired. One is your choice. And when you make a choice, what is it to be overwhelmed? Overwhelmed is not having choice, not being able to handle what happened. So the more choices you make, the less overwhelmed you will be. And so what we want to do is choose to be solitary for some amount of time every day, and then you can be lonely for the rest of it. The good news is that even if we can reduce your need by 20%, that will improve everything else down the cycle. So now let's talk about interacting with people. Okay? All right. So let's talk about interacting with people. So the first thing is that the more baggage you bring to the equation, the harder it's going to be to interact with people.
The inside
so like people
mouth
can tell when you're desperate for social interaction.
The lips, so I don't have to like.
And so like it makes things way harder. So if we can reduce our need for social interaction by 20%, that will help a lot. The other thing that we really want to do is emotional decompression. Okay? And if we can decompress some of our emotions, if we're not some bundle of nerves or bundle of desperation, it'll smooth out our interactions. We'll be a little bit calmer when we interact with people. And I'm going to kind of combine these 2 points. So let's talk about getting overwhelmed. Okay. So when we get overwhelmed, let's understand what's going on. So we have this part of our brain called the thalamus. And the thalamus is the gateway to the brain. So what does this mean? So we have eyes, we have a mouth, we have ears, we have a nose, and then we have fingers, toes, etc. So all of these are sensory inputs, and they all go to the thalamus. So the thalamus is like, hey, brah, like I'm going to be the entry point. I am basically the customs and immigration for the brain. And then what happens is the thalamus decides what information to relay up to our cortices and what information doesn't belong. And then the thalamus also connects to our emotional circuitry. And this becomes kind of important to understand. So let me explain this. See, if you walk into a room and you can feel the tension in the air, this happens very, very quickly. So what's going on when you feel the tension? If I ask you, if you walk into a room 2 seconds after you walk into the room, you feel the tension in the air. And then I ask you, why do you feel tense? What's your answer going to be? I have no fucking idea. I feel tense. Something's going on. Something's up. I can feel it. We're like, what do you feel? Tell me, what do you actually experience? And they're like, I don't know. I can just feel it. So what's going on there? What's going on there is we have sensory input that's going to the thalamus and activates the emotional circuitry without thought, analysis, or any of this stuff up here, because this happens super fast. They're like right next to each other. Okay? So our emotions activate before our thoughts can catch up. Your emotions can get halfway across the world before your thoughts have put on their shoes, laced their boots, in the words of Terry Pratchett. Okay? So what this means when we get overwhelmed is when we have less social interaction, we get socially rusty. So remember that the mind doesn't wear out, the mind rusts. So learning a new skill, like playing the piano at the age of 70, is protective against dementia. So if you look at your muscles, what deconditions your muscles? What deconditions your muscles is lack of use, not using them. The more that you use them, the stronger they're going to get. And our brain is the same way. So when we are socially isolated, our social circuitry becomes rusty. As our social circuitry becomes rusty, we are not able to detect reassuring stimuli. So if you look at people who develop dementia, why do people with dementia get paranoid instead of friendly? So our brain literally has, this is kind of hard to understand, but like I'm going to do my best to explain it because it's like important. Okay, so we're going to talk about neuroscience. So I want y'all to imagine that you are designing an organism. And if the organism is impaired, do you want trust to remain intact, or do you want paranoia to remain intact? Which one do you think will lead to more survival? So what we tend to find is that paranoia and fear are our most basic, primitive, reptilian brain feelings. They are controlled by these higher order human feelings, like compassion and trust. And so literally what happens in people who have dementia, their brain is decaying. And as the brain starts to malfunction, the most basic circuitry, like the bones of the brain, which we want to protect at all costs, those become active. They've always been active, but they're no longer suppressed by the other parts of our circuitry. So the danger circuitry is very primitive. Like reptiles have the same amygdala that we have. So the threat detection is paramount. If a brain loses the ability to detect threat, we're screwed. So when the brain becomes rusty, we lose our ability to be reassured. Our thalamus becomes kind of funky. And then we literally
I should
get
have just
overwhelmed
manually
with
do
sensory
this. It should be
stimuli.
faster.
You're sitting there. People are saying
should
things.
be
You're not
faster
able to
than
follow the
doing this.
conversation. You're in your own head. And then what happens is this cognition kicks in. Let me show you all. Okay? So now we're going to actually jump to this thing. Hold on. So now we jump over here. Where when we get overwhelmed, we get lost in our thoughts. Okay? And why is this? It's because there's too much sensory stimulus. Like, we don't know who's saying what. When am I supposed to speak? Is it too late to add my point now? All this kind of crap happens. So instead of engaging with the actual people, we are like caught up in our own thoughts, and we're playing some fucking calculation. It's like you have a director's cut. Have you guys ever heard this director's cut audio description for like a movie that you watch? It's like the movie is playing, and then some fucking guy or girl is like talking over it. And the only reason that people watch the director's cut is because they already know what happens in the movie. But when you have like social anxiety, you have the director's cut playing in your head, and then you can't understand what the fucking movie is saying because there's like someone else talking over it. This is what happens. And we get caught over here. And when you watch a movie with a director's cut, who is easier to pay attention to, the actual movie or the director's cut? The director's cut. So we get overstimulation of the thalamus. And then when the thalamus is overly stimulated,
Yeah, I should have
because we've
just
got
manually
way too
do
much
it.
sensory input,
This is too
right?
slow.
All this crap is way too much. Our thalamus is
Too
like, whoa,
slow.
whoa, buddy. Like, I don't know how to do this because remember, we're rusty, so we can't process all that information. So it's like, let's peace out. And then we end up isolating. Then we get lost in our own thoughts. The other challenge that we have when we get lost in our own thoughts is when we are absorbed with ourself. Okay? Now we're in solitude with other people. And now this creates another host of problems. Okay? Is when we get lost in our own thoughts, we're not engaged in empathy because we are interacting with ourselves. We are paying attention to ourselves. And without empathy, we get no reassurance from other people. And then what we end up doing is cognitively trying to like understand what's going on. And then we're playing like some 5D chess in our heads about how to interact with other human beings. But when we're playing 5D chess, in order to interact with other human beings, this is where we get to overthink. We don't connect with other human beings. We can't be chill. We can't relax. Right? Because we're like making moves. And the whole point of like social interactions is that they should be fluid and fun. We should be vibing. But when you are overthinking, you are definitely not vibing. And in order to vibe with someone else, you need to externalize your attention. You need to pay attention to them. So what we want to do in this situation is actually try to enjoy what is going on. Right? Who cares about, I mean, you do, and I know it's hard. You know, the point is to enjoy social interaction. You don't have to say anything, right? But then this is the problem with social anxiety, is that we're worried that if we don't say anything, then people won't like us. But you can just listen to a conversation. And there's studies that also show that basically the problem in social anxiety is that we grossly overestimate the negative costs of social interaction. So what does that mean? So let's talk about social anxiety for just 1 second. Overestimate costs of social interaction. So what this means is if I'm silent, what is the cost of that? The actual cost of that is nothing. How many conversations have you been a part of where, like, over a 5-minute period, no one has said anything? It was just listening. Are you like, fuck that guy particularly, or fuck that girl? She's awful. She hasn't said anything in 5 minutes. Oh my God. They're such POSs. We don't think like that, right? But if you've got social anxiety, you think silence, you estimate the cost as really bad. They will think, I don't like them. Right? And everyone's usually too socially anxious to be worried about you anyway. They're stuck in their own heads. So, what we want to try to do is enjoy things. Try to just be present for the interaction. So now let's get to solutions. So if you're stuck with this, what do you do? Okay? So I'm going to teach y'all a couple of things, okay? All right. So let's start with need social interaction. Step number 1 is solitude. Right? So try to reduce your need by 10 to 20%. Just be with yourself. Try to enjoy being with yourself for a couple hours a day. You can be lonely the rest of the day. All right? Second thing to do, just look at this, okay? So this will make it easier for you to interact with people because you'll be less desperate. But then when we talk about overwhelmed, I'm going to teach y'all a cool trick. Remember, there's this principle of active and passive challenges. And if the passive is greater, then you're going to feel overwhelmed. So if you're overwhelmed in a social interaction, what does that usually look like? This is like, there's too many people saying things. I don't have a chance to break into the conversation. Like, I don't know when I'm supposed to speak. Like, this doesn't feel good. Like, everyone thinks I'm a bad person, whatever. Loser. Okay? So what I would strongly, strongly, strongly recommend that you do is take charge. Now, this can feel terrifying to people who are socially anxious. What do you mean take charge? So I'm going to give you all a couple of phrases. Okay? Just think about it. Just listen to this. You guys can just use this. So let's say you're in a social interaction where you're kind of overwhelmed and there's too many people talking and stuff like that. So let's say there's 6 people talking and 3 of them are participating in a conversation. You can tap the person next to you who's not talking very much, right? Because you're paying attention to some of the information. You can say, hey, like, it's kind of loud in here. Do you want to step outside and chat? Just ask people, hey, you want to like step outside and find someplace quieter to talk? Or you can say like, hey, I noticed you're halfway through your drink. I was thinking about getting a second one. You want to walk over to the bar and grab something? So usually what you want to do is invite someone targeted, specific, to see if they want to do something. And then it's okay. Maybe you'll get rejected. Oh my God. Oh my God. What if they reject me? That's okay. Right? They say, oh no, I'm actually good. I'm not going to have more than one. You're like, okay, cool. I'm going to go top myself off. Do you want me to bring you something that's like non-alcoholic? They're like, no, I'm good. Totally fine. Right? You're just being kind. That's it. You want to step outside? It's loud in here. Because if you find someone else who's not talking very much, they may join you. The other thing you can do is, like, this happens to me a lot, where like I go to like these Indian weddings. And then like you're in line for food, or you're at some conference and they serve lunch. And then you can just ask people like, hey, can I join you? I don't know many people here. Is it okay if I join you? Or if someone is in line ahead of you, you can say like, hey, where are you sitting? Is it okay if I join you? Or you can ask them, are you planning on sitting with someone? Otherwise, we can find a place. Easy. Right? So you want to hear the components of it. Super casual. You want to acknowledge that you don't necessarily need them. You want to offer something to them. Right? And I see there's all kinds of points in here about, hey, you want to, you can always jerk off. I wouldn't recommend you say that. Come with me to a dark alley. The point is that, so there's a couple of things. The first is that we're not taught how to do this. Like, I had to learn how to do this. It was really hard. I learned this in college, where I set out to practice this kind of crap every single day. Just easy social skills. And then the other thing that I sort of found is even when I was getting older and I would go to these conferences where I didn't know anyone, I would sometimes sit down and I would eat by myself. And that's only painful if I don't engage in solitude, right? So you sit down, you look at the place, you say, okay, I don't know anyone here, or the people that I do know are sitting over there, that table is full. Or the most mortifying thing is you go over, you see an empty chair, and then you ask, hey, is this chair taken? And they're like, actually, yes, it is. And then you're like, well, fuck me. Right? And you're like, okay, cool. And then you go and you sit by yourself. And then you stop and think about it for a second. You realize okay, so now I get to eat a meal by myself. I get to think about, I guess I'll use this time to think about what I came to this conference for. There are all kinds of ways to engage in solitude. And oftentimes what will happen is someone will walk up to you and will say, hey, is it okay if I join you? And you can say, sure. Okay? So sometimes bad things will happen. But this is the crazy thing, is that I don't think anyone has the time to think about how big of a loser you are for the next decade of their life. Right? So what you really want to do is when you're feeling overwhelmed, take control of the situation. Try to steer the conversation in a particular direction. Right? If people are talking about something, you can kind of chime in or participate, or you can alter the course, or oftentimes what you can do is find someone else and just sort of use some of these stock phrases. Hey, it's kind of loud in here. Do you want to step out onto the balcony? Right? So you can take control of the conversation. The cool thing is that that'll alleviate your feeling of being overwhelmed. And oftentimes, given the rising rate of social anxiety, you will be a boon to someone else. So I want y'all to flip it around. Let's say you're overwhelmed in a social situation and someone comes up to you and is like, hey, it's way too loud in here. Do you want to step outside and chat, get some fresh air? And this is throwing a lifeline to someone with social anxiety. They're like, fuck yes, I do so much better in one-on-one conversations. So you're throwing a lifeline to someone else. Okay? And that's literally what you say. Okay. And then in terms of overthinking and getting lost in your own thoughts, remember that the more that you can attend to what is going on, actually try to enjoy yourself. Don't worry about whether you're socially good or bad. Try to be empathic and attune yourself to a particular person. Enjoy yourself. And the last thing is, I know it's kind of weird, but they have isolation. Oh, they have isolation down here, but I think isolation goes up here. This is really where isolation goes. And then there's one last thing that you can do, which is very important to understand. The last thing that you can do is not isolate. So I want y'all to think about this, okay? See, people who crave social interaction muster up the courage to go in and then feel overwhelmed and then end up isolating. I know y'all are saying, just don't isolate. Hear me out. Hear me out. People who crave social interaction, go socialize, and then isolate are like people who jump into a cold body of water. Or like, fuck, this is cold. They get out and they're like, oh my God. And then they jump back in. Oh my God, it's cold. You get out. Ooh, dry off. Ooh, let me jump back in. This is what y'all are doing. Instead of acclimatizing, you repeat the worst part of the cycle over and over and over again. Just stay in the water and you'll feel better. But instead, oh my God, it's so cold. You have to get out. And then you jump back in. This is literally what happens. This is what y'all are doing. Not metaphorically. Literally. I don't know what the word means. Think about it, right? You put yourself through this fucking experience over and over and over again. And it's intolerable, so you jump out. And if you pay attention to the times when socialization is more tolerable, there's a longer period of time. And this is where people make a mistake. They think, oh yeah, the reason I hung out with those people 3 hours is because I was feeling less socially anxious. I got along better with them. But it's the chicken or the egg. The reason that you remember that interaction as better is because you didn't bow out after 30 minutes of torture. So the last thing is to literally not
enough.
And you may say, oh my God, Dr. K, that's hard. I know it's hard, but think about this principle.
Okay, head angle.
So what I would strongly recommend is if you really feel like
almost
leaving,
4 hours
and
already.
by the way, being on your phone is another form of leaving. Don't be on your phone.
Shit.
Because being on your phone signals to other people that you are not interested in engaging. They are going to feel like they are bothering you if you are on your phone. Worst thing you can do in a social situation is to be on your phone. And this is like obvious if you go on a date and someone is like, they're not engaged with you. That's fucking apparently happening nowadays. Where like people are going on dates and instead of eating food, they're just taking pictures of it and uploading it. And then like, that's me taking a picture in front of some imaginary food over here. Okay? So if you want to isolate after 30 minutes, give yourself 30 minutes. And while you're there for those 30 minutes, try to take charge of the situation. Okay? And it may feel awkward to walk up to a group of people who are already engaged in conversation. So I'm going to give you all a little tip. You walk up with focus. Don't be like, don't walk like that. Okay? You walk up. You walk in and you say, hey, can I join y'all? Smile. Not like, hey, can I join y'all? Just casual, right? So like, hey, what's up? Can I join y'all? People don't say no to that question. And then they will literally make space for you. And then you kind of join in. That's all it takes. Simple things. Simple, tiny, 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 tiny phrases. Right? Questions? Just walk up and, hey. Or you can walk up to people and say, introduce yourself. Hey, what's up? I'm Alok. That was so creepy. Yeah, that's why I'm saying don't. So, okay. For those of y'all that are saying that's so fucking creepy. Are you doing that? No. Therefore, what you are doing is not creepy. Do you see how we get to this whole problem with social anxiety? Is that our cost estimates are completely off. And here y'all are thinking that what you're doing is really bad because you're not talking. Whereas, like, I just showed you what really bad is. Right? Hi there. How are y'all doing today? Do you mind if I join you? It's kind of loud in here and hot and sweaty, isn't it? Do you want to step outside with me? How about we find someplace quieter to talk? Oh, I see that you haven't had your drink in a little while. Can I get you a drink? I can go. No, you don't need to get it for yourself. I'll get it for you. Allow me. Okay? So look, if y'all don't fucking do that, you're not creepy. That's creepy. Like, we can see what creepy is. Okay? Right? Right? Sweating right? Me too. Oh my goodness, it's so hot. Why the southern accent? Okay, so we can do the southern accent. Hey, do y'all mind if I join y'all? See, that's not creepy. I was gonna top myself off. You want one? Whew. Kind of loud in here. You want to step outside? It's not the accent. Right? So, like, look. I know that people are socially anxious, but y'all aren't this screwed up. Okay, you don't actually do that. So it's okay. Dr. K Theater Kid. You know, I was offered a career as a Bollywood film star when I was like 23 or something. I turned it down. That would have been a different life. A different life indeed. Someone literally offered me a role in a B or C tier Bollywood film. This is when I was gallivanting around India. And it's weird how things happen. But the road that I didn't travel. You would have been great. We don't know that. Right? But the prices that I pay, the prices we pay. Okay. All right, let's move on because now that I've creeped y'all out, all right. Okay. Let's look at one more. Oh my god. Almost out of time. Okay, let's do one more. Let's go. Chat. Stay with me. Dude. Oh my god. Okay, we'll tell that story one day, but we have, you know, people with social anxiety to help. Okay. How to make social anxiety afraid of me. What does it take to go to a party/bar not knowing anyone and acting batshit crazy and not give a flying fuck while not caring about what others think? No alcohol or drugs. I've seen this video pop up on Instagram, a guy ridiculously celebrating in a restaurant, not caring what others think about him, enjoying his time. And I'm instantly reminded of how awkward I am in these kinds of situations. I tried hitting play here, but it didn't work. Yeah. So I think we have to go to Instagram. So I'm going to mute this for a second, chat, just because. So let's just watch this. Oh. How do I? Okay, hopefully this isn't... All right. So, someone's asking, how do I be like this person? Right? And everyone's saying like, oh, he's living. Right? This person's living their life. So, let's understand why this is hard for people with social anxiety and how to do this. So if you want to understand what goes on in social anxiety, basically the problem is that you're adding a handicap to any situation. So anytime we have an action, if you look at this person, what is this person doing? They're absorbed in their action. So why is this person dancing? I'm going to make an assumption here, this may not actually be true, that they're dancing out of the enjoyment of it. They're celebrating. Right? So today's presumably their birthday, and it's like, it's my birthday, I'm having a good time, and I feel like dancing, there's hype music, so I'm going to dance for my pleasure. See, when we add social anxiety to the equation, what we do is we add a layer of complexity, because now instead of being absorbed in the task, I'm thinking about how the task is perceived by other people. So I can focus on making a really good dish, but if I'm worried about how that dish will taste to other people and how they will judge me for it, it will reduce my ability to engage in that thing. So our attention in this world is limited. We can't focus on 15 things at the same time. The fewer things that you focus on, the more intensely that you do it. So the moment that you start worrying about other people, your mind is not at the task at hand. And now here's a huge problem, right? This creates a exponential problem. It's not just linear. Because when I'm 100% focused on the task, I'm not paying attention to other people. So I get 100% of my cognitive energy on the task will go better. The moment that I shift my attention away to other people, not only am I interpreting their stimuli in a negative way, because that's what happens in social anxiety, we interpret ambiguous stimuli negatively. That feeds my anxiety more, and then I focus less on the task. So the task is objectively done worse because my attention isn't on it. And as I start to panic, my focus becomes even more disturbed and it doesn't go well. So a great example of this is having sex. So when you have sex, if you are absorbed in the task and you're not worried about what the other person is thinking or feeling, you're just vibing with them, there can be an empathic connection where you are participating with them without worrying about them, without thinking about them. And then the act can feel really good. And yet, if you have anxiety while you're having sex, you're not focused on the act. Very simple. Right? And sometimes the anxiety gets so bad that it interferes with your performance. You can have difficulties with the men that I've worked with. Sometimes their anxiety gets so bad they have difficulty maintaining an erection. So this is the objective difficulty in the performance. And then the cycle repeats itself. So how does one be free in this way? So the answer is to simply focus on the act. Okay? The other couple of things that we don't really think about is that this person knows how to dance. Right? They've got a Jimi Hendrix t-shirt on. So I don't know if there's no drugs involved. But this person knows how to dance. So the other thing is that oftentimes when we see people who are confident in public, that confidence they're not naturally this way. This is a crafted skill, especially when it comes to dancing or even speaking. Like here I am talking to y'all and I'm confident. But I wasn't born this way. This is the result of a lot of practice, right? I've been streaming for thousands of hours, years. And even then, I started teaching at the age of 21. So I started teaching meditation to a group of high schoolers, middle schoolers, and elementary kids. I've been teaching for 20 years. So if you want to be confident in public, do two things. The first is practice whatever you're doing in public, in private. Get good at it. Develop your own internal confidence, which is not what we see. All we see 60 seconds of this person, not even 60 seconds, maybe 45 seconds of this person dancing. How many hours do you think that this person danced? Do you think that they looked as good as they do in this clip? Absolutely not. And the second thing is enjoy. This is very simple secret. Enjoy. What's the purpose of life? Is it to craft the opinions of others into liking you a lot? I don't think so. I mean, some people make it their purpose, and that doesn't work out very well. So if this feels hard to you, what makes it hard for you to enjoy what you were doing? And this is the beautiful thing, is in the same way that it's exponentially bad, right? If I get anxious about whether I'm good in bed, that can lead to problems like vaginal dryness or flaccid erections, flaccid penises. And so it creates a downward spiral. The good news is that the opposite is also true. See, when you are fully absorbed in something, there is empathy. Other human beings pick up on what you send. So even if this person was not as good of a dancer, why is it that we all gravitate? What is this person the most skilled dancer in the world? Are we sitting there thinking, oh my God, this person, look at that move, and this person is so precise and they're so skilled? No, what are we resonating with? This person is having fun. Let's go. Right? That's what we feel when we watch him. And that empathic energy, if you want other people to have fun with you, you have to be having fun yourself. They will absorb that energy. And we do this on stream. I feel your energy and you feel my energy. I don't even need to see you. I can tell from chat. I don't need to see facial expressions. So when you are absorbed in the task that you're doing, then people will also be like, even if you're not the best dancer, like you don't need to be the best. I don't think we're all like appreciating, like, I mean, the person is clearly skilled, but we're not like, this isn't some dance contest where this person is like some master's, grandmaster level dancer. Maybe he is, who knows? But that's not what this is, right? We see someone who is celebrating, and that brings us joy. So as you become absorbed in your own enjoyment and you share that with the world, it is an offering. That's how you bypass social anxiety. See, social anxiety is about giving someone good. You're concerned about how they will receive it. But an offering is completely different. I offer what I have to give. And I offer it with love. If it's good or bad, that's not, I don't know. Whether it satisfies you or doesn't satisfy you, how am I supposed to know? No idea. So in life, if you're crippled by this kind of stuff, enjoy things yourself and offer what you have to give in whatever pathetic way it is. We're so concerned about giving people good things. Just offer what you have. That's the most that you can give. I'm not saying be negligent. You know, my kids come in and they bring me some picture of theirs, and it's not going to be winning any art contests. But I receive it with love because it's given with love, and it makes me happy. So the attitude that you bring to the table, everyone's like, oh my God, so I think, sure, you should practice by all means. But if you really look at what's going on, how can we enjoy this moment? Because we get caught up in the empathy of it. We get caught up in the offering of it. And what is this person doing? It's an offering. They can celebrate in their mind, but they're like, I'm going to offer you my celebration. I'm going to offer you my joy. And in our society, this has become something that is like a vestigial skill. It's all about transactions. It's all about outcomes. It's all about KPIs. No one gives a shit about you doing your best anymore. And this is the society that we see. We don't accept people for what they offer. We don't accept people in the capacity that they have to give. And there are some good reasons for that, but I think it's gone too far. So if you're struggling with social anxiety, number one, enjoy yourself. Number two, share what you have, right? That's the way to do this. And number three, practice. So if you want to act a particular way in public, practice, 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 practice. It'll make the public stuff, see, you can fail in private without social anxiety. And then you'll be more confident when you go out. Okay. We're at time today, but we have a couple of other great posts. But let's I want to do a couple of questions. Okay, this is a great question. From DogeBoss1563. How do I tie all this stuff you taught up together? There's too many things to focus on. It's a great point. So first is like, you don't have to tie it all together, right? So why do we offer, so especially like the social anxiety thing, there's a cycle. So you do what resonates with you. If you guys want one thing to focus on the way that you put your attention. So if we're talking about socialization especially, the biggest problem in socialization is that our attention goes places that do not allow us to enjoy ourselves. This is the director's cut. So pay attention to the times where you can be absorbed in the task. Instead of thinking, and this is where I say instead of, you can't control the thinking. So the thinking will happen. The key thing is not to indulge it. So you can even notice, so I'll give you all a technique. Oh, my mind is being anxious again. Beautiful technique. So there's something called thought fusion and thought diffusion. This is one of the skills that we try to build in cognitive behavioral therapy. You become one with your thoughts. But thoughts are just thoughts. They're not reality, right? If they were, the 25-year-old thinker would be the happiest person on the planet. His imagination and reality, there's a big gap to the chagrin of the 25-year-old thinker. So as you notice yourself feeling anxious, just point out to yourself, wow, my mind is very anxious today. Take a couple of deep breaths, because breathing will reduce your anxiety. If you need some sensory some reduction in sensory stimulus because your thalamus is overwhelmed, go outside. But do your best to enjoy yourself. And also recognize, like, what are the consequences that you're worried about? Right? So the problem with anxiety is that, I don't know how to say this. Let me think about how to put this. See, anxiety never reaches resolution. Anxiety never reaches a consequence. If you really pay attention to what happens in anxiety in the mind, it thinks in direction number one. And then if you really pay attention, you think about this will happen, this will happen, this will happen, this will happen, this will happen. And then when you get to the end, you'll notice that the anxiety goes back. And then it'll think down track number 2, and then track number 3, and then track number 4, and track number 5. And so if you really think about it, what happens in anxiety is you feel the emotional pain of alternate universes. Only one of those things will happen. But in anxiety, you put yourself through every possibility, and every possibility hurts. This is what's really weird about the brain. So there's one real problem, which is that a hypothetical negative event in the future activates our emotional circuitry as if the event was happening. So this is really bizarre. I want you all to think about this, because the negative emotional circuitry is the only part of our brain that is capable of this. See, if I think about a hypothetical of getting laid, I don't nut. I don't get dopamine. See, the thought of something good, if I think about winning first prize or getting gold medal in the Olympics, I don't feel a cathartic joy flush through my body. But if there are brain scan studies on this, if you look at negative consequences, the amygdala activates in the same way as if the event came to pass. So we can feel hypothetical pain in the real world, but we cannot feel hypothetical pleasure. And so the challenge with anxiety is we run through this scenario, this scenario, this scenario, this scenario, and we get bludgeoned by each one. So we don't actually think through one consequence. We think through 10 of them, and we feel the pain of all of them. So notice that your mind is doing this, and notice that all of these scenarios that your mind is going through, chances are you're overinflating the costs. If you're at a complete lack of, if you're truly stuck, imagine Texas accent creepy Dr. K, and how do you compare to that person? Because that person, if I acted like that in public, I guess this is public. This feels nice and intimate. You know, that's when real creepiness is real creepiness. And usually the people who are truly creepy are oblivious. So where should you start? Pay attention to where your attention goes. Try as best as you can to absorb yourself in the social activity, because it'll be exponentially positive if you can. Okay? Is it counterintuitive to attempt to focus on enjoying myself when interacting with someone if I am feeling in a low energy? Yeah, so I think, so remember that a lot of what happens in social interaction is made by two people. So if you're feeling like low energy, you know, like pick up on someone else's energy. Try to set that stuff aside and like, you know, there's some amount of empathy there. So the whole point of empathy is that the two people can get on the same page. And the core problem with social anxiety is that we can't be empathic because we are actually relating to ourselves. You're in a conversation with yourself when you're socially anxious. And when you're in a conversation with yourself, you can't be in a conversation with someone else effortlessly. So that's where like tune into other people and tune into the task at hand. That's the best thing to do. Okay? All right, y'all. Thank you very much for coming today. I see we have a ton of questions. I see some stuff about, you know, I see a lot of questions about like initiating tasks and depression and stuff like that. We have guides where we cover a lot of that stuff in detail. So we have a guide to ADHD and doing stuff. We also have a guide to depression where we talk about what effective methodologies there are. And that's why we built those, because otherwise I would be answering those questions every stream, all stream. Okay. Thank you, Guillermo Faleros, for your comment. After 27 years old, you don't need solving problems or healing. You need self-salvation. I mean, to free yourself of problems and live in spite of them. Beautiful. All right. Take care, y'all. Thank you very much for coming today. And then I think we have a members lecture on karma, which will be, I believe, on Wednesday. So looking forward to that. It'll be a little bit more in-depth. On stream today is intended to be taken as medical advice. Everything is for educational or entertainment purposes only. If y'all have a concern or question, please go see a licensed professional. Okay, so I am super excited to be streaming today. I haven't been this hyped about streaming, I don't know, since when? I don't know. So today we are going to be talking about purpose, motivation, and something else. I don't remember what. Meaning, purpose, and motivation. Okay. So here's what makes me excited. So today we are not going to pull punches, right? So sometimes when I stream, I have to be like compassionate. And I have to be like, oh my God, your life is so hard. Oh my God. But today we're gonna tell it how it is. Like, so this may be a slightly more based stream than usual. And so the other thing is, like, in this community, people are getting like more knowledgeable and we're learning some of the basics. So like, we're gonna actually explain like what I think the right answers are. And the challenge with explaining the right answers is that sometimes the right answers make people feel bad, right? Like it's kind of, you know, like, so sometimes there's like a right way to do things and a wrong way to do things. But sometimes the right way to do things is, it can be bruising for the ego. And so I'm not saying I'm going to be an asshole today, but we're going to, like, if you guys want, like, if y'all have real questions and you want real answers, that's what we're going to do today. So there are a couple things that we're going to talk about in relation to that. The first is that today I'm going to include a few Easter eggs. Okay, so over the course of today's stream, I was thinking about some, like, what we're going to talk about. And what I'm actually going to do is include somewhere between probably 2 and 4 Easter eggs, which if you are paying attention to, you will pick up. These are Easter eggs that are going to be about the way that your mind functions. So I'm going to teach y'all 4 lessons about what the way that the mind functions, and 4 ways that if you are not careful, your mind will lead to incorrect conclusions. But I won't say this is lesson number 1, this is lesson number 2, this is lesson number 3. This is a little bit more, so we're going to answer like a question, and there'll be a little nugget of knowledge in there for people who are paying attention. And if you really want to, like, get your shit together, you have to have a mind that functions well. Okay, so if y'all pay attention, you'll pick these up. If you miss it, it's not a big deal. Okay? So, okay, we okay with that? So we're going to be looking at a couple of posts from across the Reddit. But before we dive into that, a couple things. First of all, are there Pal World enjoyers? So in the vein of Easter eggs, maybe it's because I downloaded Pal World across the weekend, or over the weekend. But like, are there Pal World enjoyers in chat today? Yeah. Yes. No. Yes. Okay. So if there are, you know, I can't tell if the game is good or is going to turn into. So there's a part of me that's afraid that it's going to turn into some microtransaction bullshit hell. Okay, but let me tell y'all. You know why I love Pal World? So I think for a long time the Pokemon franchise has had a monopoly on this kind of gameplay. And I think this may be kind of a unfortunate take, but I think what I disliked about Pokemon is since they've had a monopoly on this kind of gameplay, and Pokemon has become synonymous with this sort of catching sort of thing, their games have decreased in quality. Like, they've gotten like worse and worse and worse. And that's because they've got no competitor in the space. So I'm thrilled that Pal World is doing well, and my hope is that the Pokemon franchise will get their shit together and actually start making good games. Because I'm sure that they're panicking over there that there's this game that has come out which has basically taken the idea of Pokemon, but like actually made a good game out of it. You know, and it's not that like I like Pokemon. Like, I got my kids a Pokemon game. I got them Pokemon Arceus because I wanted to play Pokemon. I thought this was great. But the game is like, it's so trash on so many levels. Like, it's a really fun game in some ways, but there's just like the attention to detail with like interface problems and like you can't skip dialogue and like all this kind of stuff. Like, the graphics are junk, and it, you know, in Pal World, it's like, it's pretty cool. Like, I built this harness and then I got attacked by who are these guys? I love it. The Pal Resistance Freedom Movement or some shit. So I got, and it was all buggy as hell, and it's kind of like even Pal World is kind of like there's like some stuff about it that's trash, right? It's early access, so I guess that's okay. But it's kind of fun to run around and catch things, and you know, we'll see how it goes. Like, but there's a part of me that really hopes that they don't turn it into this microtransaction hell where it's like, okay, to get the highest level sphere and do this, or some grindy shit show, which I'm not a fan of. But anyway, it's kind of, you know, it's kind of whatever. Okay, so in relation to other things, so I wrote a book. I don't know if you guys know this. So I wrote a book, and the book is actually for your mom. So I wrote a book called How to Raise a Healthy Gamer, which may confuse a lot of people because, like, maybe y'all don't have kids, maybe y'all do. So the first thing is that people are very surprised to discover that, I was surprised to discover, that the average age of our audience is 32. And we have people in their 60s and 70s that watch our content, which is, like, wild, right? So people like my mom. And so the reason that I wrote a book about how to raise kids is because when I was sort of thinking about why does this community exist in the first place, like, if I could go back in time, and what would I do if I could go back in time like 40 years? What I would actually do is write a book about parenting, because I think the problem with my upbringing is not that my parents were bad. They were great. They're wonderful parents, but they were just outgunned. They're outgunned by like technology because they don't know how to deal with it. So I know it's kind of weird that it's kind of like not our quote unquote target audience, which people were telling me, and they're like, oh, you know, write a book for your community. And don't worry, all those are coming. The next 2 books are going to be for y'all. And I started working on those about a year ago. But the reason I wrote this one first is because when I think about this community, the most important thing is if I could go back in time and help your parents, that is actually the way that I would help you the most. And so what I'm thinking about is not just y'all, but the kids who are 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. Right now we're getting into our community, and what their parents need to understand to protect their kids from the invasive stuff in technology. Okay? So if y'all have kids, definitely check out the book. It's actually, for the next 48 hours, there's a 25% discount for members at Barnes & Noble. So it's How to Raise a Healthy Gamer. So, you know, if y'all are interested in supporting the work that we do, it's a very, very good book. There are a couple of other things. So you can also get the book for your parents, right? So if you're like a gamer or you're someone who like uses technology and your parents are like, "Meh, like stop using the technology," like, "Oh my God, like the social media is ruining you." And you're like, yeah, but you see, here's the problem is that if you have a problem with technology and your parents are riding your ass on it, you can't ever, and you know you have a problem, you can't ever admit that it's causing you a problem. Because if you ever admit, yeah, this is like causing problems in my life, you give them ammo. They're like, see, I told you. I was right all along. Look, I told you, games are not good. They're ruining your mind. You're going to ruin it. Ruining it. And then you can't ever, so then you're fucking stuck holding this defensible position of, yeah, no, it's not that big of a problem. That's what happened with me. I knew I was fucking up my life. But if I ever told my parents, if I ever admitted it to them, that gives them license to take it away. It empowers their position and it weakens mine. So if y'all are in this situation, get your parents this book, because what we try to do is teach parents like communication skills. So the other thing that I think this book would be useful for is, so there's a big part about communication skills in this book. That's really what a central part is about. So if y'all are interested in developing communication skills in terms of your relationships, if you have a loved one who's got a problem with like video game addiction, or you have a loved one who's like got problems with mental health or whatever, if you have people in your life that you have difficulty communicating with, the book will help for that, right? So it assumes a context of parent-child relationship, but the stuff in the book like applies to just about any relationship. So these are a lot of the techniques that I use when I'm kind of raising my own kids. There are also techniques that we've used, and we've got like studies that are running right now about like the efficacy of these techniques and stuff that looks pretty good. But it's also stuff that like I'll use in my marriage. It's just about the fundamentals of, and this is kind of what the book is about, is like, this is how you form an alliance with someone so that the two of y'all are on the same page instead of being antagonistic. And then this is how you communicate with them to like sort of understand them, help them out and things like that. And then there's a section on boundary setting, which is really designed for more of the parent-child relationship, but can be applied, can be adapted some. So, and maybe if enough people get it and then y'all really want us to, maybe what we can do is consider like adapting a portion to different kinds of relationships. So if y'all are interested at all, highly recommend it. You know, I think it's like the reason we wrote it is because we think it's pretty good. And it certainly helps us out. So y'all can, there's a 25% discount off of all pre-orders at Barnes & Noble for a period of 48 hours. Okay? Next thing that I wanted to talk to y'all about before we dive in is, on Friday we streamed with Dr. Thordarson. I'm just curious what y'all thought about that. The title of the book is How to Raise a Healthy Gamer. What do y'all think? Okay. Did y'all catch the stream with Dr. Thordarson? It's getting released in March. There's a pre-order sale right now. Okay, so someone was saying it's awesome. It was amazing. There will be an audio version of the book. I will be recording it myself next week. More spirituality blocks. Okay. We're going to get into that today. I liked the stream a lot. Okay. So some people are saying it was okay. So let me ask y'all, what do you think would make it better? Okay, so I need more depth. Thank you very much. Caught it but couldn't finish it. Okay. I think she should have been involved in the Reddit analysis. Great. Thank you very much. Do the indie recording with the accent. I don't know if my publisher is Penguin Random House. I don't know if my publisher would be okay with that. Would like, okay. Let her talk longer. Okay, cool. All right, so here's okay, so that's cool. So we're gonna pass that feedback along. So by the way, so we got some feedback already, and the feedback is overwhelmingly positive. But we think that there are things that we could do better. So I think a lot of people liked it, and I think she's fantastic. And so it's actually really interesting how I don't know, we'll talk about how we found her later. Kruti actually found her at the American Psychiatric Association National Conference. And everyone there was like sipping some Kool-Aid, and she was like, y'all are doing it wrong. Like, this is crazy. Like, this mental health does not need to be this particular way. So she's quite revolutionary in a lot of her ideas, and she's quite based. And so Kruti was like, this is a based take. And so she really liked it. And so she like introduced herself afterwards, and she's awesome. So, okay, so we're trying to, we'll see if she's willing to come on again. And then we also want to think a little bit about how we can help y'all more. Okay? Okay. Audio issues. Yeah, we're working on that. Don't worry about it, Chad. All right. So, let's get to stuff. What do y'all say? Okay. Let's see if my things are right. All right, so this is what I'm going to do first. What we're actually going to do is we're going to just take a quick look at the posts, okay? And then once we look at all of the posts, the titles, then we'll kind of go through them in detail, okay? So, oh my God. Let's see, does this work? Yes, thank God. All right. Change my mind. Dharma, or duty, ikigai, jihad, whatever you want to call it, as the solution for dukkha, suffering, is just huffing copium in disguise. So we're going to talk about this. Is this whole concept of finding meaning or purpose or whatever just like some gigantic source of copium?
Okay.
Okay, number 2. I can't find meaning in life. I feel that I'm slowly becoming a nihilist. I have no friends, no family, nothing to live for the sake of it. Don't get me wrong, I'm not sad or depressed.
This angle make it.
I'm not trying to lay out a sob story, but I fail to understand the point of this. Money, fame, or even virtue? Why does it matter?
Kind of off compared to the front view.
I'm not even 20, and I feel like I've lived to 60. Okay? Bored of life.
Yeah,
does anyone else struggle to find meaning in life? Right? So now we're even talking about, okay, I have great friends. I have a solid job.
Oh,
I like my coworkers. I have a good social life, but I struggle to find any meaning in life.
The taco, the evil taco, have to add like
and
multiply on everything just beside the eyes.
So why should I live if I don't want to?
So that gonna take a bit of time.
I already know everything I should do, but nothing compels me to want to do them. How do I move myself forward in life if nothing feels exciting or rewarding enough to do it?
Firm around everything.
All right? So,
beside the eyes.
These are the topics. And y'all will notice that these are sort of related, right? So we're swimming around this concept of like, what the fuck are we doing in life? Like, what's the point? Where does the motivation come from? Where does the purpose come from? Like, where, like, how, what about what I want to do? What I should do? What does dopamine have to do with it? Is there some bigger picture? Is this all just some kind of like scam, right? Religion is the opiate of the masses. It's all just copium. I'm depressed. I'm not depressed. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm doing everything right, but my life feels empty. We're going to deal with all of it. And we're going to tackle all of these different things, okay?
Everything.
So,
not sure
let's
if it's
start
gonna work or not.
So the other thing, by the way, is if y'all are new, so here's a criticism that I've been getting recently. So, which is that like, stop talking about the same crap over and over and over again, Dr. K. So that's fine.
I thought it worked.
So I'm going to assume we're going to do a very quick
kind of
recap of core things that we've discussed in the past. But one of the things that we're going to do today is like, I'm not going to explain the basics. I'm going to assume that y'all know the basics, okay? So if y'all don't understand what I'm talking about, I apologize. Go watch something else. We have resource packs and stuff that y'all can access that will teach y'all some of the basics, okay? So, let's start. Are y'all ready?
Okay. Everything just beside the eyes. And that should work.
Okay, change my mind. Anyway. Dharma, duty, ikigai, jihad, whatever you want to call it, as the solution for dukkha or suffering is just huffing copium in disguise. I anticipate encountering the rebuttal of no true Scotsman that I simply haven't discovered my true unique dharma yet, and that I will happily tolerate any suffering for. I don't believe there's copium strong enough to huff that's worth the unavoidable pain of life. There's arguably an easier rebuttal of this is a problem only you have, but let's walk around that for now. So the first thing is that I think what this person is talking about, so let's just dispense with this right away. So that, you know, if someone says, okay, dharma, which is the Sanskrit word for duty, and we'll get to why it's not really duty. They'll say like, okay, like if you don't believe that your dharma can alleviate suffering, that's because you haven't found your real dharma yet. And it's just until you find your real dharma, then that's your problem, right? You're not trying hard enough. So this is an argument that I think is like a pretty good argument that we have to be careful of. So I think that, like, let's just talk about this for a second. So like I have a problem with this argument too. So I think I agree with this person's argument. That's what I mean. So there's like, you know, when I was like starting my spiritual journey, I would talk to people about things like prayer, right? So like prayer never worked for me. And I had people tell me like, yeah, that's just because you're not praying hard enough, right? Like the problem is that you're not doing it right. It's not that we're wrong, and praying and believing in God will absolutely, Bhagwan, God will fix all of your problems. You just put it to God. And I'm like, I put my problems to God,
set up
and nothing fucking
that
changes.
fucking 5 hours.
Like, that's because you're not praying hard enough. You have to have more belief, more faith. No, it's not that this organism that we have no scientific proof for, you can talk to it, does not talk to you. Let's all this kind of stuff. Like, okay, you can argue that there is proof, whatever. I'm not trying to say religion. It is not that this being in the sky, this flying spaghetti monster, is not wrong. You are wrong. You are not praying good enough. Right? And when we talk about dharma, the same thing happens. A lot of people will say like, oh yeah, you like the reason that you think that dharma doesn't work is because you didn't find it yet. Okay? So I'm with you there. But that's not what we're going to do. Okay? Don't worry about it. So, let's get back to it. If I had both dharma and dukkha on a set of scales, the dukkha might as well be something very dense like a black hole. I personally don't care to work and suffer for more for dharma, and not even to attempt to save humanity from the unavoidable dukkha of existence. There are countless worthy altruistic causes available. I'm not burnt out already with basic existence, and I'm not interested in additional labor. So like, just F this whole thing, right? Like, it's just not worth it. There's nothing so valuable that I would want to go through what I have lived and suffered so far. And that's before we even account for future suffering. So there's nothing that I can perceive that makes the shit life that I've lived worth it. And it doesn't even have to be shit, right? It doesn't even have to be very, very bad. It can just be an average life, but it's still not worth it. I can agree with Eastern Buddhist schools of thought when it comes to suffering and perhaps attachment. However, they couldn't commit to the rational conclusions, okay? So now we have to be a little bit careful. Because if we think someone else is not willing to commit to rational conclusions, we got to be super careful about that, right? So the mind is really tricky. It says, oh yeah, this is the rational conclusion, but others are not willing to commit to it. It's not that the problem is that they're not willing to commit. It's not that they're right and I am wrong. They just can't face the truth the way that I can, right? If I explain, I expect I would be banned. Ooh. But savvy readers who know. Oh, very, okay. So if you're in the know, you're in the know. And they're the people who are the enlightened ones who know. And then we get, oh my God, we get canceled if we speak it out loud because it's secret truth. Ooh, okay. However, cycles of reincarnation conveniently exist. Oh my God, they're so convenient. I don't believe in it, and I'm not enlightened enough to have encountered the alleged evidence of it. And one life is already an experience I could have done without. And that the only exit to transcend through nirvana and supporting monasteries. I don't know where this comes from.
This should
okay,
work.
Sure. We'll talk about nirvana and stuff later, okay? If the school of thought religion didn't perpetuate itself, then they wouldn't continue to exist. This true, I don't know if I don't know if I agree with that, but let's just dispense with this for a second. Okay, I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. There's just a different perspective. So if you look at some of the perspectives from the karmic religions, okay? It's not, so see, if something is true, You don't need a self-perpetuating thing to keep it going. So something that is true will be discovered and rediscovered, even if all of the monasteries fall apart. Someone else, if something is true, right? So if we had this apocalypse that happened and we got sent back to the Stone Age as the human race, we would still discover gravity, we would still discover electricity, we would still discover all the same stuff if it's true. We don't need a lineage to perpetuate what is true.
Make a swish, maybe.
I've talked with psychotherapists and heard varying responses, ranging from agreement to disagreement on dharma as the solution to dukkha.
Fun to look at.
But what are others' thoughts on the matter?
Just
Sorry
use the
for the walls of
body.
text. I'll check back later on this post if I remember.
Swishing might be more fun.
Thanks for the insights. I'll ruminate over whether or not letting go of all attachments is a Pyrrhic victory and investigate the differences between disassociation and being free of all attachments. So, first of all, I love this post. Okay? And the stuff that I argued against in the middle, that's not actually what I want to talk about. I'm just sort of pointing out I'm not going to address those things, but just because I'm not addressing it doesn't mean that I agree with it. There's a different perspective. Okay? So if we want to understand this, what we really have to do is start by understanding these terms. So there is a huge problem when it comes to spirituality, which is that a lot of people think they understand spirituality, but they don't really understand spirituality. Now, this can be the no true Scotsman argument, right? So this is Dr. K saying, oh, you don't really understand spirituality. That's why you misunderstand things. If you really understood the real spirituality, then you would understand what we're talking about. So I'm not saying that I'm right, but let me explain this, okay? So right now, let's try to understand the dissemination of these concepts like dharma and dukkha. How are these concepts taught? How do people learn about them? So we learn about them usually through things like random dumbasses like myself or on the internet speaking about these concepts, or you read some best-selling book, right, where someone talks about this, or you watch lectures, or you listen to podcasts, or whatever. So the way that we learn about things like dharma and dukkha are through easily disseminatable materials. And the goal of all of these materials is to be easy to disseminate. So when we make a YouTube video, or we stream on Twitch, or whatever, right, one of our goals is that we want people to be able to understand it. So we transmute the knowledge into being easily accessible. Okay? Now, this is a huge problem because originally these concepts were not taught intellectually. These concepts were taught in tandem with practices. So this is like night and day. So I'm going to give you all an example. If I want to teach you all about swimming, I can write a book about swimming. I can make a YouTube video about swimming. I can make a Twitch stream about swimming. I can do all kinds of stuff about swimming. But if we look at how do we actually learn how to swim, we have to get into the water at some point. So the biggest reason why there is a misunderstanding of these concepts is because these concepts were originally taught in conjunction with practices. And we would take kids that were about 8 or 9 years old, we would send them to an ashram or a monastery where they would have daily meditative practices in which this philosophical angle was combined. There is an experiential component, a practice component, along with the intellectual or philosophical component. And when you combine these two things, then you understand it. But that's not what we have today. Right? So what we have today is people writing books where the intellectual mind reads it, and then we try to make it accessible to the intellectual mind, right? So we don't include any experiential knowledge, because if you include any experiential knowledge, the intellectual mind won't understand it. So we are a society that is learning spirituality the way that some people learn about sex through watching pornography. I'm going to watch this porn over and over and over again, and then eventually, the more I learn, the more I educate myself, the better I will get at sex. This is what's happening with spirituality in our current existence. Because everyone wants to sell books. And if I say things that people don't understand, then no one will buy the book. So instead what I do is I take all this stuff that's true, that's based on experience, and I remove it from my explanation. So today what we're going to do is add what is missing from this understanding. Okay?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Let's add the physics, and then we're gonna...
You'll get this. So like the experience comes with the knowledge, and now all we're doing is we're sending 50% of it along, and we're leaving out the rest of it. Okay? So now let's understand some of these concepts. Okay. So first thing is let's understand the relationship between dukkha and dharma. And in order to understand the relationship between dukkha and dharma, we have to understand what dukkha truly means. So the other problem that we run into is that these words are translated as English words, and then we think we understand what they mean. And this is another problem that the mind has, is when the mind gains an intellectual understanding of something, it believes that it understands it. Right? So if you spend time on the internet, you will find this all over the place, where someone hasn't done something, but they dismiss it because the mind understands it. This won't work for me. This works for you. This doesn't really work. That doesn't work. Here's the reasons why it doesn't work. The mind doesn't actually have experience. It has a intellectual understanding, and it believes that its logic is correct. Okay, so we have to be super careful about that. So let's understand the word dukkha. So what does dukkha mean? Dukkha comes from the word du, which means bad, and ka, which means empty space. Which means space. So literally what dukkha is empty space or bad space. Okay? It is a bad space. It is space where space does not belong. Okay? So if y'all want to understand really what dukkha is, if you've ever been to a restaurant and you've sat at a table that is wobbly, right? There's the wobbly table.
Okay.
There is a space where it does not belong, right? There's some this is the floor. This is where the table should be, but instead there's some gap. And in this gap, this is the bad space. This is the space where wobbliness happens.
Export the animation.
And so if we look at anything, if we look at sort of the nature of dukkha is basically space where it doesn't belong, or a bad space. So I'll give you all a simple example of a couple of other simple examples of dukkha. So let's say I eat a slice of pizza. Now the slice of pizza is supposed to bring me joy, right? I want to eat a slice of pizza. I'm really hungry. It looks delicious. It smells delicious. But the moment that I take a slice of pizza, I feel guilty. I'm like, man, I should have eaten a salad. I shouldn't eat this. So even in pleasurable things, instead of us being able to have this experience of pizza, which is supposed to be full of pleasure, that's why we ordered it in the first place, there's actually this little space over here where there's guilt. This is dukkha. And our whole life is designed to get away from dukkha. So even things like altruism, right? So if we look at someone like a soldier who dies for their country. So someone who dies from their country is also trying to move away from dukkha. Because for this person, the ideal of the country is greater than themselves. Right? So even as we engage in negative things, we're still trying to get rid of this emptiness within us. We're always trying to get rid of emptiness within us. There's a great book called In the Realm of Hungry Ghosts by Gabor Mate, in which he talks about addiction as an attempt to fill up the void within us. We feel empty on the inside, and so we go in looking for things to fill the emptiness. Another very simple example of dukkha is boredom. So when there's boredom, there's nothing for the mind to think about, I'm looking to fill the mind with something. Let me play something fun. Let me watch something fun. Let me do something. Let me fill up this emptiness. This emptiness feels bad. This is a bad space. This is what dukkha is. Now let's talk about dharma. So dharma gets loosely translated as duty, but that's not really what it is. Okay? So if we talk about dharma, what does dharma mean? The root of the word dharma is dri. And dri means support or constant. Okay? So to act in accordance, so this is kind of how this works. All right? So what is dharma? So if you look at the world, you'll find that there's all kinds of circumstances. And the circumstances will always change. And so if you're trying to figure out how do I live in this world, your circumstances change every single day. There's different kinds of people, different kinds of personalities, different kinds of socioeconomic status. So what's the right answer? We have no idea because everyone's an individual. So as people sat down and explored this, they realized there are some constants in life.
Phase
and as you start building a life, based on constants, things will go better for you. So one way that I think about dharma is...
The fate is too fast.
Dharma is about harmony. To live in a way that is harmonious. So this is also something that the Greek philosophers, I think it was Greek philosophers, so they came up with this concept of telos, which is like, I think the purpose or virtue or something. I'm a bit rusty on this stuff. So they kind of said, like, okay, what is the difference between a good chair and a bad chair?
5 hours?
Does the object fulfill its purpose?
Like 2
so a chair
extra
is designed to
compared
sit
to how
on. So if a chair can support someone's weight, it is fulfilling its telos, and this makes it virtuous. What's the purpose of a table? To be able to hold stuff up. What's the purpose of a plant? To be able to provide shade or fruit or whatever, right? So they made these very simple observations that there's like a certain way that objects are supposed to be, things are supposed to be, and when they fulfill that purpose, this makes them good and virtuous. This is the purpose of something. Now let's talk about dharma. So the first thing to understand is dharma is about constancy. So when we say support, what we mean is like support is in the thing that holds other things up. This is what dharma truly is. Okay? So dharma is like the way that we... Let me think about this. Okay, we'll pause there. All right. So let's talk about the relationship between dharma and suffering. Now that we've understood what these two things are. Okay? So this person says, okay, dharma is a copium. It's copium, right? It's just something that people... So if we think about what is copium, copium is like basically a false thing that people kind of choose to believe that alleviates their suffering in some way. So there are a couple of things to understand. If we really look at the Sanskrit literature, the path to happiness or the alleviation of dukkha actually has 4 steps. Dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. So already, in a sense, this person is correct. That dharma doesn't fix dukkha. It's one of the 4 pieces that fixes dukkha. So this is dharma, which is roughly translated as duty. And then artha is wealth, kama is pleasure, and moksha is liberation. So if you want to be free from dukkha, these are the 4 things that will alleviate dukkha in some capacity. So let's run through them, okay? And then we'll get to dharma last. So we know, even the yogis sort of figured out that, all right, so like if we look at the world today, like what's the problem in the world today? Like half the problems of half the people, or maybe half the problems of 90% of people on the planet could be solved with wealth, right? I think this is like, we kind of know this. That we have a mental health crisis, which is really rooted in an economic crisis. So the amount, and this by the way is like something that we don't quite understand, we don't quite acknowledge. So everyone talks about like the boomers, right? The boomers talk about how like millennials and Gen Z are like ruining everything. And you see all these articles like, oh my God, like people aren't having babies. And I recently heard that like Vladimir Putin was pleading with Russian women to have 7th or 8th children. I also have heard, I've read articles about this, I don't know if it's true or not, that China is starting a policy, well, they are subsidizing people to have kids. And then we have all these like doomsday articles like millennials aren't buying houses. Millennials aren't having kids. Oh my God, millennials are so lazy. Gen Z is so lazy. Everybody's so lazy. No, this is wrong. Gen Z, millennials, we're actually like the best generation on the planet. Like from an objective standpoint. Let's understand why. We're the hardest working, right? So we work harder than any generation above us. We work more hours. And yet we get less for it.
Okay, I'm gonna cook,
we have inherited a world that has gone to shit. So what's happened, this is important to understand. So human beings used to struggle, and then we developed technology. And for a while, as we developed technology just gave us a net benefit in society. The goods of technology outweighed the bads. So these things like pollution didn't really bother us too much because the world was like, generally speaking, like there wasn't too much tech. There wasn't too much pollution. And so we increased efficiency. Things got better and better and better and better and better. So what happened is we had 100 years of human beings being able... We had a group of human beings who for 100 years had technological advancements that could supplement the half-assness of their efforts. And now what's happened is technology has caught up with us. Technology no longer rapidly improves our situation. In fact, technology is starting to be harmful. We've developed such a beast that is now hurting our mental health. And we are the first generation that is dealing with this problem. So it's not that we're doing a bad job. We're actually doing an awesome job. It's just that we were playing this game with a handicap in our favor.
The crystal raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all is when the sun comes shining through, to make those rainbows in my mind. When I think of you sometimes, I want to spend some time with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us, just the two of us, building castles in the sky, just the two of us, you and I. We look for love, no time for tears, wasted water's all it is, and it don't make no flowers grow. Good things might come to those who wait, but not to those who wait too late. just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky, just the two of us. You and I. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ooh. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I. Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I.
私実は分かってるのもう君が言ったことあのねわからずやって言うんだろうね忘れたいんだけどもっとちゃんと言ってよ忘れないよメモにしてよ明日10時にホームで待ち合わせとかしようそして人生最後の日君が見えるのならきっと人生最後の日 夜に浮かんでいたクラゲのような月が外れたバス停の背を覗けばあの夏の君が頭にいるだけ鳥居乾いた雲夏の匂いが頬を撫でる大人になるまでほら背伸びしたままで遊び疲れたらバス停裏で空でも見よう時期に夏が暮れてもきっと覚えてるから追いつけないまま大人になって君のポケットに夜が咲く口に出せないなら僕は一人だそれでいいからもう諦めてるだけ夏日乾いた雲リスが埋め錆びた標識記憶の中はいつも夏の匂いがする写真なんて紙切れだ思い出なんてただのゴミだそれがわからないから口をつぐんだまま絶えず君の意向記憶に夏のノイズ一つうつむいたまま大人になって追いつけないから君に晴れ口に出せないまま坂を登った僕らの影に夜が咲いてくうつむいたまま大人になった君が思うまま手を叩け日の落ちる坂道を登って僕らの影は追いつけないまま大人になって君のポケットに夜が咲く口に出せなくても僕ら一つだそれでいいだろうもう君の思い出を噛みしめてるだけ考えたってわからないし青空の下君を待った風が吹いた証拠昼下がりを抜け出す想像ねこれからどうなるんだろうね進め方教わらないんだよ君の目を見た何も言えず僕は歩いた考えたってわからないし青春なんてつまらないし闇ダンスのピアノ机を引っかせが抜けないね将来何してるだろうね音楽をしてないといいね困らないでよ心の中に一つ線を引いてもどうしても消えなかった今更なんだからなんも思い出すな間違ってるんだよ分かってないよあんたら人間も本当も愛も世界も苦しさも人生もどうでもいいよ正しいかどうか知りたいのだって防衛本能だ考えたんだあんたのせいだ考えたってわからないが本当に年老いたくないんだいつか死んだらって思うだけで胸が空っぽになるんだ将来 体何してるだろうって大人になったら分かったよ何もしてないさ幸せな顔した人が憎いのはどう割り切ったらいいんだ満たされない頭の奥の化け物みたいな劣等感間違ってないよななんだかんだあったら人間だ愛も救いも優しさも根拠がないなんて君が悪 もう忘れてしまったかな。夏の木陰に座ったままアイスを口に放り込んで風を待っていた。もう忘れてしまったかな。世の中の全部嘘だらけ。本当の価値を二人で探しに行こうと笑ったこと。忘れないように色褪せないように形に残るものが全てじゃないように言葉をもっと教えて夏が来るって教えて僕は描いてる目に映ったのは夏の亡霊だ。風にスカートが揺れて思い出なんて忘れて浅い呼吸をする。汗を拭って夏めくもう忘れてしと思えばいいんでしょうか。さよならって言葉でこんなに胸を裂いて今もたった数瞬の夕焼けに足が止まっていた。先生人生相談です。この先どうなら楽ですか。そんなの誰も分かりはしないよなんて言われますか。ほら苦しさなんて惜しいわけない。何もしないで生きていたい。青空だけが見た って値札が背中に貼られていて一国みたいなサスペンスをどこか期待していた先生どうでもいいんですよ生きてるだけでいたいんですよルイチもフロイトもこの穴の埋め方は書かないんだただ夏の匂いに目をつむいて雲の高さを指で解こう思い出だけが見たいのはわがままですかドラマチックに人が死ぬストーリーって売れるじゃないですか花の散り際にすら目がつくのも嫌になりました先生の夢は何だったんですか大人になると忘れちゃうもんなんですか先生人生相談ですこの先どうなら楽ですか涙が人を強くするなんて全部詭弁でしたああこの先どうでもいいわけなくて現実だけがちらついて夏が遠くてこれでも本当にいいんですかこのまま生きてもいいんですかそんなの君にしかわからないよなんて言われますかただ夏の匂いに目をつむりたいいつまでも風に吹かれたい青空だけが見たいのはわが
The farting animation. The one before, yeah, that was cool. Yep, Yes. This for commission, I finish it. Yeah. Some free for a little bit. Wait, this month? I've only finished like 5 commission this month. Fuck. Man. Okay, let's play. Let's just do the story. There's nothing else really to do actually. 73. Let's find one more now. This is kind of loud. Okay, I'm gonna eat dinner. Wait, why Lynn's so slow? Fuck. Okay.
まだ立ち上がりますか。捕獲マーク起動。愉快な反撃の時間です。すべてが消える。
Might have taken too much food for dinner.
ガツンとくるやつでいこう。
God.
2倍速ってこんなもん。まずい。引導を渡そう。涙雨。触れてあふれる。
Okay. Need to go here. Oh, it's so hot. Fuck. Oh, so hot. Yeah, I have to take a bit too much food. Let me take some soy sauce actually. I'll be right back. Just get some stuff. Back. Music to maybe lower a bit.
空を飛ぼうにも終わり知らずだきっと君を探してしまう
Where the fuck do I go though? Need to get there. So I need to go here, there, there. That wall. That way. That way. Over here. Hey, where's the other beats? Mm.
これも銀河を漫遊する意味だ。
Here we go.
プレートにはガリバーアーチって書いてある。君、こんな小物のことまではっきり覚えてるのかい？それにしてもこの見た目、なんだか通り抜けるだけで人を小さくするトンネルを思い出させるな。
僕が君なら今すぐ口を閉じるところだ。余計なことは言わない方がいい。
まるで積み木を積んでるみたいだね。僕は積み木で遊んだことがないからチップを積むのとどっちが面白いのかはわからないけど。ほら、ぴったりやって完璧だ。え、次は？嘘だろ？体が小さくなった。夢でも見てるのか？
ま、ここは夢の中ではあるな。
教授、君めちゃくちゃ大きくなってるよ。いっそのことこのまま出るのはどうかな。 隙を見て僕をサンデーの服の中に入れるんだ。冗談だって。とにかく扉を開ける方法を探そう。
ほとばしる過去の伝説。ほとばしる過去の伝説。
こんにちは。黄金の時の基盤模型へようこそ。私はオーク兵。基盤模型のガイドを担当しています。喜んでお手伝いしましょ
う。なら案内してくれ。
こんにちは。黄金の時の基盤模型へようこそ。私はオーク兵。基盤模型のガイドを担当しています。喜んでお手伝いしましょう。 ガイドを生成しています。しばらくお待ちください。さいさいさいさいさいさいさいさいさい。最寄りのチェックポイントを検出しました。私の背後のガチャムサイサイサイサイサイサイサイサイサイサイサイサイ。あっ、
僕は何も見ていない。
ガチャの模型だ。地面に操作できる場所はないね。上にあるあれかな。教授、ちょっと手伝ってくれ。やっぱりだ。この模型は内部構造まで本物の建物そっくりで、違うのは人が住んでないってことだけ。サンデーのやつ、こんなミニチュア模型を朝起きたらすぐ目に入る場所に置いてるなんて、ピノコニーの巨人にでもなったつもりか。
ほとばしる過去の伝説。
上の階に飛んでいったかけらがある。ピンボールマシンを使ってあそこまでジャンプしないと。でもそう簡単にはいかないんだろうな。やっぱりここにあるのはピンボールマシンの台座だけで、中は空っぽだ。教授、また君の知恵を借りたい。
大声で叫ばなくても聞こえてる。ピンボールマシンの模型はアーチのように広間のどこかに置いてあるはずだ。待っていろ、すぐに戻る。ああ、これでようやく静かになるな。
ほとばしる過去の伝説。
これだ。楽しい一人の時間というのはあっという間に過ぎ去ってしまうものだな。
ありがとう教授。 にしよう。君も中に入って見てみた方がいい。本当に壮観だから。今なら僕をひとひねりにできるだろうね。
君が同意するなら今すぐ実行に移しても構わない。
これで全部集まった。楽勝楽勝。
ほとばしる過去の伝線。
私を楽しませてくれる？いや、
任せろ。
当たりだ。僕が出そう。
引導を渡そう。涙雨ひっ降りてあふれる。
これで全部集まった。楽勝楽勝。楽しいおもちゃの街の旅も終わりか。ちょっと名残惜しいな。ピノコにも悪いことばかりじゃないだろう。今回の面白い出来事はカードテーブルでの話のネタにしよう。
君が生きて箱庭から出るのを見ると残念な気持ちになるな。サンデーはこの扉の奥にいる。これは僕の薄っぺらい見解だが、彼は一筋縄ではいかない相手だ。覚悟はできてるか？
もちろん。覚悟が必要なのは彼の方だと思うけど。
君の計画を話してみろ。
計画なんてないよ。ただ臨機応変に動くだけ。人と交渉する時のカードは利益か恐怖、この2つしかないからね。
君は本当に誠意というものを理解していないようだな。
それ僕の誠意が足りないってこと？わざわざ強調することもないだろう。僕たちは死を利用するんだから。妹が死んだ以上あの男がじっとしていられるはずがない。これが恐怖だ。そして僕は彼のために殺人犯を捕まえる。彼は地位や立場が邪魔で自分ではできないけど、僕ならできる。これが利益だ。
なぜ彼にはできないと言い切れる？そもそもわざわざ対立しているカンパニーの人間に頼んだりするか？
理由なら単純なものさ。今回の殺人犯はファミリーの中に潜む裏切り者である可能性が高いからだよ。
君が以前矛先を向けたのはあの巡回レンジャーだった。
あれは口実だよ教授。あの人は怪しかったから誰かに牽制してもらう必要があったんだ。僕たちが行動するとき視野の外の変数は少ない方がいいからね。それに彼女が何者かを知る必要もあった。僕の幸運が本物なら彼女はきっと重要な駒になる。そして今回の件で僕を助けてくれる友達は多ければ多いほどいい。でも正直に言うと殺人事件と彼女は無関係だと思う。僕の見解に変わりはない。きっとファミリーの内部で何か問題が起きてるんだ。そうじゃなきゃサンデーが水面下で私的な面会をセッティングすると思うかい？これは取り調べじゃなくて秘密の交渉なんだよ。見ていてくれ。ロビンの死をチップに自由と力を取り戻してみせる。最後にはこの美しい夢をひっくり返して最も盛大な死を作り出そう。この扉を通って勝利のチャンスが手に入るなら、たとえ可能性が限りなくゼロに近かったとしても迷う必要なんてない。そうだろ？
このギャンブラーめ、何を根拠に自分が勝てると思ってるんだ。
チップ3枚で十分。オール・オア・ナッシングだ。
私の用意した謎はあなたには簡単すぎたようですね。カンパニーの使者。
お世辞をどうも。あれだけの手間をかけて歓迎してくれたことに感謝するよ、サンデーさん。
ええ、これは招待ではなく呼び出しですから。話し合いを始める前にあなたの品性を試さなければなりません。おそらくあなたのそばにいる博学なご友人にいろいろと助けてもらったのでしょう。
ああ、そのことは僕よりも君の方がよく分かってるはずだ。彼は自分の役割を忠実に果たした。そうだろ？
ええ、先日教授はアベンチュリンさんの高貴な人柄を保証してくれました。あなたも教授同様正直な心を持っていてファミリーが信頼するに値すると。今あなたの人となりがよくわかりました、アベンチュリンさん。あなたは勤勉で寛大で協力的だ。そして数々の障害を乗り越え私の前に現れた。これだけでもあなたの知恵と勇気を信じる理由になるでしょう。ですが、一つ聞かせてくれませんか。あなたの才覚が誤った方向に使われ、会うべきではない人物に出会い、現れるべきではない場所に現れ、起こるべきではない惨劇を目撃したことについて。
顔 顔色があんまり良くないね。一応確認するけど、君を苛立たせているのは僕かな？もし違うなら、僕は君の味方だ。
私の理解が間違っていなければ、今の言葉、ファミリーを激しく非難しているように聞こえたのですが。
その理解で合ってるよ。だって君のそばでは静かに悪が増長してるんだから。腹の探り合いはやめて、妹さんのことについて話そう。彼女の才能は芸能界でも右に出る者がいないほどのものだ。でも君も知っているように、ピノコニーに戻ってから彼女の声はずっと不調だった。さらに恐ろしいのは、彼女はもう歌うことができないということだ。これは今君の高貴な身分はかえって枷となり、犯人を捕らえて妹の仇を討つことができなくなっている。でも心配することはない。僕は君の味方だから。
アベンチュリンさんがそう思ってくださるのはとても光栄なことですが、一つ確認させてください。
ああ、今回のことで君が何かを失うことはない。僕はただ自分のものを取り戻したいだけさ。好みの自由、ファミリーが保管している携行品、あの
奇跡の入った箱。
その通り。
奇跡、戦略投資部の貴重な資産、孫悟の指令の体験が収められた聖なる石で、生産のエキスパートたちが一つずつ持っていると聞いています。それほど貴重な品なら、他のどんな報酬よりも価値があるのではないですか？
でも君も知ってるだろ？真実を明らかにするためにはある程度の高いリスクがつきものだって。
アベンチュリンさん、あなたは外にいるとき常に自分の身だしなみに気を使っていますか？ネクタイは？
もちろん。
そうですか。ですが私は違います。なぜならそれは適切ではありませんから。私はいかなるリスクも冒さない。奇跡はファミリーが保管しなければなりません。
少しも相談の余地はないのかい？
二度も断らせないでください。
わかった。じゃあ謝礼金だけ返してくれればいい。さすがにそれは返してくれるだろう？商人は交渉のカードがないと何もできなくなってしまうからね。
思っていたより妥協するのが早かったですね。残念ながら商人よりもギャンブラーの方がチップを必要とするものです。謝礼金をお返しするのは構いませんが、あなたがすっぱりと諦めたあの箱の中には一体何が入っているのですか？3つのカンバセを持つ魂、その熱き鉄を彼の舌と手のひらに押し当て、嘘偽りの誓いを口にできないようにしたまえ。
何をした？
調和の光の下ではいかなる罪悪も隠すことができません。祖に光を降臨させるよう願い、私がその代わりにあなたに質問していきます。
僕が答えることを拒否。
それでは調和があなたを拒絶するかどうか試してみましょう。質問、あなたは奇跡を持っていますか？
ああ。
簡潔な回答ですね。あなたも多くを語ることの危険性を理解しているようだ。あなたはピノコニーに来た時、奇跡をファミリーに渡しましたか？
あ
あ。あなたがファミリーに渡した奇跡はあなたのものですか？
ああ。
今あなたの奇跡はこの部屋の中にありますか？
あ
あ。あなたの記憶は いかなる形でも改変または削除されていないと誓えますか？
あ
あなたはスガンリアのエビ金属ですか？
あってそんなことまで知ってるのかい？
エビ金人は自分や他人の思考を読み取ったり改変操作したりする能力を持っていますか？
ないね。それが何か関係あるのかい？
あなたは自分自身よりも家族を愛していますか？
ああ。
エビ金人は全員ある虐殺によって命を落としましたか？
いや。
あなたは一族で唯一の生き残りですか？
多分ね。
あなたはこの世界を憎み自分の手で滅ぼしたいと思っていますか？
わからない。
興味深い。では最後の質問です。あなたは今砂金石が無傷でこの箱の中にあると誓えますか？
もちろん。
答えは出たようですね。箱を開けてみてください、アベンチュリンさん。どうぞ。探していたものですよ。約束通り来てくれましたね、博識な教授。これはこのドタバタ劇の中でファミリーの味方になるということでよろしいでしょうか？
なぜ僕を引き入れられると思うんだ？
聞いたところによると、あなたとアベンチュリンさんの関係は決して良好とは言い難い。そして私は知っている。あなたが何よりも知識の追求を優先する真の学者であるという。
それが分かっているなら、一人前の学者は自分の立場をわきまえ、つまらない尊厳のために大事なものを失ったりしないことも知っているだろ
う。もしあなたがファミリーに協力してくれるなら、性格に関する私たちの研究成果を全て差し上げましょう。ファミリー以外にそのような知識を共有しようとする派閥がないことはあなたもよく知っているのではありませんか？
言ってみろ。僕に何をしてほしいんだ？
アベンチュリンさんの計画の全貌を教えていただきたい。
君たちは彼の奇跡を取り上げたんだろう。羽を抜かれたクジャクは飛べないぞ。
しかし戦略投資部の10名のエリートたちには強い団結力があり、カンパニーの利益のために手を取り合っていると聞いています。
もう少し分かるように言ったらどうだ？
アベンチュリンさんが差し出した奇跡は本当に彼のものなのでしょうか？
彼が他人の奇跡を渡したんじゃないかと疑っているのか？銃の赤心の団結力を買いかぶりすぎだ。彼らにとってあれは命よりも大切なものなんだぞ。
ですが彼が狂ったギャンブラーであることはあなたも知っているでしょう。
彼と同じ考えのやつがいるとは思わなかったな。まったく。君は一度精神科医に見てもらった方がいい。箱を持ってきてくれ。奇跡が入っている箱は特別な作りをしていて、カンパニーの幹部や関係者でなければ開けることができない。 僕はその中に含まれている。
お願いします。
残念ながら君の推測は正しかったようだ。
金色の石ですか。
これは彼が君を欺くために用意した言い訳だな。10の石神は自分の意志で奇跡を掘り、唯一無二の輝きを放たせる必要がある。そしてこの金色の石はトパーズのものだ。別名は黄玉、砂金石ではない。どうする？彼を問いただすか？
まだその必要はありません。それよりも私は彼の奇跡が今どこにあるのかを知りたいですね。
一番安全な場所、君が絶対に思いつかないような場所だ。そもそも彼は隠そうとはしていなかった。最初からあの奇跡は君の手の中にあったんだ。
なるほど。このバッグ、命よりも大切な奇跡を安っぽい宝石の中に混ぜ、謝礼金と偽って預けるとは、いかにもアベンチュリンさんらしいやり方ですね。
そして後で何かしらの理由をこじつけ、君の注意をそらして謝礼金を取り戻そうとしている。これは賭けだ。彼は一歩間違えれば全てを失うと分かった上で賭けに出たんだ。
博識な教授、ご協力ありがとうございました。ファミリーは必ず恩人に報いると約束します。ならず者については相応の恥辱が与えられることを願いましょう。あなたに目の肥えたご友人がいたおかげで、あなたのキャリアに完全な失敗を付け加えることができました。
レイシオ、この野郎。
本性を表しましたね。ついでに言っておきますが、今のところあなたに残された時間はあと17システム時間です。この時間を大切にして失敗の余韻をしっかりと味わってください。
もう少しはっきり言ったらどうだ。
先ほど私があなたに施したのは調和の洗礼。あなたは神の光の下で忠誠を見せるべきでしたが、身勝手にも嘘をつき洗礼を審判に変えてしまいました。
これが調和？束縛と強制の上に成り立ってるのか？
それは誤解です、アベンチュリンさん。刑罰とは不真面目なもののためにあるものですが、私はあなたの不屈の心を見て新たな生の可能性を授けることにしたのです。この17システム時間、あなたは無境から出ることも仲間と交流することもできません。あなたに与えられた道は2つだけ。それは約束の期限内に私の試練を達成できるかどうかにかかっています。成功すれば調和のハーモニーに溶け込み、ファミリーの一員になることができる。失敗すればエターナリオンの怒りを買い、果てしない深淵に落ちることになる。ですから先ほどは今のところと言ったのです。
どっちにしても僕の末路は変わらないみたいだな。
確かに私はファミリーに潜む悪を外部から見つけるための使用人を必要としています。そして私は内部から粛清を行い、17システム時間以内に真犯人を捕らえる。 その時が来たらあなたの発見を私のものと照らし合わせます。私たち二人の判断が一致するか、あるいはあなたがより多くのものを提供することができれば、祖は本当の慈愛と誠意をあなたに与えてくれるでしょう。
恥知らずな偽善者め、僕の全てを奪った上に真実を教えろだって。そんなの不公平だ。君たちの金の匂いが充満した遊園地じゃ金がなければ何もできない。
これはあなた個人の正義の行動。ファミリーの助けを借りるべきではありません。どうぞ、あなたのバッグはそこにあります。その安っぽい宝石で全てを手に入れられるでしょう。それこそギャンブラーが最も得意とすることではありませんか。さあ言ってください。アベンチュリンさん、あなたは自由だ。私はここで吉報をお待ちしています。
つまりこの会合は取り調べでも何かの話し合いでもなく、 ただの死刑だったってことか。
まさか。アベンチュリンさん、私は本当に知りたいだけです。偶然彼女の殺人現場に現れた通りすがりの人物が何を発見できるのかをね。 ああ、そうでした。行く前に一つ個人的な質問をさせてください。
まだ何かあるのかい？
あなたは本当にこの世界を自らの手で滅ぼしたいのですか？
に行ってたの？怪我してるの？それを取り返しに行ってたんだよ、お姉ちゃん。あの人たちのところに行ったの？危ないじゃない。こんなネックレス食べれるわけでも飲めるわけでもない。これがなくても生きていけるけど、弟のあなたはいないとダメなの。もう二度とあのカティカ人たちには近づかないって約束していい？ 姉ちゃん、そんなに怖がらなくても大丈夫だよ。バカなカティカ人なんかより僕の方が頭がいいから。あいつらとゲームをすると絶対に僕が勝つんだ。勝つ？一体何があったの？詳しく教えて。あいつらと賭けをしたんだよ。砂漠の2羽の鳥と僕、どっちが先に死ぬかってね。それで僕が勝ったんだ。あいつらは僕がイカサマしたんじゃないかって疑ってたけど、そんなことしてない。ちゃんと正々堂々勝負したんだ。あなたなら勝てるだろうね。あなたは昔から運がいいから。その幸運は地母神からの贈り物なんだよ。でもだからってカティカ人と張り合っていい理由にはならない。彼らは血に飢えていて残酷で強欲なんだから。お父さんとお母さんのことを忘れないで。これはただのネックレスだけど、カカワーシャ、あなたは私の最後の家族なの。お姉ちゃん、ごめんなさい。僕、お姉ちゃんに喜んでもらえると思ったんだ。もうこんなことしないよ。もちろんネックレスは大事だけど、私にとってはあなたの方がずっと大切なの。だって最愛の弟なんだから。苦しみと貧困は地母神の試練。でも地母神は私たちにチャンスも与えてくれた。あなたは地母神の祝福を受けた子供で、一族を幸福に導ける。だからちゃんと自分の身を守って、苦しみや貧困を憎まないで。分かった？言うことを聞いて地母神に誓うの。分かった。僕は地母神に誓ってこの財産を守り続ける。
よいしょ。
でもお姉ちゃん
Hello to everybody who just joined. We are gonna play a little bit of Tetris. We're gonna send the link again in case someone missed it. It's gonna be this one. じゃあ最初ね、ちょっとこれをみんなと一緒にやろうか。ちょっとだけ。で次は多分他のも。
Let's play something else.
Are you good to with Tetris, ムチツキ？シーン？まあムチツキの方がいいかな。なんかシーンとかさ、なんかいっぱいいるよな。 Not that good. We are about to get killed like a hot dog. No, no. I'm honest. I'm not that good anymore. I was very good. I was very good before. Yeah. Ah, Yeti. Yes. Thank you for the lurk. Have a good lurk. Arigato ne. I haven't played Tetris for 100 years. Yeah, I feel that. Okay, maybe I shall close the Twitch tab for now, so my model will not lag. I'm delaying again already. Bro, it was supposed to be better. I have 24 gigabyte of RAM right now. Why it's still kinda laggy. Okay. Yeah. Okay, honestly, I don't know how the fuck to show everything. You know what? Let me see. Private room? Wait, how do I? Oh yeah, guys. Wait, guys, you can see it? No. Okay, guys, I'm gonna copy this one, I guess. Wait, I'm gonna have to open another Chrome because I have to send it to you. ちょっと待ってください。間違えました。よいしょ。
Let's play another game just for fun.
Sure, Mare. Sure. The fuck? Okay. はい、これ。ここに入ってください。このリンク、今送ったリンクで。
Alright, join.
Wow, we have so. Wait, you cannot see it. Wait a second. We have so many Italian. We got so many Italian flags. Oh, this is on. Yes. What do you mean? Yeah, I don't know how it works. Can you actually see like this? Let me make it smaller. ちょっと待って。Maybe like this. I think this will be good. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'm gonna be like this. I don't think it's any better. It has a little bit of dark. ちょっと待って。Under the VIX. Let me put it in the middle. What like this? It's okay? あ、ちょっと
I'm so sleepy.
Sorry guys, I'm trying to find the middle. これじゃないの Guys, I don't find the fucking middle. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna leave it like this. I don't care. No, let's leave it like this. Bro, what? 1,803? Not fair. Oh! Omni! Omni, what the fuck? Hello, Omni. How is your art going? Omni, what the fuck is that level? Are you a fucking pro? Oh, I'm scared. Omni. Oh my god, we're gonna be cooked by Omni actually. Not by me, by him. Okay, guys. I guess good luck. I was ready to forget the comments halfway through. Me too, bro. Actually, are we gonna? Okay, guys. Let's do like warm up. Okay, this is gonna be a warm up because I don't remember the fucking keys for it. How do you have? Yeah, I don't know. Bro was preparing since last year. Yeah, Omni was preparing since last year for this moment. Finish all commission. Otsukare. Good job, Omni. Okay, so and now you're gonna. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, wait a second. Okay. Wait, I forgot. It was like C? Bro, I actually forgot. Wait a second. Wait, guys, I actually forgot how the fuck. Wait a second. Oh, wait. It was like this. Okay. ちょっと待って。Okay, I'm gonna do my best. I can feel the anxiety. Oh shit. I can feel the anxiety very much. Why? Oh shit, I think I made a mistake. Okay. I cannot see the chat, by the way. Oh my god. I wonder what the chat is saying right now. Okay. Oh, I see someone just fall. I wonder who it is.
I'll just keep let things drop for now.
Oh my god. You make me panic. You make me panic. I don't know who you are, but you make me be panicking right now. Stop. I have to survive. Oh, yabai. Wait, no, I missed. Okay. Yabai, yachatta. It becomes so fast. Okay, never mind. Okay, no. Omni. No clue what happened, me neither. What do you mean I'm targeted by 4? Look at Omni! Omni is chilling. Omni is literally chilling right now. Wow. What can I say? Level up. Okay. I guess, okay, this was a warm-up. It was just a warm-up. Okay, if anybody, like, it's late and wants to join, just let me know. The link, it should be still in chat. Oh wait, I'm gonna ping it. Wait a second, let me ping it. ちょっと待って、今ピングするね。OK。誰かなんかここに入りたかったら、これはリンクね。Yeah, 1 second. I got 2 though. Yeah, good job. Yeah, 1 second. It's not doing good. It was just a warm-up. Don't worry. Okay, let's aim everybody. Wait, can you actually like choose who to aim? I don't know. Yeah, I wonder. I have to gotta go tilt on League of Legends. Damn. Okay, Yuki. Have fun on your toxic game. Thank you for coming though. 来てくれてありがとう. Have fun. Don't leave, coward. My job here is done. Nice. You showed your Tetris skill. We have to fight the big boss, indeed. Okay. Are we able to aim to Omni all together? I wonder if that's possible. これできるかな? Omni 強いすぎ. Omni, you're too strong. Okay, we can try for round 2, guys. I guess we can try. You gotta win here. That's not good. You have to say we're playing Overwatch. Listen, Overwatch, it's better. Wilson, remember, it's okay. We can do this. Okay. Actually not okay. Actually it's okay. Actually maybe not that much. That's Omni. I don't know who's. I'm sorry. I don't know how to aim. Itai. Oh help. You know what? Oh shit. What the fuck? Help. I don't like this. Okay. No, I did it wrong. Oh my god, I didn't. Oh. Dare. What? I'm panicking. I don't see it. I cannot move my eyes. I cannot move my eyes right now. If I do it, I'm gonna lose. I know that. Oh my god. Oh my. Omni. I can see that's Omni. Oh my help. I'm scared. Oh shit. Omni. I can't believe it. I'm literally fucked. Bro. I think you can set target choosing manually. I'm supposed this game is more targets than League, though it's not. You can actually choose. Why you have like I have to aim with my mouse or something? Okay, but I got second this time. Whoa.
Just play a bit so I can
Yes.
get laps to the P.
Yeah, Overwatch is better. Overwatch is so much better than League. Not gonna lie. Okay. Wait, no. I need to know how I'm supposed to. So like, I have to click on your. I mean, but I don't see your name, do I? Music? Oh, you can have music? I think I have music. I don't think I have. Okay, I think I have the music off. To be honest, League of Legends is okay too, but it makes me angry indeed. I don't know. I think for myself, League of Legends it takes too long. Like in the past, I already have to like play very like long type of games, and I kind of don't want to do them anymore. Okay, guys, I guess we can go. Oh yeah. I got sleepy while playing Honkai Story. You need to wake up by playing this. Wait, how do I I'm gonna MU. I can click. No, I cannot. It doesn't work. You lied to me. 嘘ついたな。I don't like this. Don't aim me. Stop it. Wait a second. Okay. Not okay. Okay again. Okay. Bro, I see people fighting on my... Oh shit. Okay, maybe I shouldn't cover the place that I'm supposed to get rid of. Oh, I don't like that. ちょっと待って。パニック。What just happened? Okay. No, Omni! Stop it, Omni! Oh, bro. Omni, it's really. Oh my god. What? Bro, how can Omni be so chill about it? I think the target setting is I'm getting bullied. Wait, where? I think the target settings is in match. Oh, here? Oh, versus? Player? Oh. Oh! Wait a second, looks cool, this. Wait, no. What is it? I will actually play one round to see how it goes. Wait, how that works? I don't know. Oh, letters left. We can do this. First, win by... Wait, Omni, which one I shall choose? Win by... Book versus... Oh, it's in game? Oh, it's not here? On match? ここじゃないの？マッチって言ってるから。違うのか。It's not this. I don't want to do this shit anymore. Let's. Okay, let's do just one more, and then I guess we can switch to Scribble, which is more Pacific. Allo manual targeting. Allo. Oh, this one? No, it's not here. I propose that you two fight each other in your army. I wish I could do that actually, but I don't know how. Allow manual targeting, but what is it? Limit by top tank. Allow me to or negative to play. Game. Oh, here. Oh, you mean here? Okay, sorry. Alloy, no. No. I am fucking blind. Wait, let me actually see. You know that my eyes doesn't work. I cannot fucking read. I'm trying. Wait. No. India, what the fuck is this? Game allow manual targeting. I love it. Well, I don't see manual target. I don't see that. I'm looking. Go a second. Oh, I found it. I found it, guys. Okay. Okay, it's time. Okay, Lettuce, you can go back. Lettuce, come back. We need a little bit of support. Lettuce, last game. Let's aim all of us to Omni. Let's aim everybody to Omni. We have to beat the boss. Yeah. I found it. Okay, I did it. We can make it. Oh, Omni just left. The boss has escaped. No more bully, please. It's okay, Lettuce. We're gonna bully Omni. I mean, we're not gonna bully. We're just gonna defeat him. Yes. Okay, so I guess you're gonna have to click on Omni, you know, on the square next to you. Okay, guys, we can do this. We can do this. Okay. Which is Omni? This one. The middle one, okay. I'm supposed... 待って、艦長、何？待って、今読めね。今ちょっと大事だ。We are fighting for our life right now. ちょっと待ってね、艦長。なんか多分なんかおめでとうって言ってるかな。ごめんね、今読めない。けどありがとうね。ありがとう。For wherever you send the thing for. 艦長もこれやる？ Oh shit, I did it wrong. Oh my god. Oh my god. Help. Oh my god. Okay. What the Omni? とう。2年記念おめでとう。ありがとう。Guys, you can do this. Guys, you can do this. Fight him. Sandy, you can. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro. He got the Asian moves. He got the. Can't believe it. Whoa. Okay, I guess that's it. Okay, guys, that's it. I died so. Bro, Omi sent all his stuff on me. Baktishi, I'm out. やらない。やることあるから。あ、オッケーオッケー、わかった。いや、これラストだった。また別のものやろう。もっと平和のゲームやろう。Let's do more specific.
Let's back to
Omni. Bro, for how many hours per day are you playing this game? うん、来てくれてありがとうね、館長。うん、頑張ってね。For the thing that you have to do. Scribble. Yo, I guess. 違う。こっちじゃないのか。Scribble. Hey, what's this one? Yeah, it was this one. Yeah, we did our best. I don't know how it could happen, but okay, let me take off this one so I can put the new one after unpin the message. That was quick, honestly, not gonna lie. Okay, guys, give me a second, guys. I'm gonna have to okay. Create a private room. ちょっと待って。Okay, let me.
I think if I sleep midway, I know where it is. Fuck.
Give me a second, guys. I have to sneeze.
お母さんが僕たちの腕の中で冷たくなっていった時。
Oh shit, guys. I think I sleep midway. Now I don't know where it is.
Before bed, Auntie, I lose. Damn, Auntie, that's really dedication. Gotta go for a bit. Have a good lurk. 配信する前仕事のことやらないと。偉いね館長。ちゃんと仕事のため？仕事のことやらないと？なんか面接あるの？とか
Okay, focus. We play now. Not less frisbee now. But I think I made like the middle part. Now I don't know what it is. Yeah, I missed the part before this. I remember until mid-Sunday and we discovered the plan between Sunday and Dr. Rachel. And after that, I remember Kid adventuring and yeah, that's part I remember. Shit. Yeah. Need to reread the part, maybe. Can I reread it like before I even finish the quest, maybe?
お姉ちゃん、みんな僕のことを賢いって言うけど、僕にはわからないんだ。すべての雨が地母神の許しと恵みだって言うなら、僕たちは一体どれだけの過ちを犯して死ぬためだけに生まれてきたんだろう。申し訳ありません。アイリス家のファイルにはそのような役者の情報はないようです。
想定の範囲内ね。もう少し聞かせてほしいんだけど、普通人が夢の中に入るときは どんな痕跡が残るものなの？
ドリームプールの記録のことでしょうか。装置はリアルタイムで心拍数、血中酸素濃度、体温などのバイタルサインをモニタリング。ご安心ください。皆様のバイタルサインをモニタリングするのは緊急事態が起こった際に強制的に目覚めさせるため。全てはお客様の安全のためですから。
その記録って取り出せるの？
申し訳ないのですが、ホテルにはその権限がありません。そうした情報はハウンド家が一括管理しておりまして、具体的な問題が発生した場合にのみこちらに転送されるようになっているのです。
ここじゃ何も。
少なくとも次に誰に会えばいいかは分かった。アレイさん、いろいろありがとう。そういえばロビンさんは大丈夫？私たち彼女の公演をすごく楽しみにしているの。
大丈夫？それはどういう意味でしょうか。ロビンさんがどうかされたんですか？調和セレモニーの準備は順調に進んでいますので特に問題はないと思いますが、彼女ならきっと素晴らしい公演にしてくださるでしょう。
ええ、きっとそうね。やっぱり誰もロビンさんのことを知らないみたい。驚くことでもないけど。でもそのホタルって子も謎めいてるわよね。ホテルのシステムでも彼女に関する情報が見つからないなんて。密航者だとしてもピノコーニに来た後は偽の身分が必要になるでしょ。彼女は遺産争奪戦の参加者なのに、一体どうやって誰にも気づかれずに無境の中に入れたのかしら。
ホテルの客室にあるドリームプールの他に夢の中に入る方法ってあるのかな？
メモキーパーは常人には理解できない能力を持ってるから、ピノコニーの記憶域なら、そして性格ハンターのハッカーは信じられない方法で無境ホテルの封鎖を解いてみせた。しかも現場を見た彼によれば、ホタルの事件の裏でも性格ハンターたちが動いていたみたい。
ガーデン・オブ・リコレクションに性格ハンター、確かにどっちも可能性はあるね。じゃあカンパニーはピノコニーを手に入れようとしてるなら何かしらの準備とかしてるんじゃない？
君たち一体何者だ？
ブラボー作戦チーム指定の位置に到着。武力避難作戦実行準備よし。やらだやれ。
武力避難？リーダー、もしかして酔っ払ってるんですか？
お前に何がわかる？この方が効率的なんだ。総監に見つかりさえしなければいい。報告後回しにしろ。わかったか？
そんな、勘弁してください。僕の年末賞与はあの雪に覆われた星でなくなってしまったんです。ね
え、あれ見て。今の声ってベロブルグにいたカンパニーの連中じゃない？
宿泊客の皆様、スターピースカンパニーがホテルで特別業務を行うことになりました。
言いたい思いをしてもすぐ忘れるんだから、君たち今すぐ彼を部屋まで引きずっていって。後で会議を開くからね。自己報告書の書き方を確認しておくように。
トパーズ、まさかピノコニーで会えるなんて。
久しぶりだね、請求列車のみんな。君たちのことはアベンチュリンから聞いて。大丈夫、彼らの言う通りにして。できるだけファミリーとの衝突を避けて、どんな行動をとるにしても事前に私に報告すること。見ての通りピノコニーでカンパニーは歓迎されてなくて、 ファミリーの友好的な態度も表面的なものなんだ。かつての辺境の監獄が今ではカンパニーの社員を縛り付けてるなんてね。招待状を持ったアベンチュリンだけがパーティーへの参加を認められて、私たち同行者は夢に入る資格すらないから現実のホテルに泊まるしかなかったの。
だからアベンチュリンさんはあちこちで協力者を探してたのね。無教の中ではカンパニーの援助が期待できないから。
Plenty, so I guess he's okay. なんか入りたい人がまだいたら遠慮なく入ってください。リンクはピングで上のチャットであります。Oh, he's typing cap. Lol. あれ Oh, it's kinda delayed. Okay, okay. Pop. I don't know what is that. What mode? Okay, you know what? The hints, we should have 3 hints. Word count, I don't know what is that. Word mode, yes, normal. Draw time. Omnit's crying. What is that? 1 minute. We should have 1 minute and a half. Why is it 80 seconds? It's 19 seconds. Let's do this. Okay, perfect. Mirror Force. Customer Wars. I don't think I have any. Oh wait, we can have many of this? Wait a second. Minimum of 10 words or not carried word. I can't remember. Supported by Oh wait. Something like this. Yeah, I guess you can do like this.
彼の状況はあまり芳しくないって聞いてる。
Oh, I can just rewatch the VOD later, so I can know what happened.
ファミリーの不利にな
I didn't know that.
調査を手伝ってるんだよね。無境の外で何か助けが必要になったらいつでも言って。
ありがとう、トパーズさん。ちょうどハウンドたちに事件について聞こうと思ってたところなの。もしかしてもう彼らと接触
それならちょうど私の後をつけてきてる人たちがいるから直接聞いてみるといいよ。アベンチュリンと取引してみてどうだった？大変だったんじゃない？あの人はああいうスタイルなの。オール・オア・ナッシングが口癖でね。いつも親しげにしてくる一方で取引相手を危険な道に誘い込む。でもアベンチュリンは本当に運がいいんだよ。手がけた案件はほとんど成功してるし、賭けにだってほぼ負けない。だからピノコニーを取り戻す件についても期待してるんだ。それはもちろん。だって取引だもん。大事なのは君がどちらのテーブルに着くかだよ。2つの事件については残念だけどあんまり情報を持ってないの。詳しいことはみんなに調査を続けてもらうしかないね。
Let me see if I can check the log of the. Oh, here. How do I check more? Wait, we cannot like read the log of it? I wanna read the log. I was still sleeping. I didn't read it. Oh god. Okay, I have to watch the VOD later then. I was sleepy.
俺たちは長官からの命令を実行してるんだ。お前何の用だ？
私たちは前にミスを犯したからな。その穴埋めをするのに手一杯で、今は他のことに構ってる暇なんてないんだ。カンパニーの
なるほど。あの時ホタルを追いかけてた2人か。
なんでお前がまた因縁をつけに来たのか？
用があるなら早く言え。そうじゃないなら邪魔するな。
あんたたち知り合いだったんだ。はあ、あんたってなんでどこに行っても前にボコボコにした相手に会うの？もうなんでいつもそんなこと聞くかな。うちらはファミリーのために殺人事件を調査してるの。あんたたちの上司と事件について話せない？
それは。
こら、保安官がドリームボーダーから戻ってくるまで何も話しちゃダメだって言われてるだろ。何が殺人事件だ。でたらめ言うな。
そうだ、話すことなんかない。帰れ。
協力する気はないみたいね。でも上司がドリームボーダーにいることは話してくれたわ。
なら直接その保安官に会いに行けばいいんじゃない？多分こいつが言ってたギャラガーって人でしょ。本当に厳重な警備。きっとあいつらも事件のことで大変なんだろうね。ギャラがどこにいるんだろう。
おい、そこの二人。この先では今ハウンド家が調査を行ってる。ちょっと待て。灰色の髪のお前。
あんたピノコニーでどんだけトラブル起こしてるの？それ自分で似てると思ってる？いや
間違いない。この前のやつだ。努力だの友情だのクロックトリックだの叫びながらあの金髪の子と一緒に俺を殴っただろ。今回は何があっても見逃さないぞ。帰ってくれ。さもないと土下座してお願いするからな。
あんたこの人に一体どんなひどいことしたの？
ちょっと待って。私たちはファミリーが発行した書類。
そのギャラガーってのは一体誰だ？もう何人もその名前を口。
ギャラガーがあんたたちを派遣したんじゃないの？
俺たちは保安官に派遣されてきたんだ。それ以上のことは言えない。
だからそれで合ってるじゃん。
ダメだ。ファミリーの名誉に関わることだから。さあ帰ってくれ。
迷惑をかけてごめんなさい。行きましょう。
他の方法。そうだ、あんたこの前はクロックトリックってもう一回やってくれない？誤解を解くだけだから悪いことじゃないって。お願い。
ファミリーの名誉に関わることだから分かったら帰ってくれ。さて今は何時だ？何？もうゲーム終了だ！誰も俺の邪魔をするな！
あんたのクロックトリックってちょっと危険かも。
少なくとも彼が私たちを止めることはなさそうね。行きましょう。そのギャラが
やけに騒がしいと思ったらあんたらだったか。ようこそ。こんなところまで来てどうかしたのか？
こんにちは、ギャラガーさん。
姫子さん、そう気を使わないでくれ。俺にさんなんかつけなくていい。
私の
ああ、知らないわけないだろう。あんたらは有名な請求列車の乗客で時計屋の客人なんだから。俺は黄金の時で一度そいつに会ってる。あの子のことは本当に残念だった。
それも私たちがあんたに会いに来た理由よ。列車としてもあの子の死を見過ごす。
まさか七死人がファミリーとつるんでるとは。
ファミリーがどうかしたの？
いや、なんでもない。気にしないでくれ。ピノコニーでファミリーを嫌う奴なんざいないからな。どんなに美しい夢に抵抗しようが、その時が来れば名残惜しくなる。暖かい場所から出たいと思う奴がいると思うか？
何かをほのめかすような言い方ね。
まさかそんなつもりはないさ。事件について話したいんだろう？ OK、 それならついてきてくれ。ここは話をするのには向かないから場所を移そう。
あんなに恐ろしい事件が起きたというのに、この夢は今も秩序を保って動いているのか。調和のファミリーを除いてここまで巨大な建築物を維持できる勢力は他にいないだろうな。
ファミリー自体も巨大で完璧な建築物と言えるだろう。まるで生きた心臓のようだ。ファミリーのメンバーたちは自分を身体のピースの一つだと考えている。唯一の子は共通の理想を囲むように集まり、その指揮に従いそれぞれの役割を忠実に果たす。
面白い例え方だ。それこそがピノコニーの美しい夢が長く存続している根本的な理由なのかもしれないな。
だが人間の体には終わりがある。それは神の体も変わらない。
巡回レンジャーの言葉とは思えないな。
事実を指摘しているだけだ。ベルトさんなら私よりもその意味を理解していると思うが。
どうしてそんなことを言うんだ？
美しい夢は崩れつつある。しかしそれは特定のアイオンや派閥、あるいは特定の客人のせいではない。その崩壊は人間のある種の性質によって必然的に起きているんだ。何の代償も苦痛もない。安楽と快楽だけの無境に精神を浸らせていると、人は徐々に壊死に近づいていく。しかもその壊死は伝播していく。一つのピースの異変がやがて建築物全体を揺るがすまでになり、破壊を呼び崩壊させる。
最後は人々が自由のために作った美しい夢がかえって今回の旅ではかなりの収穫があったんだろう。俺に話してくれないか？
もちろん。まあ私が覚えていることが前提条件になるが。ただの癖だから気にしないでくれ。過去にあった出来事のせいで私は少し忘れっぽくなってしまってな。この刀を鞘から抜いている時だけ。
なるほど。君の好きにするといい。
これで十分だ。ピノコニーで起きたことは全てはっきりと覚えている。何でも聞いてくれ。
黎明の時、そこには無境の基盤を加工するための超過工場があると聞く。
無境の華やかさの裏には創造の工場がある。労働者たちは日々夢の中で不思議な品を作り出しては 現実に戻って豪華な北が彼らはそれで十分だと言っている。不思議な夢こそが最高の報酬なのだと。私はそこで一人の少女に出会った。彼女は成人したばかりで、本来なら美しい夢を存分にたったが、ある理由によって彼女の願いを叶えることは難しくなってしまった。それでも
ブルーの時はとてもロマンチックだと聞いたことがある。君が見てきたことを教えてくれ。
ベルトさんも聞いたことがあるかもしれないが、あそこはトワイライト号という大型船が夢の海に停泊していて、歌と踊りが絶えない場所だ。私はそこで何年も前に去った夫の帰りを港で待ち続けている老婦人に出会った。止まった時の中で彼女は数えきれないほどの時を待っていたんだ。湿った海風に吹かれながら彼女は自分の青春について語ってくれた。富とチャンスを求めてピノコニーに来た多くの人々のように、彼の意識は夢の海の底に消えてしまったそうだ。やがて小舟で沖に出て話を続けようと提案され、私は彼女と一緒に船に乗り込んだ。結局私たちはそのまま砂浜に戻ったんだ。
緊迫の時、そこはピノコニーの貨幣の中心だと聞いている。
ああ、緊迫の時は要塞のような金融街で無教の経済の心臓だ。ルーサン家のピピ詩人たちがその運営を担い、貨幣という血液を巨人ピノコニーの各所に送り、あそこでは誰もが立派な装いをしていて足早に歩いていた。地元のピピ詩人たちは自分たちの子孫が緊迫の時で働くことを何よりも願っているんだ。他人と話をしようとする人には出会わなかったな。だから私は交差点に立ち、ただ人々が鋼鉄のジャングルを風のように通り抜けていく様子を見ていることしかできなかった。その金庫を彼らが再び開けるかどうかはわからない。そういえば緊迫の時を去る前、身なりの整ったピピ詩人が空から落ちてくるところを見たんだが、それでも
流行、贅沢、消費主義の無教、黄昏の時、俺の仲間もそこを訪れた。
なら夢を実現するため、あるいはすでに夢を実現した人々がそこで金を湯水のように使い、全てをかけるところを見たはずだ。私はそこで自分自身を競売品にしている一人のオムニックに出会った。誰かが競り落とせば定められた期間と規則の下で彼は買い手のあらゆる指示に従う。そのオムニックは合計12回競り落とされ、私は彼の13回目のオークションに参加した。そしてそのオークションで彼は落札されなかった。これが私のこの旅の浅い見聞だ。
Are you? I finished off the commission. Now I'm just playing games. Tomorrow is Monday. Tomorrow I'll keep reading my 2.0 and the art. Yeah. I try to fix the. I just like look into the 2.0 rigging. It's really scuffed, so I need to fix a lot of things. I'll try to at least do some of the hair physics tomorrow, maybe. Yeah. Gonna try to finish it within next week. Yeah, I think it is possible. Yeah, possible.
以前ある人に言われたことがある。ピノコニーは昔はこうではなかった。ピノコニーがこんな風であってはならないと。私は宴の星の現実と無境を歩き、何度も開ける闇夜を見た。人々のために時が止まり、精神の豊かさと貧しさも。だから美しい夢の崩壊は必然だと思う。
もしかしたらその全てを変える。
そうかもしれないな。だがもしこれが人々の望む世界であり、生命体が眠りにつく理由なのだとしたら。
ヨミさん、今度は俺が話をしよう。俺の故郷に一人の男がいてな。世界が癒えない傷に苦しんでいた時、彼はある決断を下した。世界中の人々の夢を紡ぎ、それらの夢を互いにつなげ合わせ、自ら背負うことで一人の巨人、その後その巨人は天と地の間に立ち、世界全体の存続の柱となった。だがその代償として前に進むことが難しい人、前に進めない人は永遠に未来を失うことになってしまった。彼らは災いも苦痛もない夢の中で眠り、男が想像した理想郷で安らかな生涯を送った。そして精神のアダムは人々の目覚めたくないという願望によって。
だが今あなたはここに立っている。つまりその男は失敗したということだ。
人は常に未来に向かって進み続けなければならない。人間の弱さが人々の歩みを止めることもあるかもしれないが、本当に前に進めなくなった時、人間は必ず自分自身を救おうとする。そしてその男も決して失敗したわけじゃない。彼はその世界の全ての人々と同じように人間の可能性を心に刻んだんだ。彼は神話における太陽を追うものだ。天に向かって飛び落ちることで最終的な勝利を迎える。彼は太陽の前にたどり着くためだけに空高く登っていった。そこは誰も到達したことのない場所だ。太陽に近づきすぎた彼はそこで溶けて海に落ちるが、その後無数の人々が彼の体を越え、より高い空へと飛び立っていく。
七死人の開拓の精神にふさわしいな。ありがとうベルトさん。おかげであなたが何を確認したいのかが分かった。宇宙には似て非なる世界が無数に存在している。そしてその世界には似て非なる人々も無数に存在する。私も旅をしている時、異なる世界で姿の似た旧友に出会い、完全に同じではないが、あなたが描いた物語は私の過去と重なるものがある。そして私はその男の命を終わらせた。私はあなたの知っている人ではない。故郷もあなたたちの世界のように幸運ではなかった。
fuck? What is this? What is that? Yeah, I do. I still do. Send me reference on Twitter or Discord. Any is fine. Yeah. Oh. Reference. Okay. That picture. Okay. Oh fuck! Can I take a screenshot while streaming? Let me just copy it. Screenshot. Okay. Hello, how you doing? Welcome. Oh man, I'm sleepy. Let's go on. Let me clean this. Let me clean the dishes first. Finished dinner, but I haven't cleaned the dish yet. So I'll back in like 1 minute. I'll be right back. Thanks for the follow. I'll be right back. Okay, let's keep going.
いや、あなたの疑念を晴らせるならそれで構わない。
だがそれでも聞かせてほしい。ヨミさん、遵守の表彰の下で君を導いてきたのはどんな力なんだ？
ベルトさん、その質問に答える前にさっきの話を続けてもいいか？あなたの比喩が気に入った。確かに鳥は生まれつき飛ぶことができるが、遠い昔彼らの祖先は地上から空を見上げることしかできなかった。彼らは遥か遠く天の外から届く光が雲を貫き大地を照らす様を見ていた。そして鳥たちは何度も何世代にもわたり翼を広げ空高く舞い上がり太陽に触れようとした。ではそうして最後の鳥がついに空に舞い上がった時、光の果てにあるのが太陽ではなく光を吸い込むブラックホールだったことに気づいたとしたら、なぜ私たちは光に向かって飛ぶのだろうか。
久しぶりだな。ピノコニーを楽しんでるか、ヨミ？
この声はさっきのコンスタンスじゃないわね。彼女の仲間かしら。
あんたが何者で何を企んでるかは知んねえけど、俺の弾丸はすぐにあんたを見つけ出す。
その前にピノコニーで看護系を見つけて店主に質のいいやつを用意してもらった方がいいぜ。偽物。
偽物？なるほど。彼女は黄泉を追っている他の誰かに私の居場所を教えたのね。あなたは誰？
ああ、相手を間違えたか。ホーリーベイビー、あんたは誰だ？
私はガーデン・オブ・リコレクションのメモキーパーよ。
おお、すげえじゃん。俺そういう強いタイプ好きなんだよな。あんたあの偽物のボディーガードか？それとも他の何かか？まあどっちでもいいけどよ。あんたにも銃弾を一発残しといてやるから首を洗って待っててくれよな。
何を言っているのかよくわからないけど、あなたはヨミという巡回レンジャーを知ってるのね。あなたに聞きたいことがあるの。
遺言状を書いてほしいのか？いいぜ。書き出しはどうする？
遺言状なんかじゃないわ。彼女が一体どうやって巡回レンジャーになったのか。彼女は遵守の運命を歩んでなんかいない。あなたこそ遵守の運命の後人。
オーケー、まさか味方だったとはな。ホーリースイート。どうやら俺はマジで運がいいらしい。もうすぐピノコニーに着く。メモキーパー、アステナのホワイトオークを買って温めといてくれ。それで乾杯しようぜ。あの女の過去？んなもん誰も知らねえよ。だがあんたが単純な答えだけ求めてるってんならいいだろう。クッションになる椅子を用意しといてくれ。存在するはずのない指令だ。
Emanate. What's that? Emanator? Emanator. Bath strider with powder directly granted by the aliens. Oh, okay.
「顔色が悪いな。それともそれも君の演技か？
よくまた僕の前に顔を出せたね。
これこそが君の望む結果だと思っていたんだが、何しろ僕は君が言ったように忠実に自分の役割を果たしたのだから。もうダメだと思った時は僕に声をかけてくれ。
凡人院の天才が僕の遺体を引き取るつもりかい？それは光栄な話だな。
戦略投資部の連中も君の訃報を真っ先に受け取りたいと思っているはずだ。忘れるな。君は二度と彼らに会うことはできない。この任務は今僕の手に委ねられている。
わかった。じゃあ今すぐ報告を入れてくれないか？アベンチュリンは万全の準備を整えた。17システム時間後に成果を受け取りに来い。ってね。
またそんな大口を。調和にとらわれている状態でどうやって任務を遂行するつもりだ？
サンデーとの会話で僕はファミリーの中に裏切り者がいると確信した。ピノコニーの秘密はその人物の手の中にある。そして謝礼金も取り戻せたし、ホテルレバリーに足を踏み入れてからここまで順調に事が運んだことはない。勝利まであと一歩なんだ。
自分の惨状を復唱しているようにしか聞こえないな。それも
僕に言えることはこれだけだ。 忘れたのかい？君は僕を一度裏切ってるんだよ。自分の行くべき場所に行くといい。僕はカンパニーの戦艦に包囲されるピノコニーを見たくてたまらないんだ。
ああ、だがどうするつもりだ？その謝礼金の入ったバッグの中に低軌道支援を呼べるビーコンでも隠してるのか？
さあ、それはどうだろう。まあでも僕が死の瀬戸際にお金を配ろうとしている理由は、
君は完全に狂っている。
狂ってるか。もし
もういい。俺を持っていけ。死ぬ直前にそれを開けるんだ。
これはなんだ？処方箋か？君はドラマ性ってやつをよく理解してるみたいだね、教授。人に事件を調べさせておいて手がかり一つくれないなんてやってくれるな、あの羽頭め。でもあの密航者のために落ち着きを失っている君たちの様子は僕の推測を裏付けてくれた。この後はカンパニーの富の雨を全ての人々の頭上に降らせよう。
オール・オア・ナシ。
やれやれ、世の中は乱れ、人々の心も変わってしまった。お前さんは？ああ、わかったぞ。これは何かのいたずら番組だな。お前さんたち若者は朝から晩まで木をてらうことばかり考えている。それ
面白いシーンならもうすぐ始まるよ、おじいさん。でもその前に少し聞きたいことがあるんだ。この夢ではどこで死を見つけられるか知ってるかい？
これはまた死を恐れない若者か。忠告しておくが、自分の考えが進んでいるとは思わないことだ。死、そんなテーマはとっくに廃れている。ドクター・エドワードのところで買ったことがあるが、なんというか一点限りの高級な匿名寄付品だという割にはくだらないただのおふざけばかりだった。ひどい出来で目がたくさんある怪物に腹を刺されるところから始まり、その後は高層ビルや明かりがぼんやりと見える以外、ただ世界がぐるぐる回っているだけで思わず吐くかと思ったぞ。
それだけ？
他に何があるというんだ。ピノコニーの映画産業の実力には期待しない方がいい。
そうだね。邪魔してごめん。いい一日よ。目がたくさんある怪物。あの記憶域ミームに似てるけど、高層ビルと明かりは死には何の関係もなさそうだ。多分噂で作り上げられたドリームバブルだろうな。頭の中に何かあるような感じがする。調和の影響が出始めてるのか。運試しと行こう。
準備の歌が銀河で歌い継がれるように。ああ、綺麗な宝石。
それは美しい夢。
あなた優しいのね。そういうことなら受け取っておくわ。ありがとう。
うん、きっと行くよ。
し それは怖い言葉ね。
実は僕はタブロイド紙の記者で、今はピノコニーの階段について調べてるんだ。君も知ってると思うけど、こういうのって怖ければ怖いほど注目されるだろう。だから何か知ってることがあるなら少し話を聞かせてほしいなって。
ただの噂でよければ、死とは関係ないけど、現実のホテルではお客さんが眠ったまま起きなくなったことがあるらしいの。原因不明の昏睡だったみたいだけど、幸い最後は意識を取り戻したんだって。それはそうよね。だってファミリーがお客さんを守ってるんだから。
ありがとう。今の話で十分だよ。シペの眠ったまま起きなくなった。夢の中で脳が死んだ時に現実の体、頭の中の声が強くなってる。だんだん近づいてるみたいだな。
酔っ払えば夢を見なくなるが悩みが消える。やっ
Welcome, how you doing? Welcome in. Hope everything good. Yeah, I'm sleepy as fuck. Good thing I'm kinda awake right now. But I think I forgot part of the story because I was like playing while half sleeping. Man. Okay. I missed the important part of adventuring like past, I think. Yeah. I need to rewatch the VOD, so I need to know what happened. My eyes open while I was doing the quest, but I didn't remember anything of it. I can't recall anything happened. Another camera just use video waits, it says drops what you say. Is it?
それをくれるのか。
My phone is always fucking hot. Maybe I should change the phone. It's gonna be like explode soon. It's scary. Why is it so fucking hot? Not even using it. And it's acting weird lately. Past few days. Maybe I should get it checked up and maybe buy a new phone. Bro, the fuck. It is so hot. Maybe it's gonna explode soon. I need to remember is to put adventure and ho-hos. I finally have this and standard. Ho-ho! I don't know about her. Adventuring, yeah, he's gonna be a really good standard. Ho-ho doesn't act like really good at a sustainer. Maybe like she's like half sustainer, half buffer. So it's not decent sustainer. Fusan is though. Fusan is super good as sustainer. But Ho-ho, she's like half, you know. Adventuring is pretty good. I'm gonna pull for him. I have enough already, I think. If it's the last boss, the bug in Balu. Yeah, I feel like the healer, they are nice, but the shooter, like what's the path? I forgot the path. Abundance is nice to have. I prefer the other one. What's the preservation? Yeah, I prefer preservation as a standard better than having abundance. Yeah. So I'm gonna have Fuson and Adventuring. That should be it. Yeah. The bug in the in map bug fight event. Oh, you mean the bug? I forgot the name of it. It's the universe, but not the golden gear. It's the other one. I forgot what it's called. Yeah, congrats anyway. Here, brother. I know I need a shooter. And if it's yeah, by destroy it. By destroy carpet project. Pure fiction. No, the special universe. The golden gear and the other one. I forgot the other one. The names of it. Cat said he won that, I think. I also defeated him by destroying carpet project. Huh? Who's him? What's project card? What is card? Him is Adventuring? Is it a spoiler of the story? I haven't got to that part yet. I'm still at the beginning.
それとも俺を憐れんでるのか？まあいい、どうでもいい。スラーダさえあれば。
スラーダは飲みすぎない方がいい。体に良くないからね。
おっと。
スラーダの悪魔。
いいぞ。あいつらが言うには、それは酔っ払いの前に現れるのが大好きだそうだ。
It's kind of scary. The phone is pretty hot, despite me not using it for anything.
確かに面白いね。教えてくれてありがとう。ファミリーに入る前は。
Maybe tomorrow I'll get a new phone.
こうして苦しめられた。
Tomorrow is Monday, I think. Yeah, maybe I'll get a new phone. This shit is not doing well. God, so hot. Okay. I use Jabber and add a lot of project card. Oh, you mean the blessing in the universe? Okay. I remember you running it. Huh? What are you talking about? I had battery issue with my tablet and it starts smelling bad when overheating. Your tablet have batteries? oh yeah, no, not the drawing tablet, the normal tablet. Okay, got it. I think I got this phone like because about 5 years ago. I don't remember, rather 4 or 5 years. It's not a long time. I just had it fixed like 3-4 months ago. But now it's acting really bad. But I might have to get a new phone soon. You can open the drawer. Doesn't open. Rolling background casino machine. What are you saying? Which casino machine? What are those things? The locked room in hotel where you and your explorer goes in? The hotel? The locked room? Fuck. I don't remember any of that. Maybe I was too sleepy. I was taught to replace tech after 3 years. It depends on what type of tech though. On some Asian, so I don't change stuff. we don't like spending money, I think. The other phone I have before this one, I use it like for a long time. Then I give to my father and he still uses it. It is fucking old, but usable. Man. Okay, it's not that hot anymore. I think that's good. Let's hope that it's not like explode when we're sleeping. Let's keep going. Oh, this place. Oh, we are here. Okay. Let me buy the gacha thingy. Where's the seller? Wait, where's the seller? Fuck, I forgot. Wait, oh, it's not the same place? It's a different place. Okay. I thought it was the same place. It's another POV.
安全にはご注意ください。何か危険なことがありましたら、ハウンドが
There are a lot of places you explored and get achievement. Maybe I'm not there yet. Until I see about 3 years. If they last longer, great. Yeah. This is sorry? Yeah, I'm not there yet. I'm at the beginning of the story. Checking every few seconds. Okay.
あなたは体調が
いや大丈夫。まだやるべきことが残ってるから。でも
わかりました。無理はしないでくださいね。
ああ、実は聞きたいことがあるんだけど、ピノコニーで一番優秀なハウンドとして、君は密航者と接触したことはある？
密航者？ピノコニーに密航者なんているはずないじゃありませんか。どこでそんな話を聞いたんですか？
I haven't voiced stranger just because it's lucky I quest still working through creation. Yeah. I'll return to this map with Tobas later after the quest. After the story.
私と話がしたいんですか？構いません。お金を持っている人ほどあなたも体を覆う金箔を分け
王子だなんてそれは持ち上げすぎだよ。
あら、あなたも好奇心旺盛なんですね。実はそれは私が業界に入った時に一番やりたかったテーマなんです。
その局長は何て言って君を説得したんだい？
理由は大したものじゃなくて、ただそんな根も葉もない都市伝説を報道したら、よく考えてみたらそれも一理あるかと思いまして、誕生日にろうそくを吹き消すと悪夢の幽霊に取りつかれるとか
それは何とも不思議な話だね。いずれにしても話してくれ。
Oh, a
どこ
bird.
に何か用？ごめん。これは
大した金額でもない。
本当に？
落ち着いて。
いや、
どっちでも。
へえ、君も父さんはオムニックだから。
その、もっと楽観的になってもいいんじゃないかな。スラーダの悪魔、夢の中の危険、悪夢の幽霊。やっぱりファミリーが約束。
花火が言ったことを覚えてる？君たちツガンニア人はマンホールの中にいるのがお似合いだって。あちこちこそこそ嗅ぎ回ってるみたいだけど、そんなに死の匂いが魅力的なの？クジャクちゃん。
君か。ロビンが死んだ後、テレビに現れた代役は君だってことにもっと早く気づくべきだったよ、仮面の愚者。
君、ファミリーに呪いをかけられたんでしょ？はあ、あんなあからさまのヒントをあげたのにな。口の聞けない人を仲間にしてみたらって、こんな簡単な言葉なのに。その結果はどう？君は失敗したどころか自分を犠牲にすることになった。確かに口の聞けない人を仲間にするようにとは言ったけど、君自身が率先して口の聞けない人になれなんて言ってないのに。
どういう意味だい？
花火より君の方がよくわかってるんじゃない？歌えない小鳥が目の前で死んでいくのを黙って見てたのは誰？もちろん君だよね、クジャクちゃん。
僕が聞いてるのは口の聞けない人になるの意味なんだけど。
分かってて聞いてるでしょう。もうすぐ君も彼女と同じように永遠に口を聞けなくなるってことだよ。でもまあ花火としてはそれも悪いことじゃないんだけどね。だって
僕が真実に触れようとしてるからだろ。グッシャ、僕がこんなチャチなバッグを持って街中で安っぽい宝石を配ってたのはなんでだと思う？全部君に見せるためさ。僕がうろたえればうろたえるほど君を釣れる可能性が上がる。ずっと君を待ってたんだ。こんなに頑張ったんだから、ご褒美として答えを教えてくれてもいいんじゃないか？
なんで花火が君を助けないといけないの？
君はピノコニーを大混乱に陥らせたいんだろう？僕にはそれができる。ただ一つだけ確かめたいことがあるんだ。本当にロビンのことだったのか？
もしいいやって言ったら？
ありがとう。その言葉がこんなに親切に聞こえたのは初めてだ。
なるほどね。花火君を見くびってたみたい。でもそれがどうしたっていうの？教えてあげる。口の聞けない人って定義に当てはまる人はもともと2人いたの。でもロビンは死んじゃって、もう1人はまだピノコニーにいるけど、多分もう君には見つけられないだろうね。
Shut up. ASMR. Nice. Welcome. I will stream. Hi. How you doing? I'm sleepy. Sorry. I'm fucking asleep. Holy shit, that's loud. Let me follow. Where's the fucking follow button? There we go. Off stream work great. I'm just playing some Star Rail right now. Yeah, too sleepy. Like I think I forgot part of the story. Might have to rewatch the part later. Star Rail, yeah. I finished all of the commissioned, so I'm just playing some games. I think you try it as well. You haven't started playing Star Rail? It's a pretty nice game. Turn-based, nice story, pretty good character design. Yeah. Wow. Believe in it, bruh. Like Genshin though? Yeah, Genshin is nice. I've been neglecting Genshin a lot. I was just doing dailies. That's it. Sometimes the annual event. If there's streaming event, like live stream event, I will stream it. But most of the time I just do the daily. I haven't touched the new story quest yet. But it's too lazy. I enjoy playing Star Rail more, I think. Yeah.
グシャ、今なら確信を持って言える。僕は最初から正しい道を進んでた。ちっとも間違ってなかった。
to go around, you're ready to go. Yeah. I'm just gonna keep playing for another, let's see, 2 hours? Yeah, why not? Two more hours of the story.
それを明らかにする方法だ。
そっかそっか。よかった。また花火の大好きな工場っぷりを見せてくれる気になったんだね。
いや、これまでに見つけた様々な痕跡からそれが確実に存在することは証明できてる。それで十分だ。今挙げた2つの問題の答えについては17、いや16システム時間あれば全てを明らかにできるだろう。
おー、マニア。
Ah, thank for the gift. Enjoy the emotes. I'll make more emotes after. Oh wait, ads. Oh man, what's ad keep running? Let's wait for the ad to be over.
16システム時間？本当に足りるの？それならもう少し君を焚きつけてあげようかな。はい、これあげる。これは花火のコレクションの相互保証破滅ボタン。花火も同じのを持ってるんだ。花火か君のどっちかがこれを押せば、もう一人はすぐにピノコニーもろとも爆発するの。もし君が本当にカンパニーをピノコニーに引き入れたくて我慢できなくなったら、ゲームテーブルそのものをひっくり返すのも一つの手だよ。最初からやり直せばいいんだから。カンパニーってそういうの得意
Just add
でしょ。
4 number. Yeah. I'll add more emotes after I finish my 2.0. Maybe I'll redo all of my emotes. This is my 2.0 by the way. Rigging it really scuffed right now. I almost finished the head angle, I think. Almost. Yeah. Right here. You can add, yeah. I got to introduce. Omni, I draw stuff and I do riggings. Yeah, I drew this. You drew this. You drew? Yeah, I'm a rigger and I'm an artist. Yeah. Yes. What to enjoy myself. And I play games, I think. It seems fun. Been wanting to learn it as well. Yeah, rigging is fun. Drawing is fun. Doing commission is sometimes fun. Yeah. It's come to 2D cubism. Yeah, it's pretty fun though. The free versions work really well. I have been working on the paid versions. It's really good. Yeah. And you can do your own like emote and stuff. Really nice. Animated emote, pretty good stuff. It is for like beginner level like myself, is take like maybe a week to like learn. It's pretty easy. Yes.
だからどうしようもなくなった時はそれを押して。もちろん花火に連絡してくれてもいいけどね。花火の最後の気遣いだと思って。
そんなに危険なのか。ファミリーは君の言葉を真に受けなかったんだね。そうじゃなければ君がこれを持ち込むこともなかっただろう。
Or maybe I should show art for raiders whenever they come in. Maybe I should make like a slideshow or something, so like I can show my stuff if there's raid. That should be faster. Anyway, stuff, my art stuff. Oh yeah, I did draw a sparkle recently as well. Yeah, some art. I like this one. I should draw more. I've been doing random shit. I should focus on drawing more again. Man. Anyway, back to game. Hmm.
君は花火にはそれができるってことだけ知ってればいいの。
残念だけど君の提案は断らせてもらう。君のおもちゃが本当に役に立つかどうかわからないし、僕は君の言う口の聞けない友人を探しに行くつもりもないからね。まあその人がまだピノコニーにいるって聞けたのは嬉しかったけど、後のことは自分でどうにかする。ファミリーの崩壊を祝うためのショーを用意するんだ。クライマックスでは高い壁が崩れ落ち、人々が目覚め、口の聞けない人も再び声を発することになる。その時が来たらボタンを押して盛大な花火で盛り上げてくれ。それじゃあまたね、グシャ。
この後に及んでまだそんな大口を叩けるなんて。でも約束だよ。絶対花火をがっかりさせないでよね。
戻ったか、35番。そのお守りは気に入ったか。
商品コードもお守りになるのか。
How long have you painted? How long I have been drawing? If we count like drawing, like pick up a pencil or pick up a crayon, maybe since kindergarten. Most of us draw since kindergarten, I think. But if like focus, on like improving and practicing. Maybe after like 1 month before I start streaming, so a bit more than 2 years ago. I remember. What day is it? I remember. I haven't learned to do shadow ever. Like shading stuff. Shadow, like do shading stuff. Yes? Ah, okay. It's like understanding form and how it is work, I think. Simple form and learn how the shadow work, and you can renders. And then material, and then stuff, texture. No, we're like yeah, a lot of study. I'm still bad at it. I'm still really bad at form and material stuff. Yeah. But you can always use reference, like on like every single artist. Use reference, learn from them. We all do that. Make things easier, a bit easier.
黙れ。発言を許可した覚えはないぞ。ツガンニアのハイエナめ。あの黒いスーツの連中は多くを語らなかったからな。お前が一体どんな手段を使ってあの大虐殺を生き残ったのかは知らねえ。だが俺はお前が幸運だと思って買い取ることにした。今後お前とお前の運は俺の財産だ。わかったか？
And then, yeah, that's tutorial, so you should be fine. When you don't know something, then you just have to learn it. Yeah, easy. Alright, okay.
お前への最初の命令は至ってシンプルだ。俺はお前の他にも30、いや34人の奴隷を買った。そいつらとゲームをしろ。2日間生き延びることができればお前の力が本物だという証明になる。
狂ってるな。
はっ、ただの検品だ。
Wolf spider in the case. Wolf spider? Is it a spider or a wolf? What is a wolf spider? Is it big? Have like you can change the price of the software because that's how it's not free. There is a free version and there's the upgrade version, the subscription versions, and the payment plan. And the I just pay for 3 years because I don't have the credit card. Yes, I have to use my PayPal. It's a bit more expensive, I think. Worth it though. Just doing one commission gonna cover the cost, so it's not that big of a deal. And it's a good, really good program, so it's worth it. I used to use free versions for a while. The one that I do is still the one I'm using right now is from the free versions when I first started learning how to use it. This is actually my first ever model. Yeah. Kinda big, 6 to 8? Damn, that's look big. I don't hate spider though. I hate snake more. Spider is fine.
こ 購入費用が無駄になるのが怖くないのか？
金なら有り余ってるからな、金髪小僧。ハンスだが、お前は見た目が悪くない。だから大勢の客がガリガリに痩せたお前にかけてるんだ。
いくら使った？
あ？
僕の価格さ。
知りたいか？いいだろう。知りたいなら教え。
60の半分、30。もし僕が生きて戻れたら、それを僕にくれ。かけるかい？
俺と賭けをしたいだと？なかなか骨があるじゃねえか。
Rattlesnake and Scorpion. Scorpion? I haven't seen ones alive ever. I've seen a few in the market, maybe. Yeah, we don't have those things in my country, I think. It's pretty chill here. There's not many dangerous animal in my country, I believe. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, you got the gifts up before. Yeah. Southern California. Desert? Holy shit. Desert.
だが悪いな。それはできねえ相談だ。どれ？お前はただのチップ。他人に握られて投げられるだけの命だ。オール・オア・ナッシング。
Do you think community vendors is Panda part of the lore?
あんたが来るのは珍しいね。
No, I just like Panda. That's it. Yeah, there's nothing deep. It's just I like Panda, so I add one. Nothing deep.
ちょっと友人が訪ねてきてな。
私なら
Oh,
一
she's
日
hot.
中
Fuck.
暇してたよ。いらっしゃい。ようこ
Is
そ
it-
バーナイトメアへ。
He?
メニューには何でも載ってるけど、スラーダはないんだ。
They're
こ
pretty
こ
hot.
ではあんなつまらない飲み物なんか置かない。あと、バーの中にあるものはどれも売り物じゃないの。ここで買えるのは喜びだけ。何が飲みたい？すぐに用意するよ。
見て、かっこいいお姉さん。セーバルと同じタイプだ。
Yeah.
セーバルって誰？ぜひとも紹介してほしいね。
あ、聞こえてた。
あんまりそいつらをからかわないでくれ、シボン。お前の手を煩わせるまでもない。今日は俺が腕を振るおう。年を取ったから少しはリハビリしないと、かつてのなりわいを忘れちまいそうだ。飲み物の材料はどこに置いてある？
それなら全部カウンターの下にあるよ。せっかく遠くからお客さんが来てくれたなら、今日はスペシャルドリンクを振る舞ってあげたら。
I heard that this quest is pretty damn long. So this never regrets many players. Nice.
ああ、そのつもりだ。お前ら、ちょっと手伝ってくれないか。バーの中を探して好きな材料を持ってきてほしいんだ。事件の話をするなら長くなるだろうから、お前らに合ったカクテルを用意してやる。カスタムメイドでノンアルコールだな。
バーの中？使える材料は全部カウンターにあるんじゃないの？
ここは無料だよ。かわいいお嬢さん。あんたが望めばどんなものでも飲むことができる。
うちのことかわいいお嬢さんって言ってくれた。
You think we have a pandas lie down and play around? Bro, I think they have that. I have that as a emote, I think. Oh, it's not here. Wait, it's not here anymore. We still have this. We still have this one. And you go zoo. There's a giant panda. Oh, I have never seen a real panda outside ever. Yeah.
現実世界でもカクテルはただの酒と食材の融合じゃない。バーテンダーはカウンターの雰囲気を捉え、技術とストーリーをつなぎ合わせ、ちょっとした神秘と期待を加える。
そうすることでお客さんと一緒にそれぞれの人生の味を作り出せるんだ。
I haven't either.
つまり何が飲めるかは運次第ってことだ。まあ、あまり深く考えるな。迷いは楽しむ上での大敵だからな。
This is a guy permission to bring them back recently. Have you seen? I haven't. I think last time I go to the zoo is like since kindergarten. It's like long times ago. Wait, how do I do this? Oh, okay, here. Okay. Oh, there we go. Easy. Let's see. Next banner in 9 days. Let's see. 9 days. 1, 7, 6. Okay, it should be on 7, 9 Wednesday. I think I have enough pool already, so that should be fine. I have guarantee with price better. You have guarantee as well? Easy. I think I have just enough for the heartbeat is. It is Lycon as well? Damn. I'm not gonna go for the Lycon though. I think I'll just keep. I think the Lycon of Jabbar is good for him. I think. Based on his kid. Yeah. Okay. You need effect hit rate, right? So I think that's good enough. Huh? But this shit? Meh. Keep the 4-star. Let's see. Yeah, this one. Increase defense and effect hit rate and increase chance when you attack, increase and defense extra. I think this is pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. Get Jinglu. I think I have Jinglu. I just don't have her Lycon yet. She is very nice. But I don't have good like support for her. So she's not that strong yet. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, the bird. There it is. should I do here?
見て、このボトルすっごい綺麗。半5泊期前。こんなの人に飲ませたら大変。そう言ってはいたけど、
私のコレクションのシロップが気に入ったの？大丈夫。ここは夢の中だからお腹を壊したり。
じゃあ鳥。
Oh, this thing.
ここはチップがいっぱい。
何日か前アイリス家の役者が来てシボーンと揉めたんだ。一方的にボコってただけだけどな。
そういえばこんな怪物だらけのところにバーを開いてるのも不思議だよね。もしかして。
それは直接あいつに聞いてみるといい。まあお前があいつを納得させられるドリンクを作らない限りあいつは何も言わないだろうけどな。
結構集まったね。これで足りるかな。
どいて、脂肪に用があるの。
何の騒ぎ？
アミーチ、言わなかったっけ？バーナイトメアが歓迎するのは心から飲み物を楽しみたいと思ってるお客さんだけ。悪いけどあんたの提案に興味はないの。
でもあなたには才能がある。きっとみんなの注目を浴びれるわ。あなたはアイリスのステージに立つために生まれてきた人。こんな寂れた場所でくすぶってるべきじゃない。
Oh, but right, the reason.
一緒に行きましょう。私たちならきっとピノコニーで最も注目されるスターになれる。
見ての通り今はお客さんの相手をしてるの。
わかった。首を縦に振らないなら私もどこにも行かないわ。
ちょっと待ってなさい。
どうしよう。あの人にカウンターを占領されたら。
さっき使った時間がないの。急いでちょうだい。
任せたからね。
Oh yeah, you have finished the quest, right? This quest? How long is it? Am I like near the middle part yet? Or like it is still pretty
あなたがシボーンの
long?
お客さんね。何か用？私一体どうして？
Different. Calm, angry, happy, sad.
おかしいと思うでしょ。私は臆病で弱虫で光り輝く場所に憧れてる。あなたはシボーンの過去を知らないでしょ。彼女がどんなに輝く。分かってるわ。シボーンは私が彼女の名声を借りて。
Next.
まだいなくなりそうにないな。
一体どうして？
Let's try happy.
見えた。私とシボーンが一緒のステージに立つ瞬間が見えたわ。
The dialogue, damn.
観客たちは拍手していて歓声が大波み。この光景は何度も見てきた。ねえ、乾杯しない？
まだいなくなりそうにないな。
一体どうして？
Angry then.
全部アイリス家のせいよ。アイリス家の人たちがシボーンを追い詰めたから。分かったかも。私なら彼女のために道を用意してあげられる。彼女の力になってあげられる。あなたと話してたらなんだか落ち着かなくなってきた。もしかしたらこれは飲み物だよ。
アミーチは帰ったの？ これが彼女のためでもあるんだよね。宴の夢は魅力的。準備ができたらギャラガーのところに行きなさい。
あれこれ言ったバーの中を見て回って、ああ探し。
これはカクテルに使える。何か出して交換す。何してんの？ゴミなんか。幸福は癒しきものの夢。
あれこれ言ったがバーの中を見て回。へえ、早い。面白いものを持って、それぞれの飲み物には独特のフレーバーがあって、ピノコニージュ。ベースを選んだら次は美しい未来。ずっと忘れられないことがある。
ミハイル。
これでいいな。次は飾りを選んで。宇宙企業の。よし、完成だ。このエルドラドでお前に敬意を示そう。金色の美しい夢に乾杯。
やるじゃないギャラガー。腕はなまってないみたいだね。
お前ら満足してもらえたか？
この味、スラーダよりずっと複雑だね。
豊かな味わいで何重にも広がっていく。まさに傑作ね。これが何を意味するのかはわからない。
残念だが、もし深い答えを期待してるなら、それの持つイメージはとてもシンプルだ。
この本当の味って、そのミハイルって人と関係があるの？
そうだ、どっかで聞いた名前だと思ったら、あんたがあの仮面の愚者の女の子に気絶させられた時、誰かがその名前をつぶやくのを聞いたんだよね。
いろいろ知ってるみたいだな。やっぱり俺の目に狂いはなかったようだ。これで正直に話さない理由もなくなった。さあ、事件について話そう。結論から言おう。ファミリーが持っている手がかりによれば、そのホタルって女の子は地元の人間でも招待を受けてやってきた客でもない。つまり彼女は正真正銘の密航者だってことだ。俺も彼女に騙された。本当に年を取ったもんだな。だが宴の星では密航はそれほど珍しいことじゃないし、捜査も難しくはない。事件の後、ハウンドたちはすぐに行動を起こし、無境と現実世界の両方から追跡を開始した。ところが結果は悪い知らせが一つ舞い込んできただけだった。しかもとんでもなく悩ましい知らせがな。その子は忽然と姿を消したんだ。夢の中には何の痕跡も残ってない。現実世界でも一向に体が見つからない。まるで最初からピノコニーに来ていなかったかのように。
ぱり
変わる。つまりあの子は本当に死んだわけじゃないって言いたいのか？おいおい、この事件の目撃者はお前自身だろう。はっきり言うが、彼女の状況はお前らは愚かハウンド家にとっても初めてのことなんだ。
初めて？それはつまりピノコニーには確かに死が存在するってこと？
Okay, after this, I might have to read. Really sleepy. I want to like forget this thing again.
見られた以上、もう隠す必要もないな。この程度のことでファミリーに疑いをかけるのは単純すぎる。本当にこの事件について詳しく
そこで
鋭いな。請求列車もあのオルゴ
夢の中で不可能を見届け、ピノコニーの父時計屋の遺産を探し出し、生命体はなぜ眠るのかという問いにお答えくださいというメッセージがあったわ。
ちょっと何笑って。
俺は事件を捜査してる保安官だぞ。知らないわけがないだろう。お前らだってこのメッセージがファミリーから出されたものじゃないことに、もっと言えば両者の関係がそれほど良好ではないことに気づいてるんじゃないか。
まだ推測の域を出ないけど、正直ピノコニーの父が実質的な管理者とそこまで折り合いが悪いだなんて信じがたいもの。
そうか、なら教えてやろう。その推測は正しい。ファミリーはずっと前から時計屋を敵視していたが、彼は神出鬼没でハウンドたちもなかなか捕まえられずにいたんだ。あの人はまるで自分が作り上げた商業神話の中にしか存在しない人物かのようだった。そこでさらに聞きたい。時計屋は外の世界にそういう冗談めいた情報を流してあんたらを招き、ここを混乱させている。なぜファミリーがそれを容認しているのか考えたことはあるか？
あんたたちはこの機会を利用して時計屋の尻尾をつかもうとしてるの？
今ならなぜ大奥家が七死人の調査の協力を依頼しておきながらあんたらにいろいろと隠し事をしていたのかもわかるだろう。それは時計屋は夢の地の伝説なんかじゃなく、ピノコニーの分家史上最大の汚点であり、全ての無教の異変の発端だからだ。まだミハエル、ファミリーの裏切り者。彼こそが有名な時計屋なんだ。
Okay, let's read. Need to fucking sleep. Let's read.
ほら、クラークフィルムランド。
Only.
ピノコニーで一番人気の映画エンタメセンターだ。
No, there's no scrap
Oh, shit,
purchase.
that's
They're
so
all,
long.
you know, incinerated. They check in, get on orphanage, be the first. What the fuck?
時計屋の話をするんじゃなかったの？
街の文化ってのは歴史において最もピノコニーが昔カンパニーの監獄制だったことは知ってるだろう。そして長期的に高濃度の悪質にさらされている。だが何事にも代償はある。彼こそがブラザー・ハヌだ。無教の町の兄貴分。歴史とは常に勝者によって書かれるものだが、芸術的な編纂、このキャラクターたちは美しき夢の街の中だけじゃなく、
この辺りはハウンド家の人がたくさんいるんだね。
The fucking rest な。
封鎖命令が出たばかりだからな。あのサンデーが直々に下したらしいが、一体何をするつもりなのか。
You guys, tomorrow we'll do some art. Maybe continue the story as well, maybe.
And I'm gonna start building my Akron again. We need to max her out, guys. We have to. See, it's not done yet. Almost.